Shangri-La Frontier Shitty Games Hunter Challenges Godly Game Part 4.1 by Katerina. Translated by Kurahashi Aiko at Light Novels Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 221. Chapter 221, Longing for the Smile I Saw on That Day. Rain. I wonder if it is going to rain all the way to tomorrow. I think so to myself while watching the raging rain outside of my window. The weather forecast predicted that a typhoon was on its way here, and the accompanying storms were supposed to be so severe that they could last for an entire day or two, which would result in a forced school holidays. What arrogance, I would like to say, but I am well aware that I am in no fashion perfect or anything like that. But this is this, and that is that. Even though I was an honor student, the sheer amount of homework assigned by every single teacher from every single subject was more than enough to make me let out a deep sigh. And judging by this heavy rain and strong winds outside, it could be guessed that this area right now was right in the middle of the worst part of the typhoon. I am still good. Even with this kind of severe weather, I have already contacted my parents, so if I wait here for long enough, a pickup car is going to come for me in a bit. I know I should not feel good about myself because of something my family possessed, but I just could not stop to feel pity towards all the people who were unaware of this weather condition and forgot their umbrellas today, which would result in them going back home drenched in rain. Melancholy. I wonder why they did not let us go home without any homework needed to be done in the first place. And I have my practice for today as well. I wonder if I would be able to skip them just for today? I think that. But I am more than sure that a request like that simply won't do here. Being a woman is not an excuse to be powerless. According to those words, which were also a family motto, not only her, but her two older sisters were frequenting extra courses on martial arts and various forms of self-defense, and she was sure that neglecting the training would not be allowed, even on a rainy day. I knew it. Nothing but melancholy. Apparently, even someone blessed with both money and well-situated family was able to partake in the feeling of melancholy and share it with their peers. With bitter thoughts filling my head, I headed towards the shoe rack at the school's entrance. Even though it was a rare custom in this day and age, this school still practiced it. Once I was close to the entrance, it was then that I noticed that. Will it be okay? The water should not get inside, right? My wallet and mobile terminal are safe inside of my bag, and my clothes. Oh well, let's just hope that Iwamaki-san is going to forgive me after laughing at me for a while. Yeah. Right at the school's entrance, a lone boy student was standing. He was standing right outside of the entrance, where he was not inside of the building, but he was still sheltered from the rain because of the small roof. Looking by the uniform that boy was wearing, they were the members of the same year, and she had a feeling that maybe they were even classmates. Hi. No, yo. Tsutome? Really? Was there someone in our class going by the name Tsutome? She surely remembered that there was a rather specific kanji in that person's name, and that it was surname ever rarer than Sato or Suzuki. Was it perhaps Hizutome? She could not be sure. The boy's school bag was put into a transparent plastic bag, so that it would not get damaged by the water. The boy was also stretching in place and looked rather displeased while gazing upon the pouring rain, and since he did not have neither a cape nor umbrella on him, it was more than apparent that this presumed Hizutome-san was completely unprepared for today's harsh weather conditions. It seems that he's in quite a bind with all of this rain pouring down. It was also more than apparent that his idea for getting through the wall of water was simply to dash straight home right in the middle of the downpour without an umbrella, or a cape, or whatever could possibly shield him. She had no idea where his home could possibly be, but she was sure that by the time he gets there, he would be completely drenched. And even if he manages to return home quickly, getting thoroughly drenched like that could end up in nothing good for his health. She thought that the boy right about now must have been drowning in despair, but, all right. Time for me to go. Eh? But he was smiling. He jumped straight into the rain and took on the assault of the wall of water that waited for him. His bag must have been burdening his arms, since it was filled with textbooks and printed home assignments, and there was that plastic bag as well. but he was still smiling nonetheless. And he was making a mad dash. In the midst of this heavy rain, the screams of a certain Hazutomo-san were gradually starting to get further and further away. Going back to this moment many times over, there was always this one question that was coming to her mind: why was he smiling so happily? Like that? That was their first actual encounter, although she heavily doubted that he was aware that she was even there at that time. Ever since then, she has witnessed the boy's radiant smile many more times. Spring, summer, fall, winter, he was always smiling, even on that day when he had a nasty accident during the P.E. lesson and had to be taken to the nurse's office as a result. All right, it's finally here. Since I got that mail, I need to hurry up and get there to receive the thing. Let's pull another all-nighter. He always go home with a huge smile on his face. At some point I started to wonder just what was making him smile so radiantly like that. Or to put it in other words, why was he able to smile like that no matter what? That is why on one day she decided to follow him. After doing some research she got to know where he was living and what was his usual route back home after school. Now it was only the question where exactly he was taking his detour. Interestingly enough, at the time she had no idea that what she was doing could easily be considered stalking in modern law terms. It was then that she was brought in front of a small, probably privately owned game shop. Rock roll. But shouldn't it be rock roll? Hi-ah, foo-foo-foo-foo-foo. Finally. It is finally here. Survival gunman. The manual front door opens up suddenly, and the one to emerge from inside of the store was none other than the boy she was following. She also managed to remember the boy's name, Hazutomo Rakuro. She hid behind the building's corner so that he would not be able to see her. Was that a cat? Oh well, doesn't really matter. What matters is that I managed to get my hands on this piece of work. Now to hurry back home and try it out. There it is. That smile again. At school he was certainly not a sloppy student. He takes his studies seriously, has good grades and has a good amount of close friends. However, the way he smiles at school is never quite as radiant as the way he was smiling just now. It was the sight of Rakuro running away with a smile on his face that gave her one final push to open the door to the shop and enter it herself. At that time she didn't even think that the owner of the store would so easily point out the true nature of the feelings she was harboring inside of her. She also didn't think that the shop's owner would become her ally just like that. Summer vacation. Is it really over? From the day of that downpour, time flew by extremely fast. And today, she was aware of that fact more than ever before. She had a feeling that it only managed to start. And before she even knew it was already over. And just as she woke up, Segura knew that the time has come for her to make a move. According to her friend Iwamaki Mana, now was the time to raise that particular flag, most suitable after the summer vacation were over. Young lady, the car is ready and waiting. No, I'm sorry. Just for today, I would like to go to school on foot, on my own. Call it a change of pace to celebrate the end of the summer vacation. I see. I understand. If that is what you wish, young lady. After I eat breakfast I put on my uniform, give my hair a one last enthusiastic check in front of the mirror and get ready to head out. Well then, I am going to head out. Please do take care, young lady. Although she was usually drove by car, she had the road memorized to the very last detail. But for today she decided to go to school via a completely different path. Perhaps for today, she just had a feeling like that. Chapter 222 Part 1. Chapter 222, Real Strong Part 1. Before I could even notice it happening, summer was already nearing its end. It was also around that time that various chirping cicadas finally used up all of their lives' worth and started to fall motionless to the ground one by one. Whole vacation worth of homework? Check. My student ID card? Check. All right, that should be it. I think I have got everything that I need. Wearing a freshly cleaned summer uniform, I give my hair one last check in the mirror, double check if I did not forget anything, and upon making sure I was all set I opened the front door. Right. I'm heading out. Good. Have a safe trip. My mother's gentle voice sends me off like usual. You could feel it in the air. September was already here. And just like every good student, I had to get back to school. With the vacation period being over, I think about the time in the nearby future when I am going to get really busy. And while thinking about that, I slowly traverse the road to school like a mine-rigged field that poses a significant threat. For the time being, my gaming schedule will need to be adjusted accordingly to prioritize schoolwork. This means more or less that I will need to play during the nights, but that's not a problem. I'm used to playing games like that. The problem here is Shanfro itself. This game follows the real-world time to some extent, and depending on the time of the day different monsters, items and events may take place. So I will have to take that fact into consideration. Not to mention that I have defeated unique monster Cutanid of the Abyss. This means that I have personally took part in subjugating 2 unique monsters. You would think that there would be some merit to that fact, but no. Instead of merits, this fact turned out to be more problematic than I would have liked it to be. To illustrate that, here's an example. When I have returned to 5th year, what was waiting for me was a flock of angry messenger flacons, constantly screeching and screaming at one another. As a result, I was quite literally buried under the mountain load of private messages and mail containing various kind of threats. The vast majority of those mails were from, yes, you guessed it, the magical girl wannabe from that archive guild library, I believe was its name. The mails from that girl were mostly spam mails of the same content. I really think we need to talk, urgent. However, I was really starting to get scared shitless when the number of messages from her started to exceed 25. There was no way for me to get out of this situation. So I had no other choice but to reply to her. That is why I grabbed one falcon at random and scribbled a quick response, something alongside the lines of, "I'll send you a message soon, so stop spamming me and fuck off." But goddammit, this girl is overly serious about this whole idea. At this rate I might not even be able to freely walk around the town even if I wanted to. The Blue Holy Grail could provide me with a solution here, but right about now it would be really awkward for me to use it. Guess it's off to rabbits for me once again. At this rate I might as well stay there permanently. Some MMO experience this is. It is really fun to be able to play with other people, but if this keeps on going it will become more annoying than anything else. This is going to start to feel like a real life. In other words, real life's problems but taken with you to the world of MMO. For the time being, whatever shall I do for today? Maybe some weapon repairs? After I was done with all of my equipment's repairs, I felt so tired that I immediately logged off and went to sleep. After all that, I felt like I needed to take a little break from playing games for a short while. I follow the road that during springtime was filled with blooming cherry blossoms, and after some traffic lights and light turns I reach the last straight path leading towards the school. It is this place that if you take a slight detour, you will eventually reach the rock roll. It's not like I have any plans for buying anything in particular, but maybe I should pay the shop a quick visit on my way back home from school today. But since the owner is loving his at-home games, it seems that his gaming schedule is much more packed than mine. That is only natural when you play a genre with so many titles available to you every month. Come to think of it, since that guy plays so many at-home games even though he constantly whines and complains that he is so busy all the time, this must mean that as a gamer he is even more amazing than Pencilgton, Katsu and I combined. At least when it comes to planning your gaming schedule and such, that is an ability to be afraid of, and one that you must respect, especially when it comes to unlocking the requirements for harem roots and harem endings. Oh, which reminds me, I should really try to make something out of all the materials I got as drops from the sea monsters. I mean, I got such large quantities of those that it would be a waste to just hoard them all in. My money problems had been resolved as well in-game, so with funds to spend, those materials would really just be wasted. Well then, to slightly change the subject, do you happen to know what is the sign by which you can sense that other people are around you? It is because you can feel the electromagnetic waves emitted by others. Could you call it an aura? Maybe, I don't know. And since our brains tend to work in really mysterious ways, it is a common occurrence after watching a horror movie that you get a feeling that someone or something is watching you, even though you know that no one is really there. Could it be that we are sensitive to other people's electromagnetic waves and we can sense their remains? Food for thought. But still, why am I even talking about things like that, you may wonder. I get a funny feeling. Am I being watched or tailed? No. There was no doubt about that in my mind. I was being tailed. I mean, forget about the electromagnetic waves and all that other crap. It's just that I was able to hear a whole different set of footsteps coming from behind me for quite a while now. Could it be a stalker? Nah, it could not be. What the hell am I thinking? Just calm down and get a grip. Most likely it was just someone whose destination was coinciding with that of my own. That is, if it was someone from the same school as me. I mean, it is about time for students to be on their way to school, so it is most likely that, but I don't know. For some reason I could feel a stare on my back, one so intense that I was thinking it might actually burn a hole in my back, and the distance in between us is probably like 1 meter at best. They were so close to me and sounded so steady that I honestly think that if I were to stop all of a sudden, that someone following me would just casually crash into my back. Or maybe they are walking around while simply looking at their phone, not noticing the world around them. The possibility for that was also quite high. They are so close because they cannot actually see me, but they hear my footsteps and are unconsciously matching to my walking pace. Then there is but one simple solution to see if that was actually the case. If I just increase my pace just a little bit. No way. They're catching up to me? Are you shitting me? All of a sudden the stalker theory seemed way more probable. But no way, right? It cannot be. At least I want to think that way. Could it be that this is someone I know? Nah, none of my friends and acquaintances are living anywhere near me. I go out of my way to school because it is located in a different district. So it means more or less that on my way to and back from school I would not meet anyone I actually know. Chapter 222 Part 2. Chapter 222, Real Strong Part 2. The hell, the fuck is this? I'm starting to feel scared here. Of course I could just turn around and have a look who was following me. But if it turned out that it was just some random stranger, then this would be hell of a awkward. That would be simply unbearable. Why is this guy looking at me? Why is this guy following me? To be subjected to such awkwardness right on the very first day of school would be simply too much to bear for the little old me. Whatever should I do here? Should I just run away in hopes of shaking the bastard off? No, I cannot do that. If I suddenly break into a mad dash here, it would be simultaneous with admitting to my stalker that I am aware of the fact that I'm being stalked. And who knows what might happen then. It's like the only way for me to win this is to start running away, but actually starting to run away would mean admitting defeat. God damn it, it's only the beginning of September. It's way too early for me to be dragged into mind games like that. And the fact that this game called life is something you cannot log out of was not helping in the slightest. Exclamation mark. It spoke. No, wait a second. It was more like it tried to talk to me. What the hell? What is it? What is it that you're after? Why would you try to make contact in this kind of situation? Was it the fact that there was something on my back? Then in that case it was my duty as a true gentleman to act accordingly. Thank that someone and laugh at my own carelessness. Yes? What seemeth to best the problem? You're his Utomkun, right? Turning around, instead of a hired hitman that my brain was imagining, I have seen a young girl about my age, wearing the uniform of the same high school as I was wearing. Sega-san? Why yes, that's right. His Utomkun. Summer vacation. It's been a while. Summer. Oh, yeah. Now that you mention it. Now I see. That must have been the reason why I was not sure who it was that was walking behind me. Unlike that one day during the summer when she was wearing that thin one-piece dress, Sega-san right now was wearing the summer version of our high school's girl's uniform. She was also smiling happily with her face slightly flushed red. Most probably because of the summer heat that was still to be felt in the atmosphere. Yes, that is to be it. I know that it was probably rude to think that way about someone, but right about now when I look at Sega-san I get a feeling that she would make for a fine heroine in a number of different dating sims. That's how cute and stylish she was, huh? Do you perhaps live somewhere close by, Seiga-san? I wanted to change my routine for a bit and I went to school different way, and, that's when I noticed you, Hayazutome-kun. Yes, it was completely by accident. I see. Well, it would certainly explain a whole lot of things. For example, the fact that we happened to bump into one another in front of that convenience store around my neighborhood. So that must mean she lives somewhere in that area as well, huh? However, the fact about the whereabouts of Seiga-san's house means very little to me. Almost as nothing as a game that I have little to no interest in. Now then, the real question right now is, whatever should I do from here? Should I call it quits here and be on my way? Or should I make some attempt at small talk, even though I know that it might end up rather poorly? But I must say, summer vacation ended in a flash and what do you know? It's back to school already. That's true. It really is back to school already, that's why. Well, it would certainly be nice to have more holidays available to you. But such a thing is not good in its own right. Because of that, life would lose some of its sharpness. At least that's my take on it. Reality and games are both pretty nice as long as you indulge in them in moderation. Well, there are ways in this world for one to live by doing nothing besides what one likes. But the only people like that come to my mind are those Faunas and Natsume-san. Strange, why would I think about Sylvia Goldberg here? Talk about awkward. Come on now, Seiga-san. Throw me some ball here, give me something to work with. Don't force finding the conversation topic all onto me. If I had more experience in socializing with other people, maybe I would be able to come up with conversation topics like a machine gun or even a railgun. However, my sphere of interest tend to lie elsewhere, so when it comes to socializing my caliber is only something similar to an old revolver. Rather poor and ineffective at best. But I must try to come up with something. Oh, yeah. That's right. Speaking of which, do you play Shanfro, Seiga-san? Fui? No, it's nothing. Please, it's nothing. Yes, that's correct. I'm playing Shanfro from time to time. Speaking of which, the last time we met I'm sure we were having the same kind of conversation, but we were abruptly interrupted for some reason. But I'm sure it was certainly about Shanfro, and Seiga-san shook so suddenly, probably because the topic was changed so suddenly towards a video game. Also, the way her hair was gently swaying in the wind was really cute and appealing. What kind of character do you play as, Seiga-san? A healer? No, a warrior one. That's surprising, although I've heard rumors that Seiga-san trains in kendo and martial arts, so that sort of experience is surely to come in handy when playing warrior classes in games. And seeing how Wizuman was in battle, that sounds about right. I see. Do you play much? Well, yes, I also belong to a guild. Ooh. Were you perhaps invited by a family member? Yes, that's right. Playing with your relatives poses a threat of the fact that you play a certain game being leaked to the world. But if you enjoy the game, you can achieve a level of teamwork that random people could only dream of. Pensilgton, Katsu and myself, we know one another from different games, but I can say that we are rather close. Maybe not as close as family members, but our teamwork is nothing to scoff at either. That being said, sometimes it turns out that you thought that playing with family members might be a good idea, but it ends up being quite a disaster instead. However, there is no way of knowing that beforehand, so what counts here is the intention. But this is going well so far. The conversation is going smoothly for the time being, without any awkward silences and topic shifts. Apparently a new continent has been opened recently. Do you think you'd be able to challenge it, Seiga-san? I wonder. There are many strong players out there. So I'm not so sure. Certainly, more and more ships are starting to cruise over to the new continent, but when it comes to the center of the player base, I'd say that it is mostly focused around Thirdma still, and the amount of people refraining from going to the new continent should still be larger than those who are willing to go there right away. I also heard that players like Ren and her Black Wolves are yet to venture to the new continent, seemingly out of consideration for other players. I mean, yeah, not everything on the current continent has been discovered yet, so staying there does not mean that it will be boring by any means. After all, there are still unique monsters that are waiting for the players to take them on. Yes, I guess that. You're right, Fufafu. Now this is a good sign. If someone like me is able to make someone like Sega-san laugh happily, I'd say it's a job well done. And then it happens. A small cicada flies in between us, about to draw its last breath and turn into a shell, even though it may have not been able to leave any offspring behind. It plunges down towards the ground in a splendid parabola. However, there was one small detail here. Sega-san was in its way. If this was a game, maybe she would have been able to do something about it. However, this is real life, and your body does not possess the capacity to respond as fast as your thoughts. I knew it was there because I could see it in my line of sight. However, Sega-san was not so lucky. And before I could move my body or react in any sort of a way, that cicada managed to land on Sega-san's forehead. Hi-ah, flick. Abua? E-R-R? I tried to brush the cicada off Sega-san's forehead, but before I could react appropriately the cicada jumped from there and instead settled on my body. To be more precise, it landed on my cheek. I did not expect that, not in the least. I don't know how Sega-san managed to keep her cool like that, but upon realizing what just happened I lost my balance and fell onto the ground. This event turning into yet one more landmine that was covering this already treacherous minefield called Road to School. Shiai, 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 shiai. Ouch, 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 ouch. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Ah, the leg. The leg was twisted in a strange direction, one that a leg should never bend towards too much. And that's not all. The wings. Please just spare the wings. It's pretty much done without them around. I am so terribly sorry. I am going to help you right. Kaya? For poor Hizutomura Kuro-san, the very first memory right after the summer vacation was over was to be manhandled in a really nasty fashion, just like a cicada. It was a pretty much traumatizing experience. One thing's for sure, Seigra-san is incredibly strong. Chapter 223 Part 1, Chapter 223, Wolfpack Transfer Part 1. Fortunately nothing serious happened to me, and after Seiga-san was done apologizing to me over and over again we were able to resume our walk to school. After we finally got to the classroom, I sat down and thought about the cicada incident, thinking that it managed to form a sort of a strange connection between Seiga-san and myself. Unlike yours truly, who have spent the entire of summer vacation indoors, I can see that people all over the place managed to get some nice tan. And while it was easy to diminish my time during this summer as wasted, at least compared to the way in which others used it. Oh well, it may not have been all that healthy for me, but this summer was full of precious memories, and it was way healthier than shitty games pilgrimage that I would normally do during the summer vacation. Enfro is, Nidgot, I knew it. No matter how you look at it, the popularity of Shanfro is simply amazing, and hearing that a whole lot of people were talking about it, apparently there were more Shanfro players here than I would have thought. Who knows? Maybe I wasn't the only one who had his Shanfro debut during this summer vacation? It's a good thing that so many people were talking about it. But come on, guys. The homeroom is about to start. You can talk about that stuff all you want sometime later during the day, you know? As for me, I kill the remaining time by browsing the internet on my mobile device. Out of sheer curiosity, I looked over message boards and SNS chat rooms dedicated to Shanfro, and unsurprisingly, it was all swarmed with conversations pertaining to unique monsters. The main conversation topic right now was the defeat of Cutanid of the Abyss. Imagine that. Totally surprising, except for not really. There was also another topic, and it was about, oh yeah, right, some sort of big deal that was too much of a drag for me to actually remember it. I mean, why would I? Since it was something so obvious but also something completely outside of the range of my interests. Just what guild is the strongest one when it comes to Shanfro? Considering the fact that the number of messenger falcons, It was safe to assume that about the 80% of all the messages I have received were coming from various guilds. It was for better or for worse. No, let's just be thankful that it was only such a number, and not a higher one. It was also a good thing that the messages were not delivered all at once. If a huge flock of birds was converging at one location, many people would go there simply to see what was going on there. However, when the Crying Insman managed to dock back at Fifthsia Port, the only ones waiting for us there were the Strahd-related NPC and only a couple of random players. And well, Sanraku-kun, there is a whole lot of things I would like to ask of you, but for the time being let me say this. Thank you for all of your hard work. You've been working quite hard, right? Of course. The very first person to greet me here was none other than our guild master, Arthur Pensilgton. Apparently she was here in Fifthsia for some private business. But once she heard the GM announcement and saw the birds coming and going from the port, she decided to follow their trail and see what was going on. Look, I am really tired. I was fighting a giant fucking octopus all night long and then hauling ass some more, so could you give me a break? I know that you want to talk, but let us save that for later, okay? Oh well, fair enough. Katsu was probably going to cross-examine you himself once he logs in, but that way we can both learn what happened at the same time. Is it not what the Wolfgang is all about? That kind of camaraderie? For a moment out there I really wanted to come up with a witty retort, but I ultimately gave up on the idea. Instead, there was something else I needed to do. There were new members that I needed to introduce. Oh yeah, that's right. Rust, Mold, Akatsuakane. This is the leader of our guild. Oh my. I know that you are probably all very tired from clearing the unique scenario X, so let me keep this as brief as possible. My name is Arthur Pensilgton, and it is exactly as that idiot over there said. And there she goes, already trying to brainwash other people into thinking that she's a decent human being. It was really regrettable about her, but what can you do? Maybe Akatsuakane would be somewhat resistant to her mind-grabbing powers because of his natural disposition, but it would be better for them to spend as little time together with Pensilgton as possible. I have heard the rumors, but you really are still half naked. How did you manage to handle the damage? Excuse me? I knew it. You are aiming towards the evasion stat, right? After all, I don't think that every unique monster would possess such sweet attacks like Quizaman did. Did that unique monster had some special attacks like that? Did you have to utilize the reviving items in order to win? No, wait just a moment. Before anything else, just who the fuck are you? Chapter 223 Part 2. Chapter 223, Wolfpack Transfer Part 2. Equipment that was giving off a samurai-like vibe, and there was also something really familiar in a way that person was talking to us. Yeah, the name color was not right as well. So I look at that player with a rather confused look on my face. No good. There really is no way for me to actually remember a particular player just because of their stats and equipment can change without much trouble. However, there was one more thing that made me open my eyes in surprise. An element that made me remember who exactly that player was. An element that normal human characters should not have. You finally noticed, huh? Fufu, talk about a little bit ridiculous conversation. Huh? Conversation? What in the actual hell is this person even about? I don't get it. I don't get it in the slightest. However, conversation? I feel like I have seen that word somewhere, or at the very least the kanji that compose that word, but when, and where? Truth to be told, my aptitude for magic has diminished greatly. However, the increase in physical stats is just so good that it makes it all worth the trouble. If I knew about that before, I would have become a beastman much sooner. So, is that the reason why you cannot change your class simply by going into the avatar customization? That kind of thing does not really suit her. But if you were to tell her this, you'd be cut on the spot. At least that's the feeling I'm getting. Looking at a pair of fluffy Japanese-styled animal ears and the way they move, I can certainly agree that I'm getting the same kind of impression. Also, when the girl was glancing at Pensilgton, she was writhing in place like a vampire kicked out right into the sunlight. I'd say that she must be an acquaintance of Pensilgton, or at least someone like that. Normally I would ask her to introduce herself, But since apparently this was not our first meeting, it would be extremely rude. Also, regarding the name, it was displayed right above her head. However, I was having a hard time believing what my eyes were seeing. Kyogoku, haven't I already told you this before? It's not Kyogoku, it's Kyo Ultimate. Be sure to remember that. That's too long. How about a shorter one? Kyotomate? So, Kyotomate-san, are you here today just to be rubbernecker or what? Kyotomate? While wearing a rather complicated expression on her face, the gaze of the animal-eared swordswoman turned somewhere else. It was as if something else had caught her attention. She looked towards a corner from where a terrifying aura could be felt. It surely must have been about the name Sega, since it is not hard to put together that Sega 0 and Sega 100 must be related to one another in some way. For now, the two just continued to glare at one another in silence. It could tell right away. There would be no peace between the two. Rather, the only thing that we could hope would be felt between those two women would be hostility. Ice cold one at that. You are? Why do I get the feeling that I want to have absolutely nothing to do with this? It's a nice and refreshing thing to say coming from you, but are you sure you're allowed to say that? Even though you're the main reason for this situation to occur? Excuse me? Why would my name be brought up in this context all of a sudden? Well, I mean, you are the reason why the top most powerful guilds missed their chance of glory after defeating a unique monster, and it happened not once, but twice at that. And when the same name pops up during the subjugation announcement for both unique monsters, do you really think that people wouldn't get mad? Or that they would not be able to add the facts together? However, listening to Kyogoku's words, I am able to understand a thing or two, mainly the fact that she's a walking stereotype, the one where a new character is being introduced in the middle of the story and is inherently distrustful and antagonistic towards the main character. It's a really common trope. So it's not her fault. There is nothing she could have done about it. We all know what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about a character that appears at the very end of the boss battle with the previous enemy. The same enemy that was giving the protagonists so much trouble. That new character defeats the boss with ease and has the audacity to ask, someone as weak as that was giving you trouble? A cheeky line like that. And since you do not know anything about that new character at all, the only way for you to make an opinion about them is through the first impressions. In other words, what Kyogoku means by that is that the Guild Black Wolves and all the others think about me as someone who just happened to happily waltz onto the stage in the middle of their grand moment and steal the kill and all the benefits that come with it for myself just like that. A total jerk that hogs all unique monsters for himself. No. But I mean, why Sega 100 of all people? It's not like we have ever met personally or nothing like that. These two are supposed to be sisters in real life, right? So maybe it has something to do with real life as well? No, come on now, we've never even met in real life. So I see no reason for why Sega 100 would want to come here to me of all people and places. Rust, Mold and Akitsu Akane seem to be genuinely worried about the two Seigas right about now, but Pensilgton of all people seemed to be pretty much chill about it. Or maybe she was just pretending to be chill. Whatever it was, Pensilgton just casually walked towards the two Seigas and broke in between them, separating them apart. All right now, kids. I don't know what your deal is, but if it is a family dispute you want, then do it somewhere else. Preferably as far away from here as possible. Like your guild's base. Toa, you bitch. Is this also your doing? It's Arthur Pensilgton here, my dear Sega Momo-chan. You do best to remember that, otherwise I'll have to teach you a thing or two about netcode. The way the two of them addressed one another sounded really dangerous. Most probably because the two women must have known each other in real life. But it was good that Pensilgton stood up here, since maybe she'll be able to take some heat off of my back. No, this time around it was all Sanraku-kun's doing. I only learned about this from the GM announcement, like everyone else. Oi, are you trying to help me or get me killed? Please make up your fucking mind. Sega 100's gaze turned towards me one more. Oh great. Looks like I won't really be able to get myself out of this one, so how should I take of that business here? Hey, Pensilgton. Whatever should I do to get out of this? There is no way that she's going to leave on her own, and running away is out of the question. In that case, just how much info I can disclose here? Does that mean I'll have to share some of the information contained within the world's truth book? No, that wouldn't be good. The information contained within those files are worth more than the info that I managed to defeat a unique monster. I may not be as clever as Pensilgton, but even I understand that the world's truth book are the most precious information they are there. For starter, please allow me to apologize for borrowing Resan for 7 days straight. I really could not have done it without her help. Time to use the trump card of the Japanese people. Sincere apology. It's good that you understand, even if the flattery will get you nowhere. But let me ask you one thing straight. Is it true that you've managed to unlock a unique quest related to Night Prololican? With the corner of my eyes I could see Re bowing her head down frantically. So it was Re that spilled the beans, huh? Oh well, the moment I undertook that quest with someone else than my closest friends, I kind of made my peace with the fact that it would be a secret that I would be unable to keep to myself. It was a really stupid boss. Took us whole night to beat it. Whole night? We were unable to hold out for even a few minutes. Well, this is bad. Self-deprecation is something one is able to do in 2 distinct cases. Either you are able to do something with ease, or you are unable to do it at all. If I don't play this right, I might invoke the wrath of this person. Something to calm her down. Something to calm her down. SF Zoo managed to figure out the exact way that makes Loken spawn for sure. Who? Well, that is certainly an interesting news. Throw her a bone, but she does not know that this bone is actually nothing but a decoy. Well, you see, I do not mind giving you the exact information on how to beat it, but I'd have to get the permission of my boss, the Guildmaster of Wolfgang. That gal over there. And I hit the killer pass with a baseball bat. Now, how are you going to handle this set of dynamite, huh? However, soon it all went to shit. My brilliant pass of responsibility, Pensilgton's cunning tactics, and Kyogoku's smile. It was all wiped out by one sentence uttered by a single player. Before that, there is actually something that I would like to talk to you about, Guildmaster. All right. Let's hear it then. I would like to leave the guild Black Wolves, and become a member of your guild, the Traveling Wolves. For some bizarre reason, Pensilgton started to violently hit me after she heard those words. I wonder why? Chapter 224 Part 1. Chapter 224, Encounter Penalty Part 1. Sega Zero wanted to leave the guild Black Wolves and transfer into Guild Wolfgang. If that is not the news worth of first-page coverage, then I do not know what is worthy of such title. And what is so shocking about that fact is that Wolfgang is the guild that houses the player that took part in subjugation of not one, but 2 unique monsters and managed to emerge victorious from both of those battles. If that information was to be leaked to the general public, to say that it would cause quite a stir would be a massive understatement. Combine that with the previous big news and you would get a sort of a news double helix, one that would spread throughout the community like wildfire and cause all of the players to basically lose all of their shit. And let me just ask you this. Why? Why did you decide to do something like that? Why leave your guild and all your comrades and friends there? Why transfer to our guild? And why would you want to do such a thing right as your guild was about to finally go to the new continent and make a name for themselves over there as well? Is there any sort of connection between matters such as defeating the unique monster Cutanid of the Abyss and wiping out the members of the Guild Wolfgang? I had to know. So I tried to look it up on forums or message boards, but Saint Chan is so cute. Saint Chan is so cute. Saint Chan is so overly cute that it should be illegal to be this cute. Oi. If you want to spam the forums with useless garbage like that, why won't you create a special thread just for that, huh? Something smells fishy here. I don't know what exactly, but it definitely stinks. Input the word Sanraku into the search bar and tap the search button. Oh wow, that's unexpected. The number of topics exceeds a 3-digit number. And while some of them were rather normal and civil, others were making it into the territory of truly bizarre topics such as the conference for countermeasures against rare bird monster Sanraku and how to capture it, Or is Sanraku even a human being in the first place? Now I am really glad that a place like Rabbits existed in the first place. At this rate it might be the only place where I will be able to enjoy some peace and quiet. Otherwise I would probably have to deal with a number of angry mob waiting just outside of the inn every time I would log into the game. Alright, on to the next topic. Is there anyone in here that made their Shanfro debut during the summer vacation or not? This was simply out of curiosity. I wanted to know if there is the exact number of people that made their Shanfro debut over the period of summer vacation. The school day was rather brief on the first day of the new semester. It was pretty much homeroom, a brief class period that consisted of turning in your summer homework, and then basically school was out. So after doing just that I left the school building and started to head back home. When it comes to location, my house is situated in a really weird place, right on the edge of the district in which this school is located. And because there are not that many high school students living in that area aside from me, it is basically right in front of the school gate that I say goodbye to all of my friends, and we all start to head back home in our respective directions. I originally wanted to go straight back home so that I could make a full dive into Shanfro right away, but I ultimately decided not to do that. At least not for now. Before I head back, let's make a small detour and stop by Rockroll. Shall we? Who knows? Maybe there will be some really nice bargains that I could enjoy as a distraction from Shanfro. My name is Hayato Murakuro. I am a shitty games hunter and the scavenger that is always on the lookout for more shitty games to try in my spare time. Also, while I am being at it, I help to lessen the stock of Rockroll's shop, taking off their hands any shitty game that is not selling well for any reason. And so, that is exactly why this brings me here to the shop that I frequent almost religiously. Do you happen to have any good shitty games on you right now? If so, hook me up. You again, huh? Did you not say the last time that you were here that you would try to spend your youth in a more meaningful way? Non. Certainly, I did say something like that, but I do not want to be reminded about that by someone who closed his business for a whole month just so that he could waste his precious time away on making a marathon with Autumn games. By the way, did you manage to complete every single one that you wanted to complete? I sure did. Alongside the secret routes and hidden endings. If you want to, I can send you my impressions via email later. Chapter 224 Part 2. Chapter 224, Encounter Penalty Part 2. Talk about a player truly dedicated to his hobby. However, I think that Iwamaki-san pushing himself a little bit too hard, trying to play as many games in as very limited amount of time as possible. I would never be able to do such a thing with such dedication, but apparently he is fine with it. I, on the other hand, will state my kind of past timing. So, have you give Shanfro a go? Or perhaps you have given it a go, and you bounced from it so hard that you want to play some more shitty games just so that you can cleanse yourself? Nah, I am having a blast with it so far. I even have been playing with a group of friends as of late. Imagine that. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. Here, it is not really a shitty game of any kind, but I heard that it is pretty good. Saying that, Iwamaki-san presented a certain package to me. Shitty game? It certainly looks the part, but it is not really a shitty game. At least that's what I heard. This game even has a certain secret boss. A boss that is said to be unbeatable so far by anyone. Secret boss? I highly doubt that it is really like that. But who knows? There are many kinds of games out there that make the world, and I won't say the word secret boss have a certain appeal to them that tends to draw people in. That being said, no, could it be? But this is via learning materials. What the hell is this all about? Oh well, it doesn't really matter all that much. How much is it? It's 4,210 yen. What gives? That's pretty cheap. That's the price tag you get on a game that is more or less a VR instruction manual. I have only bought Shanfro this summer, and aside from that the only real expenses I have suffered were the traveling expenses for the purpose of GGC. Because of that there was still a hefty amount of money that resting in my pocket, ready to be spent. That is why I take my wallet out of my pocket and handle Iwamaki-san a single bill with a certain old man printed on it. without regret and not even a single feeling of sadness in my heart that we would be parting ways for now. Right. Thank you for your patronage. So, tell about Shanfro. Are you enjoying it so far? Sure thing. But, you see, the thing is, there are times when I'm playing it that I simply happen to miss some of those good old shitty games. Right, I think that it is about time. About time? Was Iwamaki-san waiting for something or someone? Or maybe it was something that he personally wanted to do? If so, as a costumer I am nothing more than a bother right about now. Should I just leave and give him some space? While I was thinking that, the door to rock roll opened with a silent sound and someone has entered the store. Iwamaki-san, what is the meaning of this? You told me to come right away. Did something happen? Yeah. Thank you for coming. Well, hello there, Sega-san. I would like to say that it's been a while, if it was not for the fact that we have seen one another quite recently. The one who opened the door to the store and entered it was none other than Sega-san. Lately, I get the feeling that our encounter rate is really high for some strange reason. Seeing me inside of the store, Sega-san froze in place. Her eyes got round like saucers with surprise, and after a brief moment of silence she moved her gaze towards Iwamaki-san, as if waiting for an explanation. Oh, hello there, fancy meeting you here. Well now, don't just stand there, come on in. You sounded like a character from a game where the developers were cutting costs by hiring rookie voice actors. So your voice lines sound cheap and as if you've got a stick up your ass, you know? CV compromises like that should be unforgivable. I could feel that those exact words were genuinely coming from Iwamaki-san's heart. After all, he is someone who has dedicated his life to Otome games, that branch of games that rely on good voice acting. Iwamaki-san, oh my, could it be that the two of you actually know each other already? Oh, yeah. We go to the same school, and we in the same year. Although up until now we've only known our names and faces, and that's about it. Holy shit, dude. This really is just like a chapter 2 of every Otome game out there. Chapter 2? Just what the heck is this guy talking about? And why is Sega-san turning her gaze away when she heard that remark, as though she was unable to bear it? You see, Hayatome-kun, the truth is, I have been talking with this girl about you for quite some time now. About me? That's not. For some reason, Iwamaki-san lets out a deep sigh. Come on now, you may not realize that fact, but you have played lots of different games, right? Hayatome-kun. And since Sega-chan here only started her adventures with video games, we talked about you quite a lot since your experience with video games is rather impressive, right? That's right. That is exactly right. It's just as you say. So, does that mean that you were the one who happened to recommend Shanfro to Sega-san? Yup. It was all me. I heard that it was a hot topic among the young people and that it is really a nice and easy gateway to the world of full-dive VR games. I see, so that is the reason why Sega-san got so excited once the topic of Shanfro was mentioned. Your first games are very precious memories and we all want to treasure our first experiences as much as possible. But I must say, what a strange coincidence. Right? Today marks the first day of school for both of you since the end of summer vacation and the first thing you decide to do is to visit my store? I'm beyond overjoyed. What the hell is this? I feel like the atmosphere here is really fishy for some reason, but oh well, it doesn't really matter. Well, you see, about that, I wanted to go straight back home and play some games, but then I thought I might as well come here and see if you have anything on sale that I might enjoy. I see. I must admit, this guy can say the most bizarre of things from time to time. Well, today I had a nice long chat with Sega-san, so right about now I want to go back home and play that new game I was recommended. Right, so that will be it from me. See you around. Is there something wrong? See you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow. What are we? An elementary school students. Oh well, it is actually kind of nice that there are still people out there who are proper and polite like that, always remembering to greet other people properly. But I wonder if acting like that is not getting you more and more isolated from your peers in a long run? Now then, what to do? Play some Shanfro or maybe try out this new game right here? Now then, let us hold a meeting in order to reflect upon our actions. Maybe if we had a little bit more of a freedom to decide first, that would be nice. And how about we are not going to do that? Knowing you, it would take you at least 3 years to think. And even then it is not certain that you would be able to reach any kind of sensible conclusion. First of all, before you even think about speaking up your mind, work on being able to speak up your mind without stuttering like that so much. I wanted to make up for the time lost after my post-Cutinid exhaustion, and so just like that I decided to log into Shanfro and get back into the swing of things. Alright. So for the time being, there is something that I absolutely must do, and even if I did not want it to do that, there was just no way for me to weasel my way out. The question is he going to be angry or is he going to be merciful? 90%. No, about 70% of the fault for this situation was the fault of Cutinid. However, it is without a doubt my fault that I have taken both Emil and Sickle with me to Lululus and got them into a dangerous situation that very well could have ended up in the deaths of both of them. For that, I must to show Sash, their father, that I am truly sorry and that I want to repent for my sins. What's wrong, Sanraku-san? Why such a long face? Are you sad? Think a pinky finger is going to be enough? Nah, that's a punishment for small crimes and misconduct. So, I guess I will really have to split my stomach open. What the hell are you talking about, Sanraku-san? Say, Emil, if I will really be forced to commit seppuku, I'm counting on your assistance with that. And I keep saying, what are you even talking about, Sanraku-san? Turns out, I was forgiven with relative ease. Chapter 225 Part 1, Chapter 225, Opening Up Old Wounds and Curses Part 1. NHMMM. First of all, together with Emil we went to pay Break a visit, to get her into the speed of things. I expected many different reactions out of her, but for some reason the only thing she did was to let out a really long and really weird sigh, as if the whole air went out from her body all at once. Weird way to react to an announcement. Hey, so, we have basically managed to beat Cutinid. Listen now, you. I knew that you are reckless, I really knew that. But this is something else entirely. You don't say, huh? Hey, Emil, why don't you try to talk to her? Maybe you'll have better luck. Sure thing. Just leave it to me, Sanraku-san. It may seem that this whole ordeal was business as usual with Sanraku-san, but this whole excursion to Lululus was one big accident on our part. So, what do you want? I assume that you did not come here only to boast. If you have managed to defeat it, that means that you have stuff to repair, right? Just how badly it was damaged? We talk bad, or really bad here? We have been basically trapped in there for whole 7 days without actually being able to leave to restock on items or to repair our equipment. As for me, except for but one weapon, everything else is in tatters. Quite literally. The only thing that did not fall apart after this whole unique scenario X was the Dullahan blade, and I won't say, it goes really well with me, but it is not a go-to kind of weapon if the 100% sure critical hits are what you are aiming for. That being said, it may not be a reliable weapon for critical hits, but it does its job well. Even after all those hard battles, the blade was still there and was yet to fail me, not to mention that it was able to deal with even bigger enemies without problems. That being said, the Dullahan blade was almost completely devoid of its durability, well at the breaking point. Aside from that, probably the biggest damages were done to the scorpion gauntlets, which were destroyed and damaged pretty badly during the Cutinid fight. But at least they have served their purpose. I opened the weapons window and presented it to Break, so she could assess the scale of the damages herself. Her facial expression was pretty sour the whole time, but upon seeing the status of the scorpion gauntlets, she frowned in a way that I have never seen before. Okay, so, I get it. I totally get it. When you get into a fight with someone as might and fierce as Cutinid, you can pretty much expect the following battle to be to the death. You can pretty much expect the damages done to the weapons to be severe. But to this extent? I mean, rather than me, Should you not blame the system or the design? I may be wrong here, but I think that it was the designer's thought to have these things break apart after every serious use. Oh yeah? And who was it that put those poor things through so much stress and pressure that they were all put way past their breaking points, huh? No, no, no. Listen here. If you are a man, you will want to do it. You will want to try and push things way past their limits to see how they would respond to that. However, it would probably be a good move here to keep silent about that fact, as well as the one about forcing the gauntlets to act while outputting 120% of their usual capacity. Even though doing so was very romantic, and vast part of the population would want to witness such romance at least once in their lives. Putting things way past their limits is nothing but a gamble, and while gambling is generally considered to be bad, without it around the world would be really boring of a place. There is also one more thing I would like to ask of you. I want you to make me some new weapons. I have both money and materials for that. No, scratch that. I have lots of money and lots of materials. Sure, I do not mind making you some new weapons. However, how much money exactly are we talking about here? Believe it or not, but this here Sanriku-san has almost single-handedly robbed Liulalas's shipwreck graveyard from all of its treasures and money. And the amount of money I got from that? You would not even believe this. You would be able to afford to build a small castle from all of that, and then you would still have a plenty money left. But I get it, the talk can be cheap. It is better to aid your words with actual action, to show that you are absolutely serious. So I do just that. I open my inventory and start taking out the materials. Then I take out the materials. And then I take out the materials. And then I take out even more materials. And then I take out even more materials. I take out so much materials that I could see Brake's facial expression turn into that of wait. You cannot be serious. In a matter of seconds. Chapter 225 Part 2. Chapter 225. Opening up old wounds and curses Part 2. Please don't act so surprised. You wanted proof, so here you go. A proof, and there is plenty more from where this came from. Do not think that this is the end. What the hell is wrong with you two? Just how much did you fought there? When it comes to humanity, no. I guess that every living creature out there possesses a certain anxiety limit. To illustrate this on an example, it would be like that. I have that and that material, and I want to make this and this out of it. Is this good? Do I need more of it? It is mostly common to hack and slash type of games or games that rely heavily on the crafting system, but you can be sure that as long as people will want that sweet armor and sword, there will always be a slaughter somewhere out there for the sake of those precious materials. And for us players such thing is nothing new. It is only natural. To give another example, if a certain enemy was dropping a certain ingredient after its death, one that was highly valued and would net you a hefty price in town, people would hunt that monster over and over again, until that ingredient would be so abundant in town that it would stop being so hot of an commodity and its price would surely drop as a result. So you can be sure that if there are some materials and items that can only be obtained inside of an area that is available to you for only 7 days and no longer, I would farm the living crap out of everything that lives in that particular area. And that is basically the life of a gamer in a nutshell. Really big nutshell. Every time you are in a hurry, reverse the procedure for obtaining the maximum efficiency. So, let me ask you once more, do you want a crazy strong weapon? Then please don't answer. I already know that you want it, and to that there is only one thing I can say, bring it on, bring it on. You say? Sure thing. Let me think about what kind of weapon and equipment I would really need in the nearby future. For the time being, a decent helmet and waist armor would be nice. And it surely would not hurt to get a new double swords, just to be on the safe side. Not bad at all, but I would really like to try some other weapons as well. However, looking by the skills and stats that I have, there is no point in me getting myself a spear or a hammer. Oh, yes, that's right. I want you to make me a head and waist armor out of those materials. Also, gauntlet type weapon, twin swords type weapon and a shield. A shield? Seriously? Well, It's not that I cannot understand from where Break's astonishment is coming from, since she was the one who made most of my weapons for me. Basically, the main characteristic of the avatar Sanraku is the absolute avoidance, because my stats do not allow me to withstand even a single hit from a powerful enemies such as Wisdoman, Lucan or Cutenid. And even if Cutenid's blow did not one-shot me, everything else had that potential. And even though technically I have obtained an item that allows me to switch stats around and gain additional vitality for a short while, it is only a momentary solution, not making the main problem go away. Not to mention that this game possesses two distinct systems, skills and magic. On their own they are nothing all that hot, but combined with the right job they can make you even more powerful or simply cover those areas that you are lacking. Plus they make a great addition to players' innate skill at the game and various pieces of equipment. To illustrate, please remember how it was for the members of SF Zoo during their fight with Lucan. They have completely sacrificed their mobility in favor of the rear guard wearing heavy armors and turning into tanks, only in hope for being able to withstand Lucan's attacks and stopping it even for a moment. On the other hand, it is technically a good idea to be a jack of all trades, but this comes with an added demerit: you will never be able to excel at something if you want to be equally good at everything. So just like that, isn't it a huge compromise on my part to want to use a shield, a tool specializing in defense rather than avoidance? And since I specialize in mobility and avoidance, won't it hinder me even further simply because you need to have your shield risen for it to actually be of any use? If so, then shut the hell up, you moron. If I said that I want to use a shield, then you can be damn sure that I am going to use a shield, and no one is going to stop me. Besides, it's not that I want a tower shield or anything. The only reason why I want a shield in the first place is because I'm the avoidance type who was lately forced to fight a whole lot of strong and big opponents, each having the potential to one-shot me if they ever felt like it. And shield would make parrying slightly easier, which is good for me. Not to mention that for as long as I can hold the shield in one hand and still be able to wield a spear or a one-handed sword in the other hand, it is all within Sanraku's character and preferred playstyle. Not that I'm interested in the most impregnable defense in the world, like 2 tower shields, one in each arm and put together in front of me. I may have tried something like that in the past in some other games, but generally shields are fun tools to use. And it is pretty versatile, since it all depends on how you use it. You can even make it into a frisbee or a pseudo gauntlet if only you change the way you hold it. Whoa there, I only needed to look into your eyes to know what is on your mind. Even though I did not really said anything. Like I said, your eyes says it all. Less yapping, more working. You're a grandmaster now, so show me a work worthy of the title, and make it as soon as possible. No, I mean, see? I only thought that since you're an NPC with her own workshop, you wouldn't want to mess around too much. That's all, no ulterior motives. A helmet and a waist armor gauntlet, a one-handed sword or a shield? So we shall do this, then this, and then this, also this and that. And that should be more than enough. Break immediately started to rummage through the piles of materials, but then she suddenly came to a stop once she stumbled upon a certain material in particular. Ha ha ha, I would like a shield, he says. Was that perhaps intentional, or a pure accident? Found anything good? With such a wonderful material I'll be able to make you a nice shield no problem. See Emperor's Mirror Bone. It was flat disc-shaped object that Atlantic Reaper Orca was using when firing its beam attack. If there was ever an option of turning such a material into a weapon or armor, it certainly would be a shield, without a shred of doubt. I can feel that this is going to be something good, like those golden scorpion materials. No wonder, if my comrades were not there for me, this thing would have devoured me for sure. Could it be that fish person, what's his name? Alva. For the underwater area that Lulalis was, Alva was crazy strong there, being able to swim freely through the air like that. And even though I know that our habitats does not exactly match, I would surely like to see him some more one day. But if I want to do that and be able to do things peacefully and at my own leisure, there is one thing that still stands in my way. One problem that needs to be resolved. Can I really move forward without having defeated Lucan? The fact that I have received those curse marks is one thing, but the fact that their effects have become worse as a result of our previous battle is an entirely different matter whatsoever. It sure has its benefits, but the demerits are more painful than you might initially think. Not being able to talk to certain NPCs, for example. Then again, there might be players out there like that Kyogoku who thinks that it is easy to get rid of this effect by applying some face paint onto yourself. Apparently in this game you can change your avatar's race to something else than human. That would explain why Kyogoku had those beastman animal ears. And apparently some of the physical properties of your avatar can change as a result. But the curse marks is something that stays no matter the race. In other words, I cannot hope to break the curse by simply changing the race. I need to defeat Lycan. It is brutal. It is unfair. It is frustrating. But it is something I must do, and I can do nothing but grit my teeth and deal with it. Right, so, how long do you think it will take you to repair it? Tomorrow night. It should be ready about that time. You can count on it. Really? Oh wow, thanks. However what? Break cracks her knuckles and then slaps the gauntlet a few times, and since the gauntlet lost its power, even the sound it made at that moment was not all that impressive in the slightest. But this guy here. Oh, this guy is going to be a major pain in the ass to repair. It will probably take a whole week, or even longer at that. Oh well. I guess there's nothing you can really do about it, and frankly, I'm just happy that it can be fixed at all. Now then, I know that right now I'm basically free, but what exactly should I do now? Chapter 226. Chapter 226. From the 6th grade to 1st grade, there is a mannequin right in front of me. It is a mannequin that, compared to Shangri-La Frontier's standards, is not all that impressive and possesses only the bare minimum of AI. It can only move in a simple patterns and fight in a simple patterns, while holding a simple bamboo sword in its hand. Yeah, I easily avoid its simple attack and step on its foot while we were passing one another. Then it was only a matter of a simple slash across the head. Oh well, I'd say that was about D as far as the ranking goes. There is a mannequin right in front of me. It is a mannequin that, compared to Shangri-La Frontier's standards, is not all that impressive and possesses only the bare minimum of AI. It can only move in a simple patterns and fight in a simple patterns, while holding a simple bamboo sword above its head. Yeah, I easily avoid its simple attack and step on its foot while we were passing one another. Then it stumbled and fell to the ground, and then it was only a matter of a simple stab to the head. Oh well, I'd say that was about E as far as the ranking goes. There is a mannequin right in front of me. It is a mannequin that, compared to Shangri-La Frontier's standards, is not all that impressive and possesses only the bare minimum of AI. It can only move in a simple patterns and fight in a simple patterns, while holding a simple bamboo sword in a low stance. Phew. This one starts attacking earlier compared to the previous ones. It shoots forward, but a simple hook to the leg is all that it takes to make it stumble and fall to the ground. Then it was only a matter of a simple stab to the head. F rank. No doubt about it. There is a mannequin right in front of me. It is a mannequin that, compared to Shangri-La Frontier's standards, is not all that impressive and possesses only the bare minimum of AI. It can only move in a simple patterns and fight in a simple patterns, while holding a simple bamboo sword right in front of it. Yeah, I easily avoid its simple attack and step on its foot while we were passing one another. The mannequin stumbles and falls to the ground, in the process letting go of its sword and letting it fall to the ground as well. This makes it totally defenseless, so I just stab it in the head and put it out of its misery. Geez, stop doing the same thing over and over again. G rank, and don't you dare to argue otherwise. There is a mannequin right in front of me. It is a mannequin that, compared to Shangri-La Frontier's standards, is not all that impressive and possesses only the bare minimum of AI. It can only move in a simple patterns and fight in a simple patterns, while holding a simple bamboo sword above its head. Oh, I slam right into it, kick it to the stomach area with my knee, and once it bends in half I simply finish it off. The footwork is still bad, needs more adjusting. Rank E. There is a mannequin right in front of me. It is a mannequin that, compared to Shangri-La Frontier's standards, is not all that impressive, but possesses the AI that is slightly better than minimum. It can only move in a simple patterns and fight in a simple patterns, while holding a simple bamboo sword above its head. Oh, I slam right into it, kick it to the stomach area with my knee, and once it bends in half I simply finish it off. The footwork is still bad, needs more adjusting. Rank E. There is a strong swordsman right in front of me. I knew it. This is going to be the limit. But we pass one another, and while we do so I aim towards the mannequin's nape. It was better, but its rank was still an E. Chapter 227. Chapter 227, making 6th grade into 1st grade some more. There is a mannequin right in front of me. It is a mannequin that, compared to Shangri-La Frontier's standards, is not all that impressive and possesses only the bare minimum of AI. It can only move in a simple patterns and fight in a simple patterns, while holding a simple bamboo sword in its hand. Phew. I easily avoid its attack and pass it, at the same time gently striking the hand that was holding the bamboo sword. S grade. There is a mannequin right in front of me. It is a mannequin that, compared to Shangri-La Frontier's standards, is not all that impressive and possesses only the bare minimum of AI. It can only move in a simple patterns and fight in a simple patterns, while holding a simple bamboo sword right above its head. Phew. I easily avoid its attack as it rushes forward, passing it and delivering a fancy blow right into its back. S grade. There is a mannequin right in front of me. It is a mannequin that, compared to Shangri-La Frontier's standards, is not all that impressive and possesses only the bare minimum of AI. It can only move in a simple patterns and fight in a simple patterns, while holding a simple bamboo sword in a downward stance. Phew. This one goes in earlier than the one before it, but I easily manage to avoid it and pierce its torso with a well-aimed thrust. S grade. There is a mannequin right in front of me. It is a mannequin that, compared to Shangri-La Frontier's standards, is not all that impressive and possesses only the bare minimum of AI. It can only move in a simple patterns and fight in a simple patterns, while holding a simple bamboo sword in its hand. It was a blow that surpassed all of its predecessors. It was way faster than the one who rushed in and way more precise than the one that came after it. There is a mannequin right in front of me. It is a mannequin that, compared to Shangri-La Frontier's standards, is not all that impressive and possesses only the bare minimum of AI. It can only move in a simple patterns and fight in a simple patterns, while holding a simple bamboo sword above its head. Phew. It approaches like the one that rushed into me. But it was not enough. In a single moment, a flash that was too fast for it to react to, I slash the mannequin across the forehead and its body sinks to the floor. There is a mannequin right in front of me. It is a mannequin that, compared to Shangri-La Frontier's standards, is not all that impressive and possesses only the bare minimum of AI. It can only move in a simple patterns and fight in a simple patterns, while holding a simple bamboo sword above its head. Do not let it affect your judgment. Impatience can blunt even the most refined of blades. While I'm feeling down that it did not go down with a single blow, there will be no need for the third. S grade. There is a mannequin right in front of me. It is a mannequin that, compared to Shangri-La Frontier's standards, is not all that impressive and possesses only the bare minimum of AI. It can only move in a simple patterns and fight in a simple patterns. But it was not something to be afraid of. It was not my enemy. The grade here was B. Chapter 228 Part 1. Chapter 228, Bad Wolf, Cut Rabbit and Pervert Cat Part 1. Phew. I let out a long and huge yawn on my way to school. Even though the summer vacation was over and it was already September, you could still feel the summer lingering in the air, the clouds and the blue sky. The reason for my yawning was simple. Yesterday I went to sleep way later than I initially intended to, and it was all Rust's fault, for sending me a message in the dead of the night saying, "You haven't logged into Nephilim Hollow as of late." Why is that? I never intended to log into Nephilim Hollow that night, but somehow I let myself to be dragged into Rust's space, and we participated in 3 duels in a row, 2 of which I managed to win and 1 I managed to lose. What subject do we have planned for the first period today again? Was it Japanese? I will have to make sure that I won't fall asleep in the middle of the class. If it was the history class it would not be so bad. But the Japanese class is something else. Especially since our Japanese teacher, Horikawa-sensei, tends to mutter under his nose and speak in such a monotonous tone that it can instantly put you to sleep. I need to keep my guard up. Plus, you never know when he might throw a pop quiz your way and what questions he might ask you there. Gee, good morning. What is it? What the hell is happening? Fancy meeting you here. It's just you, Seiga-san. Morning. That scared the living shit out of me. Being called from behind all of a sudden like that made my shoulders tremble in shock and I even jumped up a little bit. Looking right behind me, I could see Seiga-san standing there casually, with her face slightly tinged red. She must have noticed me and wanted to be polite and say her greetings. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, would you like to talk with me until we get to school? Yeah, sure, why not? Even though the proposal was as casual as they could get, for some reason I felt like right now I was struck with something akin to a rare or even hidden event. Or maybe it was more like a challenge flag. But whatever could we possibly talk about? We could technically talk about Shanfro over and over again, but wouldn't that get stale pretty fast? Okay then, what are the casual topics that normal students can talk about? That reminds me. Seiga-san, are you more of a literary type or maybe a science type? I'd say I'm more of a literary department. That's what I have chosen. Really now? Same here. It's not that I don't like math, but I'm not all that good with it either. It's not that I can't get good results in it, but they are average at best. And when it comes to getting good scores, liberal arts are far easier to get a good score in them. So I don't see why I shouldn't aim at just that. That's right. That's exactly right. Me too. It's not that I am bad at math, but I'd much rather do liberal arts. That's it. That's what I'm talking about. We are making small talk here. Small talk like real high school students should do. Talking about studying, that is exactly what students should do. Say, Rokuro, I have to admit, coming to school together with Seiga-san was really refreshing of an experience. Making small talk, acting like a student how it at the apex of his youth and enjoys it to the fullest. However, there was one thing that I do not really accounted for. It would be only natural for other people to start talking about it when Seiga came to school together with Hizuto Murokuro of all people. Is that true that you went to school together with Seiga-san? I don't think it is exactly right to say that we went together. We just happened to bump into each other and we went together the rest of the way while talking. There are basically two kinds of friends in this world, positive and negative. And right now one of those friends that are a little bit closer to the positive side rushes towards me with a sparkle in his eyes that reminds me of a housewife that wants to hear the latest gossips from other housewives. And since my social skills are not all that great to begin with, I was unable to pick up that when I said those words at least the third of the class's attention turned towards me. But like I said, I was totally unaware of that fact, for better or for worse. Dude, about that, you talk as if it was something completely natural, but it would be easier for any of us to ace the test from a foreign language than just happen to bump into Seiga on our way to school. We are talking about that Seiga, the one who is always driven to and back from school by car, and you just happened to walk to school together with her? I don't know man. For me it would still be easier to try to read an article in a foreign language than actually be able to understand the woman's heart. Dude, you'd better never dare to say a line like that in front of a girl. I cannot be so sure about that, but I think that right about now my face must have had the expression that went something alongside the lines of, huh? Why is that? After that I was pestered to spill the beans about that whole going to school together with Seiga stuff. But it was actually more annoying than anything else, mainly because aside from that going to school together the only event we had in common was that one time when we had met in front of a convenience store purely by accident. Then I told him that if he seems so interested in this subject, he can go to Seiga-san and ask her all about it himself. However, that remark seemed to have fallen on deaf ears, mostly because of the fact that finally the germs from his pierced ears, he did that in secret last year, were finally starting to impair his ability to hear. He also said the following: I'm afraid that's pretty much impossible. Seiga-san is like a beautiful flower, unrivaled in its beauty but also inaccessible to us normal flowers. Only poisonous weeds may hope of getting into contact with her purely by accident, simply because they do not know their place. And who the hell do you call a poisonous weed, huh? Let's hear it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop pulling on my ears like that. You'll reopen my piercing holes. It's not even about calling me a weed. It's alright, really, but make no mistake, if you want to call me a weed, at least call me something that is fleeting and unable to be caught, like a dandelion. That's the kind of man I aspire to be. Back at the Wolfgang's Guild hangout spot, King Pensilgton. Higher, members of the Wolfgang Guild, thank you all for coming today. This is your friendly fairy godmother speaking. Pensilgton. Sanraku, say, can't you speak normally? Not everyone in here can understand your weird codes and patters. What are you, a delusion late grade raw what? Kyogoku. So, when do we attack? Katsu. Why don't we first discuss about new additions, like that marital artist that was added to the guild without us knowing? Sanraku. More importantly, you really are yet to reach 5th year? What are you even doing, man? Katsu. Because of my job I was forced to take quite a detour and long way around. Also, because of work I feel spent. I feel like I'm about to drop dead. King Pensilgton. Rust-chan does not seem to be all that interested in Shangri-La Frontier in the first place. And Akit-chan feels so bright that corrupting him feel almost impossible of a feature to me. King Pensilgton. For the time being, this fine fellow here is Kyogoku-chan, an acquaintance of mine that goes back to the times of Ashurakai. She's an anachronist swordswoman who thinks that one sword is all that she will ever need. Kyogoku. That's a terrible way to introduce someone, but I can't really deny any of it. Sanraku. Don't worry, I'll get used to it. King Pensilgton. Well, for the time being I tried to go to various information brokers to get some intel on Black Wolves and their inner affairs, but regrettably I was unable to learn much by doing so. They are really good at keeping themselves to themselves. King Pensilgton. And with Sega Zero not logging in herself for now, the point of everyone's swords and spears is being directed towards us. Kyogoku. It's really thrilling if you think about it. Chapter 228 Part 2. Chapter 228, Bad Wolf, Cut Rabbit and Pervert Cat Part 2. King Pensilgton. That's why I was trying to tell you that it would be best for us to lay low for now, so that we can wait for the situation to actually improve. But then again, what are we supposed to do, specifically? Katsu, you think that Black Wolves are actually going to demand something from us? King Pensilgton, as long as Sega Zero does not show up and clarify anything, they might want to press us for the information regarding Cutanid of the Abyss and Lukin. Worst case scenario, they might even want to know about Wizaman as well. Sanraku, I honestly can't see a solution here that won't make the whole thing turn really ugly. King Pensilgton. Usually Black Wolves are full of good guys, but I guess even good guys have things and moments that make them forget their manners and their polite ways. King Pensilgton. Also, as a guild master Sega 100 was always the one that would be willing to seek the compromise, but this time we are not so lucky as to count on that. This time around even she is after our asses. King Pensilgton. For the time being I'm all in for a peaceful solution. We can even get a third party involved, like the library, to act as the mediators in the negotiations. But if they want war, then war they shall get. I say, I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty. Kyogoku. Good, I was hoping it would eventually come to that. King Pensilgton. But there is someone here whose opinion on the subject will be critical. Sanraku. That would be me. Sanraku. And I don't want to disclose any information about Cutanid to the general public. Katsu. And the reason for that is? Sanraku. Gimmick bosses are no fun if you know what to expect. Katsu. So does that mean? Sanraku. Besides, information is power, and those information are really powerful right about now. Sanraku. And some of them are really mind-blowing. Sanraku. Get a hold of this. You can fight Cutanid of the Abyss multiple times. Yes. This is something that is way more valuable than simply information regarding Lucan or Cutanid. The information that you can basically re-challenge every single unique monster in the game comes off as way more valuable than how to find said unique monsters or how to defeat them. It is an attempt at equality in MMO, but we all know that it is not possible from practical reasons. I cannot spell enough just how much it means for us that we monopolize Kittenid for the time being. And if the information about re-challenging would to be leaked to some people who cannot keep their mouths shut, we might as well lose that monopoly. And if there was a guild that would monopolize Kittenid for themselves, that would surely be Black Wolves. If what Pensilgton says is true, it seems that for the current moment Black Wolves are out of control, running around like a pack of rabid dogs. And the fact that they have been outdone not once, not twice, but 3 times already makes them even more dangerous. And without the information, the process of discovering Kittenid's quest and completing it grows increasingly more difficult and irritating. It is not impossible to do, but it is certainly irritating and difficult. That is exactly why I told Rust and the company to not disclose the information about the World Truth Book to anyone, under any circumstances. Now, how to cause them to make a mistake based on that? Well, we have a Demon King on our side, so I'll just leave that to you. We can feed them wrong information to harm them or to create a nice decoy or distraction. You just need to have someone with the brains to make such a lie seem like a believable story. Well then, it's time for me to just be myself and do as I please. There is also a possible hint towards new unique scenario X thanks to the appearance of Akitsu Arcane, but for now it is something that only I am aware of. Now, better make sure to do a good job, otherwise the boss might get angry with you. Break. Is my order ready yet? HMPH. Hey there, oh fair maiden. This is bad for my spine. This is bad for my spine, you know. Whoa, what a cartoonish way to be reunited. I wonder if I witnessed something I should not have seen. Once we entered Break's workshop we witnessed Aramis, the boots-wearing Xeith just laying flat on the floor, with Break stepping all over her and swinging her hammer down on her back. Ooh. Do my eyes deceive me? Or is this a bird person that is not really a bird person, Sanraku? This here Aramis has brought to you the promised item. Promised? Oh, you mean the accessory, right? Come to think of it, I indeed ordered her to make me an accessory some time ago. I completely forgot about that. I mean, with so much stuff going on, it was hard for me to keep tabs on basically every little thing. Hey, Break, I don't know what the cat did, but could you cut her some slack? At least for now? After a moment of brief silence Break reluctantly stepped down from Aramis's back, but she seemed to be in an extremely foul mood for some reason. Also, Aramis herself had a regrettable expression, as if she was sad that she would no longer be stepped on, but together with Emil we decided to pay that no mind. If we did, we would probably arrive at some really twisted and convoluted conclusions. After getting up and getting rid of all the soot that was covering her fur, Aramis handed me a beautifully decorated box. I hereby present to you, the friend of the Vorpal bunnies and the one who does not cower from challenging even the Night Prololocan itself, Lapistulas Star Mantle and Levin Trigger Hazard, both created by Darnata, Katsuria's finest artisan. Yeah. The capital city of Kate Seath Kingdom. Yes, thank you very much. If you will ever have some problems, please come to me for help. I'll see what I can do, within the limit of my abilities. After all, I'm a friend of the Vorpal bunnies. It was a kind of an unexpected roleplay here. But does that mean I managed to secure an event flag with Aramis? It certainly wouldn't hurt to have a connection to Katsuria, and I must not forget to thank them properly, since it is only a sign of good manners. And yes, those dating sims I have played in the past prepared me to do all kinds of weird stuff just to trigger event flags. Especially that both Emil and Alva turned out to be valuable assets to my team and a trust companions. Now then, I know that I wanted to go to the accessory shop here in Rabbits, but before we do that, let us first check what those accessories in particular can do. Lapistula's Star Mantle, a pure white cloak created by the technique of jewel weaving, giving off the impression of the starry sky. The inner part of the cloak is black, in contrast to the white exterior, and its gemstones can store tremendous amounts of magical power inside of them. Using magic spells in advance on the gemstones, it is possible to store one spell per gem and then unleash its effects at the wearer's discretion. At that time, it is not needed to spend MP for activating the spell, since it is all stored inside of the gemstone. The amount of maximum spell that can be stored in the cloak depends on the quality of the lapis star crystal used as a catalyst for cloak's creation, but in case of the finest quality material it can store a maximum of 300 spells. The brilliance of the night sky is not bound to anyone, and it is everyone's right to be able to equally witness its beauty. Levin Trigger Hazard. A pair of gloves with amber ornaments decorating the right glove. By pressing the right thumb's gem against your chest, a special effect sealed in amber can occur. In addition, a special status is bestowed upon the player, Levin Hazard, for a certain period of time. The sealed amber is classified according to the level of risk contained within the gemstone, as well as the attributes of the amber itself. Their classes are divided into 5 categories: crude, dense, pure, hazardous and extreme. Amongst those 5, hazardous is more powerful than extreme, but upon use the caster also suffers a form of backlash. The effects sealed within the amber cannot be activated by accident, and must be a conscious decision of the user. Special status: Levin Hazard. The caster wears a cloak of jet black thunder all around her body. That cloak decreases the damage taken for a period of time and deals damage to whatever touches the thunder. It can also paralyze whoever touches the thunder on contact. Special status: Hazard. Upon activation, grant the user the overflow effect. During that state the player's motion sensitivity is tremendously increased, and all forms of movement are corrected slightly. In addition, as compensation, every 10 seconds the player's current HP is being decreased by 50%. Oh my! That's just broken. Chapter 229 Part 1 Shangri-La Frontier Chapter 229 Legal half-nakedness exercised historical legitimacy as well as anomalous metamorphosis from a craftsman's point of view. Part 1 Tingle, 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 twitch, 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 twitch. There was a bunny that was twitching and tingling its long brown ears while sitting comfortably in a rocking chair, being busy with a small handicraft that was probably a doll making. As for the doll's shape, it was a bunny. Or maybe it was a goblin? It was hard to tell. Also, right next to the rocking chair there was a small table, and on top of the table there was a leather keychain. Apparently, the bunny here was... Oh yeah. About that. Apparently this bunny was yet another one of Emule's siblings. I don't know how many more siblings he has out there, but this one was the owner of the accessory shop. A brown-colored bunny that was currently busy making an accessory for a keychain. Oh my, do come in. Emuland. Ah, you must been that rumored bird boy that everyone around town keeps on talking about. And this one speaks in a dialect. Ha! Sanraku-san. Please allow me to introduce you. This bunny here is E-Fury Ani-chan. And thanks to the rumors I know who you are, boy. But that being said, I am the owner of this here accessory shop. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Now, how should I put it? This bunny is Emule's older sister. Just like Break is. However, for some reason that I cannot really put my finger on, the atmosphere surrounding her was quite different from that of both Emule and Break. The winds here carry various rumors with them, you see, and it just so happened that one such wind brought me a rather interesting rumor, a rumor saying that the representative of Katsuria presented you with the finest accessory there is, but I am not all that well versed with jewels and gemstones, you know. So why would you even want to come here, to a shop that can only present you with a selection of ordinary accessories? Yup, there's no doubt about it now. That bunny and Break are blood relatives for sure. Their appearances may be different, but the way in which both of them wield words and stab with them as they were swords is pretty much identical here. And honestly, the way that she was smiling right now was actually kinda scary. That, plus her eyes were saying it all, while also stabbing daggers at you. Why would you even come here if you already have someone else making accessories for you? Why do you come here if I won't be your exclusive accessory creator? And why is it so chilly in here all of a sudden? Because it is, right? It is really chilly in here, like actually ice cold. However, as the self-proclaimed shitty games hunter I won't yield. I'm not going to bend under pressure. Years of experience in playing shitty games made me immune to it. It is one of those things that come with the job, whether you like it or not. Besides, things like class of the craftsman or their skill is totally unrelated. It is just like with shitty games. You go look for them alongside all other games. And even though they may be mixed, you can find some true treasures. Same principle with the craftsman. Actually, this is a rather embarrassing story on my part. You see, up until this point in time I have rarely even considered investing into accessories. No, truth to be told, I did not give a damn about them all this time. Is that so? But now I have come across some good accessories that I would like to try out. Thing is, the accessory slot in my inventory is still closed. That is why I have come here today, just so that I can open that slot up. You see, when it comes to the world and society in general, this here Sanriku-san is pretty much equivalent to a monster, or a barbarian, or a simple brute. Opening up the accessory slot will be the first grand step on his way towards being reintegrated into society as a proper person. But in order for us to do it, we need your help, Ifure-one-chan. And just who do you call a barbarian, monster, or a brute, huh? Care to explain? In order to silence a mule, I start to pinch and pull at his cheeks. Incidentally, since I have been putting a mule so much on my shoulders and head as of late, I can more or less tell where his cheeks are located, and I can pinch them even without looking. Yufufufufufu. It is just like Brian has told me. Now I can see why she takes so much interest into you. I get it now. I understand. If it is a slot opening that you want, then please just leave it to me. Oh, and if it is not too much trouble asking, why don't you have a look through the accessories that I have made? Maybe you will find something that catches your eye. I'll buy them for sure. If you show me only the finest of your creations, that is. But leaving that fact aside for now, it seems that for the current moment the maximum amount of accessory slots that the players can open are 6. You get 1 slot at level 1 for you to use, so that would mean that the new accessory slots become available to open every 20 levels or so. So that means that if I were to go to the new continent and release my level cap just like Gyotama did, I would have 6 accessory slots available to me. However, if I were to leave the level cap as it is, I would bet only 5 slots. I see. So this bracelet here eats the one and only accessory slot that you possess for the current moment. Sanriku-san. Chapter 229 Part 2 Shangri-La Frontier Chapter 229 Legal half-nakedness exercised historical legitimacy as well as anomalous metamorphosis from a craftsman's point of view. Part 2 Stop with using new words like that, Emule, or else it will become really confusing for both of us. That being said, I think it's a slot. But, in the meanwhile Lee Fury takes out a small pair of glasses from the pocket of her apron-like uniform and puts them on her nose. This bunny. You even need glasses for the sake of doing your job properly? However, I must say that it is truly unheard of for someone in a state quite as yours to be able to fight both Niprololocan and Cutanid of the Abyss and live to tell the tale. As long as you can move your body the way you want it to, you can usually do something about many things, including tough enemies and unique monsters. Now I would like you to just be patient and bear with me for a moment. This is but a standard procedure for the accessory shops, but you might find it a little bit uncomfortable. All right. Here, and also here and there, said Ifure while she was tapping my hand with her own in various places. But instead of going away instantly, the feeling of being touched lingers in my hand for a while. And that feeling was only growing. Slot lock open. Prick. Ouch. Prick. Wait. Prick. Why the fuck does that thing hurt so much? Yes, that should do the trick quite nicely. Why do I feel like a small child that was brought to the doctor to get vaccinated? You said it would only make me feel slightly uncomfortable. It's just like a vaccination visit. They keep on telling you that it won't hurt you one bit, only to distract your attention and get everything done in that time. And ultimately, it hurts just the same, so you feel betrayed. But for the time being, it is good that the accessory slots have been opened. But does that mean that I can start using them right away? Somehow I feel like I should do something right away. I can't stand to just sit around any longer. However, walking around town half naked and with added mantle on top of it all seem extra suspicious to me. We can always stay here and don't go anywhere, and what would that accomplish? Besides, you guys do not know anything. An attire like that makes you look like a wrestling superstar. So I do not want to hear any complaints. After all, this is just a game and a fantasy one at that. So there is no harm in acting out a little personal fantasy like that, right? I mean, who would not fantasize at least once about being a half-naked, mantle-wearing, bird-headed pro wrestler, walking around the town and showing all of his glory for everyone else to see? This is the part of the men's romance. I just cannot wrap my mind around just how exactly did you arrive at a conclusion like that. And besides, I do not think you will be able to do that. And why do you think that? The cloak, it's going to entangle around your feet. Now that I think about it, that cloak really seemed to be long. Like, really long. Like, really, really long. I think that part of the reason why it is so long is that I am not high enough for it. After all, it's not like Aramis took my measurements or anything, so there was no way for her to actually know what was what. Also, it is probably because this mantle is supposed to be worn with armor covering your body, so it would naturally stretch just a little bit. Also, should it be tied around your neck? Not to mention that since this is going to be covering my body with lightning, some sort of isolation would be nice. Why are those gloves not made out of rubber? Having the gloves with amber ornaments on, there is an urge in me to try them out right away by pressing my thumb against my chest. However, I do not want to cause an explosion or other kind of disaster in here. So, how about my work? Did you find anything that strikes your fancy? I'm quite confident in my skills, you know? Yeah. Oh, that's right. What's the deal with that doll you're making? That for sale as well? The annoying little doll that was neither a bunny nor a goblin. It looked really suspicious to me, and apparently it possesses the effect of boosting one's physical abilities. How much would you like for that? Is this thing the best accessory that this store has to offer? Is that really it? The absolute best thing? You foo. Quite a bold costumer, are you not? That's alright. It's not that I dislike bold people who know what they want. Money makes the world go around, and if we are all going to end up dead and hoarding riches, it is better to just spend it. So what the hell, I shall buy every single one of those dolls that you have here. What bourgeoisie, I tell you. Seeing NPCs happy is pretty much similar to hacking things away in hack-and-slash games. It just brings you so much joy to your heart. There was a goblin, a skeleton, mandragora. Each and single one of those dolls was deformed and did not really look like the monster they were modeled from. But you could see that Fury put a lot of heart into making those. And back into the square one we go. Our money is soon to be depleted yet again. Good thing that I have paid in advance for those weapons and armor. We could have been unable to afford them otherwise. And seeing someone getting showered in so much money on the spot was a sort of interesting experience. I won't say, you know, Emule, every single one of us has to pay our bills. So seeing a sum of money that can keep you afloat for a while is always a nice sight to behold. At least we are not so different from one another in that regard, bunnies and humans that is. Now then, for the time being, are you perhaps going to pay a visit to my sister's place, huh? Even though we have just been there like a moment ago? Mew. I am not talking about Fury 1-chan here. I am talking about Break 1-chan. We leave Fury to her job of making dolls and other stuff like that, and once we are back on the streets we head straight towards the Colosseum. We can receive our weapons and armor whenever we want. It's not like they are going anywhere. But for now, I really want to test out those new accessories in battle. I get a feeling that we are in to see something really good. Chapter 230 Part 1. Chapter 230, Uncontrollable Motion Part 1. Please, allow me to explain the meaning of the above sounds. You see, that was the sound of experimenting. Experimenting for what, exactly? Experimenting for finding the optimal solutions, the best combinations, to see what works best with one another. Also, a side note here, even though I've been to the accessory shop, It is impossible for me to take the inventory off of the first accessory slot, which means that ultimately I only have 5 accessory slots for me to do as I see fit with them. There was a whole lot of things that I wanted to try in order to try to remove the inventory even for a moment, but it is not worth of mentioning here. For now, it should suffice to say that I did the following in the meantime. I went to the accessory shop and opened the accessory slots that were available to me. I went to the Coliseum and verified just how trigger hazard works. I also remember going to the brakes workshop for some consultation. Now, please do bear in mind that the above actions may or may not have been done in that specific order. Which reminds me, there is a whole lot of things that I would like to say about Lapistilla's star mantle. But first and foremost, let me say this. I can store about 300 spells worth of MP in this thing. 300. With an accessory like that, even a brain-dead monkey could become an arch-wizard and be virtually unstoppable. Of course, the amount of magic this mantle can contain is like a bucket. If you are running low on water inside of it, you can always replenish its contents with new water. However, being able to fire off 300 spells seemingly out of nowhere is really broken of an ability. It is said that the power and the casting speed for offensive spells in this game depends on the maximum amount of the caster's MP. But the mantle is not only limited to the offensive spells. You can pour other types of spells in it as well. What's more, there is no rule that dictates how exactly or in which order you are to use your spells, so it allows you for a certain dosage of creativity. I think that this will leave a whole lot of space to experiment and come up with broken spell combinations. For example, when it comes to short-term decisive battles, an overwhelming barrage of spells with no recast time proves to be especially effective. There is also the issue of MP converting to spell's power, but it affects only that spell power. No need for me to worry about the spell's MP cost, since you do not need to pay any. There is also the issue of the overall DPS and if it is higher than your standard weapon attacks, but it is something that I can worry about sometime later. I must still verify this in greater detail, but I do wonder if the magic DPS is really amazing or something like that. In the first place, does the merits and demerits of chanting and non-chanting the spell even apply here? No, that's not the issue here. The biggest merit this mantle has is that you can pre-record the spell into its gems and store it there for as long as you wish. For example, the spells that were written on those magic scrolls that was using during the decisive battle against Cutenid, the magic spells that were recorded on those scrolls. She said that they were quite expensive, and when it comes to scrolls, expensive equals more firepower and better effects, right? You no longer need to buy expensive magic scrolls over and over again like an idiot. You only need to buy it once and then record it onto the mantle's gemstones. Yes, that's right. Broken and overpowered does not even begin to cover it. Just thinking about it makes me want to come up with different ways in which I can abuse that system. But here is where problems started to arise. Sanraku-san, are you sure? Are you absolutely sure that it is okay for me to use it here? Did I not tell you before that this is all for the verification's sake? If you don't use it here, we cannot verify anything. That being said, it might be slightly dangerous, so it would be best for you if you took a step back or two for now. Emule. Yes, roger that. This here is Bunny Coliseum, the same Coliseum in which I was fighting against hordes of hounds, birds, mummies and all other kinds of monsters all that time ago. I heard that Akatsu Akane was going to try this place out very soon, but for now I have come here in order to give another accessory a go, Levin Trigger Hazard. As far as I understand how this accessory works, it reinforces your defenses while also coming with its own demerits. The biggest problem here is the overflow state, without a doubt. There is also 5 categories of sealed ambers with various degree of danger to them, and a hazard status. The one that increases your mobility and correct your movements, but it comes at price of your HP. So using this accessory might be beneficial, but it can also be quite dangerous to the user. There are too many unknown factors to this item. For the time being, let's try to use it and see what it actually does. That way we can understand the fastest, just to be on the safe side. For the duration of this test I have removed all other parts of the equipment, to avoid damaging them in any way. Now, the only thing that I was wearing was the Levin trigger hazard. When everything was ready, I hit the amber that was on my right thumb against my chest, in order to satisfy the activation conditions and to see what would happen. BZZT. The moment the amber collided with my chest I could hear a faint sound, and in the next moment my whole body was covered in threads of black, slightly numbing static electricity. Then, that electricity started to intensify, turning into threads of jet black thunder, and it was indeed covering my whole body. But, it was also kind of strange. I could feel that the thunder was not originating from the ambers of the gloves, but it was rather coming from the inside of my own body. The ancient black thunder, it was as if my avatar had become its source, the thing that was keeping it on going. I could feel the power flowing through my body, and that power was making me want to dash around like crazy, shouting out loud and go on a rampage unlike this place have never seen before. Unable to stand it any longer, I took off and started to run. I ran and I ran, all the time going forward and without actually looking where I was going. And that's when I collided with something. Namely, the wall. Chapter 230 Part 2, Chapter 230, Uncontrollable Motion Part 2, Nbue S. Sanraku, Seiwen. Yup, I'm fucking dead, huh? When I wake up after my respawn, I find myself not in the simple bed that could be found in the Colosseum, but rather in the fancy one in a room that was given to me within the bunny court. Wait, what just happened? Why the fuck did I die? Sanraku-san, are you alright? I'm sorry for worrying you, Emule. Now please explain to me how did it happen that I died? Sanraku-san, don't you remember? You started to run around like mad until you have crashed into a wall at full speed. I crashed into a wall? Now, don't be stupid, that's impossible. There was a good 20 meters distance between me and the wall. Also, to drop dead simply by crashing into a wall is a little bit. No, wait a moment. No way, so that's what it was all about. Sanraku-san, alright Emule, this might sound weird, but for now I might be dying quite a lot. But do not worry. Phew, there is no death penalty for now. Good, before that hits me, there are a number of things that I would like to try out. So I rushed towards the Colosseum and slammed my amber thumb into my chest again. Motion correction. Increased sensitivity. For example, let's take a simple action of raising your arm and touching your chin with your hand. What if you were to increase the speed at which your arm moves to maximum and change the power with which your hand touches your chin to the level where you could basically dislocate your jaw? Human beings cannot exist whilst utilizing 100% of their potential power. There are limits to our strength and senses that our bodies subject us to. For some reason, we are creatures that were designed to be unable to exist properly, having the grip strength to crush a ripe apple with our bare hands and smashing roof tiles with single steps. In other words, buggy. I tried to do a backflip, but instead of a backflip, I ended up performing a double one, with way more excessive force and power, not to mention a movement that I was unable to control. As a result, I fell down to the ground face first and died. The way in which my neck was bent right now was a direction in which a human neck should never bend under any circumstances. This is really dangerous. Sanraku-san, I really think there might be something seriously wrong with your head. Usually people falling to their deaths and breaking their necks like that is even more than simply really dangerous. Oh, it is certainly way better than some other kinds of deaths that you can suffer here. Like being crushed to death by giant claw. Dying by being crushed flat like a piece of origami is shocking to say the least, even if it is relatively painless. I don't even want to know just how shocking it would be if it was actually painful. Good thing that your consciousness was fading to black before any pain could be registered. However, those experiments has given me a vague idea what the state of overflow is, and that it is connected with the excess amount of kinetic energy. Basically, all movements become really rough and overly powerful. What's more, thanks to the movement correction, it causes you to do 2 backflips instead of 1, and if you try to run a little bit it will cause you to crash into a wall. So the movements get over-exaggerated. It's like a machine whose output was calibrated in a wrong way. It's like a robot that was supposed to just walk around, but it puts too much power into every step, raises its legs too high and falls as a result. What's more, even the slightest injury in this state is enough to cause you to die. But I wonder if it is going to work here. Arcana. The Fool Arcana. Its effect is that it halves the time that is necessary to recast a skill, but in return it impedes your healing and makes you take double damage, which is already bad in and out of itself. Then we have the extra effect of the overflow state, losing 50% of your current HP every 10 seconds. If we double on that number, that would mean that every 10 seconds I would get a minus 100% of my current HP as damage. But the fact that I'm still standing means that even though it decreases my HP by 100%, it does not act like a poison status and kills me on the spot. In other words, even though I get a minus 100% HP every 10 seconds, I can withstand it with having 1 HP left. However, having 1 HP left is basically being half dead. Now, let's add to that my paper-thin defenses because of the curse marks, and the fact that the overflow makes it difficult to control your movements. This creates a situation where basically everything can kill you. You die if you hit a wall. You die if you stumble and fall to the ground. You will die if you fail to stick the landing when you jump. And of course, you die when you get hit. I mean, there are so many things that can go wrong here and cause you to die. No, but wait. Maybe luck could take some of those risks away. It is true that with luck above 50 you get a % chance of surviving otherwise fatal injuries caused by self-harm, but can it be activated time after time? This seriously reeks of retrogaming. I mean, a character dying in one shot? What the hell? Moreover, with the movement speed increased tremendously, it is not even the in-game enemies that you need to worry about, but the environment. This is way more lethal now. In the era before the full dive system was invented, you could play side-scrolling Rouge-like games at double or even triple the usual speed. But in this day and age it would cause a serious lag between the game world and your consciousness that was in full dive. Therefore, there is a law that prevents things like that from being implemented in games. However, apparently there is research into that field going on recently, the one that would allow you to accelerate the consciousness as well. Personally, I think this is like trying to make a drag car to make sharp turns. You cannot really do that, but no one can prevent you from dreaming about it, right? In short, in this state 1 becomes 10. So if we were to put it in the terms that are easier to understand, it means that every action becomes amplified at least by a few-fold. And here we go again with talking to yourself. Sanraku-san. My dear mule, my mind tends to work the best once I encounter a problem like that. It makes me want to find a proper solution, or rather, a way to utilize it to my advantage. Even bugs that seem useless can be turned into powerful weapons. Even items that were bought for 100 yet can be sold for 150 yen. The examples are many and come from many different branches. It's just a matter of researching them and utilizing them properly. Okay, for today. Or you know what? Make it tomorrow. Tomorrow we shall train ourselves in the art of basic movement while being in overflow state. But before that, there is something that I have forgotten to tell you, Sanraku-san. Something you have forgotten to tell me? I have completely forgotten to tell you that we were supposed to go to break one-chan's place. I have completely forgotten about it as well. That there is a number of chores that I was supposed to do. Chapter 231 Part 1, Chapter 231, Unintentional Price of Greatness Part 1. Whack, 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 clang, 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 clang. Upon entering Brake's workshop, we saw the Black's bunny working with the hammer at the anvil, the sounds filling the workshop being much more professional than those at E. Fury's workshop. Oh, it's you guys. So you have come. You bet that we have come. So? How about it? Are my orders done and accounted for? That they are. It is only a shame that I could not make a full set of armor out of those materials. But first things first. Here, the shield comes first. It turned out to be a splendid legacy weapon. Its name is Dissipator. It was a shield that looked much like Buckler from other fantasy games. It was shaped like a disc, and it was black in color, with a bluish tinge to it. but the air that was surrounding it was quite unlike any shield I have come across before. I wonder what is even the category of this thing? Is it a small shield or maybe a great shield? Even though it's been dead for a long time, you could still superb vitality emanating from that bone. The thing that you have brought me here will without a doubt of the highest quality, you can believe it. That being said, I am sorry for turning it into such an unsightly thing without asking for permission first. Oh wow. This thing's amazing. If you squeeze the trigger that was implemented into the shield's handle, its outer edges would open and expand, effectively increasing the shield's surface. It was now most certainly a great shield. Oh, this is fun. This is super fun. For a moment or two, I got so absorbed in playing with the handle's trigger, switching the shield's gimmick on and off without a rest, that I was only brought back to reality when Break smashed her hammer into my shin. Ouch. What the hell, you blacksmith bunny? I do not wear any armor there, you know. Doing something like that to me is dangerous. Yo, this is seriously amazing. As you could have expected from a grandmaster blacksmith. You're the best, Break. Nfufu, you have not seen anything yet. It's too early to praise me. Wait until you see this. Next item. Yo woo. Amazing. Next item was the one-handed sword, just like I requested. But when I took it from the anvil and tried to swing it around a couple of times, I could feel that there was a considerable weight in that sword. It was a single-edged sword with its blade dyed in the color of the deep sea, made out of steel that was reinforced with fish monster bone. The blade was also made in such a way that it was reminiscent of the fangs of some huge sea predator. I know that it was quite different, but I was getting lots of vibes similar to a Dullahan blade from this piece of work. This here is the sea sword, Blue Predator. And I must say, making that one was a real challenge. Since I am not all that well versed when it comes to refining materials that originate from underwater creatures and monsters, I had to combine some other refined techniques in order to make this work. It certainly has a nice weight to it, but I wonder if there will be no problem with operating this thing alongside the shield at the same time. But wait, there is more from where that came from. Yo-woo-ah. Amazing amazing. Sanraku-san and Breakani-chan, you guys surely are having fun with this, right? It's slightly entertaining, but at the same time slightly concerning. It's just enthusiasm, you know? Enthusiasm. Someone who is not into this sort of thing would never possibly hope to understand. And when one enthusiast meets another enthusiast, this is where the magic starts to happen. Not to mention that the fun from witnessing new weapons get even more intense that way. And the best thing about this thing is that it never gets old. So if I can get excited by seeing my new toys, why won't you just let me enjoy myself a little bit more? Say, Break, what is it now? I may be wrong about this, so please correct me if it is indeed like that. But this appearance, were you perhaps aiming for it from the start? The last but not least in the parade of the finished products were the helmet and waist armor that were made out of the remaining materials from Arctis Regilex, otherwise known as the giant oarfish. Break said that those things were the ones she was the most proud of. These two parts were apparently belonging to something called the Rakta Iman set, and were made to imitate the image of Actus Regilex as closely as possible. And if you look through the history of the real world, you would find out that this helmet looks almost exactly like a certain helmet of a certain army from the particular time period in the past. Also, the waist armor felt like it was not really an armor, but rather metal plates attached to pieces of fabric. I then take a long and good look at myself and come to a certain surprising conclusion. Hal naked warrior, a particular helmet, mantle on my back, a round shield in my hand. No matter how I try to look at it, I look exactly like a Spartan warrior from ancient Greece. Say, Emule, which of the two do you like more? A half-naked wrestler or maybe a half-naked Spartan warrior? Sparta? What is that? I have no idea. But in my opinion anything that is not a straight-up half-naked is already a step in a right direction. Thought as much. Ah well, we shall see how it goes. Chapter 231 Part 2, Chapter 231, Unintentional Price of Greatness Part 2. The actual performance is really good. Initially I was reluctant towards a set of equipment like that, but in the end I was not disappointed. It was everything I would have hoped for. Anyways, it will be good to hold those things in my inventory for now. Who knows? Maybe they will turn out to actually save my life when I'll happen to find myself in a pinch one of these days. Come on, Emule. We are going to do some hunting for a little while. Roger that. But where are we going to go, exactly? I don't want to waste any more time doing basically nothing, so we might as well utilize our time in some productive way. Like trying to push forward another unique scenario X that is available to me. The Epic of the Vorpal Bunnies. Receive the quest, get the coordinates, set a waypoint. Now what was the objective here? Why Sash mentioned 3 Delta devices that are located in the ruins of the old castle that bears the signs of innocence. If I remember correctly, it is that place we have seen on the way towards Fifthsia, right? The one that is full of bad memories, such as updating my curse of Lucan and fighting that retarded dragon. Although truth to be told, we were in a hurry on that day and we only managed to skim through the plains area without delving deeper anywhere else. As long as we have old castle's ruins to deal with, there is only one such place that comes to mind. According to Ray, it was a fortress that was built in the Age of the Gods, and it is the place where a mysterious lion knight set his domain. That is the place where I should be looking next. Alright, let's test these bad boys right away. Break. We might be back sometimes later for repairs, along with impressions on those weapons. Yeah, why do I get the feeling that you are going to tear them to pieces this time as well? But when that time comes, Break silently lifts her hammer up, as if to indicate that I would get a serious beating if I break her weapons apart one more time. Seeing her that way, together with Emule we rush out of her workshop in a hurry, as if the devil itself was on our asses. That was not a joke, she was actually being serious there. Sanraku-san, from now on it would be in your best interest to actually take a better care of your weapons and equipment. No objections here. Now then, whatever should we do from here on out? Right about now, together with Emule we were hiding in the back alley, waiting for a group of people to pass us by. Where the hell did they go? Ah, I lost sight of them. That bunny, the way it was dressed was so cute. I knew he was in Fifthsia. It was a good thing to actually camp here. I have completely forgotten about the fact that everyone was on the lookout for the name Sanraku as of late. Furthermore, Fifthsia was currently overcrowded with people who managed to advance through the game by a hefty degree. It's midnight. There won't be that many players here. Haha, what fool I was to think that. That is why we are currently being chased around. Now then, whatever shall we do about this? I don't mind being an object of rumors, but I don't like it when people try to interfere with my gaming experience like that. And I would surely hate if there were people coming right after me everywhere I go, especially if that place would be the ruins of the old castle. If we keep on following this guy around, he'll lead us towards the unique scenarios and unique loot. I imagine that's the line of reasoning for those people. They are like hyenas, wanting to get all the juicy bits without actually putting any effort into it themselves. Party play is good and all, but right about now I really am in the mood for some solo play. I know that Emule is with me, but that's fine and all. Playing together with NPCs is a completely unique experience as opposed to playing together with other players. Do I really want to use that here? No, but the reason for why I chose the Blue Holy Grail was also in anticipation for situations like that. However, it was also coming with its own set of rather bothersome disadvantages. The Blue Holy Grail's power is gender reversal, and the disadvantages here are that your normal gender cannot be restored until a certain conditions are met. Those conditions being death and respawn. At first it does not seem so bad. But it also means that unless I go battle someone or something and die to that someone or something, I would be forced to fight as a female version of myself, and that is not something that I would like for the moment. And as long as my respawn place is here in Rabbits, I cannot go anywhere else without exceeding at least some sort of effort. There was also an option of switching my body to the female version, but I am more accustomed to fighting as a male for obvious reasons. Plus, since that item is connected to unique scenario X, it might attract some special monsters my way, and attention is the only thing that I would really like to avoid right about now. No, wait, let's stop for a moment and think about it. There are currently 3 ways in which I can approach this situation. First one is a forced breakthrough, and bearing in mind that there might be some players coming here in the nearby future, I do not really want to turn towards that option. But since I have not done anything wrong in the first place, there should be no need for me to have to run away, right? The second option here is what I call a medj dash, and what is actually a recreation of that one stunt that I happened to perform all the way back at third drama. However, at the time I wanted to cause as much commotion as possible in order for me to break through, but now I would want something quite the opposite. If I could help it, I would want to keep it as confidential as humanly possible. The third option was to exit this place as covertly as possible. Since not all the players are logged in during the night and could stay that way, there will be points throughout the night when the number of logged in players will be considerably lower than usual, and you could use that time to even play solo to some extent. But to leave the city covertly like that, this will take a lot of time to accomplish, and that is why I shall take the fourth option. I don't really want to think about it, but if all other players in Shangri-La Frontier assume that Sanraku is currently in 5th year, then getting out of the city unnoticed would truly be an impossible of a task. Then I guess it is a high time to change the scenery for a bit. Emule, open a teleport gate to Elevental. Sure thing. Good to see you again in such high spirits, Sanraku-san. For now you can call me General Sanraku. Wouldn't that make me a half-naked general, or a shameful general? Haha. Listen up, Lucan. Sometimes in the future I'm going to get you for this. Chapter 232 Part 1, Chapter 232, After the Dreams of the Strong Ones Part 1. Upon exiting the teleportation portal, we have arrived in Elevental. For a moment out there I felt the strong urge to go and pay the Crystal Scorpion Field a visit, but almost right after that I have reflected on that action. This place was like a minefield. A minefield where the danger level was way higher than in the underwater city. I absolutely cannot allow myself to go there together with a mule. So, maybe some other time. Besides, it may be a better idea to go back there once I'm way stronger, so that it won't be as much of a chore as it was. Besides, our destination lies in the complete opposite direction from the Crystal Scorpion Cliff, so going there now would just be a huge waste of time and effort. The area where we are headed consists of 2 independent sectors, an open field and the ruins of the castle. And unlike the plains where mainly biological monsters were present, you could expect that the castle would throw at you a whole different set of different monsters. And those castle monsters probably won't be pushovers. Anyways, I did some quick research beforehand, and apparently the minimum level for monsters in that area is level 80. Also, the wiki says that without proper defenses and countermeasures, your rearguard might get decimated in a matter of minutes. The loot in here was also supposed to be good, but there were supposed to be traps guarding it from the players, etc. etc. Nothing out of the ordinary. Business as usual. You might even want to say, that only leave the contour knight, or line knight as renamed it. Hoey, the name makes it feel like a skeleton or something like that. What do you think, Sanraku-san? I don't know. We are yet to investigate this area, so I would like to avoid passing judgment on anything without any kind of proof or information. If there is a saving grace here, it is this. The probability of meeting other players in here should be relatively low. After all, even the flavor text for that location says it all. A high-level area meant only from those who wish to test themselves and push their skills and abilities to the absolute limit. Also, the amount of EXP points in here is not all that great. Items drop rates sucks absolute ass, and the items themselves are not something to write home about either. That being said, not everything regarding this place was fully discovered. Some people were still investigating various things, so it might turn out that there are rare materials and valuable items in here. But the thing is that they are yet to be discovered by the players. But still, this is just a game. The main reason why people play games in the first place is to have fun. So what is the probability that someone is going to venture into such dangerous place with seemingly nothing interesting going on about it around midnight on a weekday? Not many, that's for sure. But still, I do not think that there is nothing to be found in this place. After all, The only reason that we are here in the first place is because the requirements of the unique scenario X guided us here. That being said, we casually passed through the castle's main gate. It was destroyed and crumbling away, as if some sort of external force crushed into it and blown the majority of it away. Now that's a tone setter. It give off that vibe you get from catastrophic movies or a historical drama, at the very least. Why is it so dark in here? I can't see a thing. Highway, consider yourself lucky. Emule. See? Is it not much brighter in here thanks to that? You did not make it brighter. It got brighter completely on its own. Sanraku-san? Welp, that's about right. Judging by the way the lights started to light up as soon as we entered this place, even though it must have been a while since this place was erected, the technology from the Age of the Gods was still fully intact and operational. When it comes to the setting, I guess it was kind of a novel idea to use the remnants of the technology from the Age of the Gods to create the ruins, but after all we have been through it feels rather bleak to me. You can say that again, but what was this place even used for? For war? Maybe? There was supposed to be war in this world long ago. As long as humans exist, there will be wars and conflicts. And as long as there are conflicts, soldiers need places where they can be stationed. Not that I would be well versed in the history of this world. If you want to know more about it, Emule, you would have better luck asking the magical girl wannabe from library for a detailed story. She is bound to know something at the very least. Of course, I really like to listen to stories like that. So when the time comes for a story to be told, I will be sure to give it a listen as well. So, in other words, the civilization that was here before us was way more advanced than we are right now. But somehow they still ended completely wiped out. Huh? Talk about a cliché. While venturing through the ruins that give off a rather sci-fi vibe, I happen across items and trash that looked more recent, like old armor parts and trash. So apparently after the era of the gods people were using that place as well. I could feel Emule shaking slightly while sitting on my head. Also, as a side note, the Spartan-like helmet may have been good, but it was rather uncomfortable for me to be wearing it all the time while adventuring. So ultimately I have decided to put it back in my inventory and put on my trusty bird mask instead. I initially wanted to put on that salmon head that I managed to salvage from Liulilis, but the smell was so strong from it that Emile instantly started to complain. Come to think of it, that little fella whines and complains a lot these days. Huh? Sanraku-san, I somehow got a feeling that there is something strange in here with us. I suppose so. Although I was hoping more for a fixed encounter rather than a wandering type. The fixed encounter type of monster is a monster that you can encounter only in a specifically designated areas for that monster. Wandering type is that kind of monster that is given a freedom to roam throughout the entire area, which gives it more of an element of surprise. The former is going to leave you be when you manage to put some distance from it or run past a certain threshold. The latter will keep on chasing after you, not letting you get away no matter what. Chapter 232 Part 2, Chapter 232, After the Dreams of the Strong Ones Part 2, a rotten wooden box, a skeleton, a rusty old sword. While going through the sections of the ruins that had more recent junk littering the place all over, probably belonging after the era of the gods, together with Emule I stepped through the mechanical door that opened automatically. And what we witness after going through the door is a spacious room, way bigger than the corridor we were walking through just now. Contrary to Emule, I know what a cyberpunk is, and that room was just like that. In the past it must have been the hub that would lead to many different areas. Or maybe it was an entranceway of sorts. And standing right in the middle of that space was a majestic kind of being. Seeing it right now I kind of understood what Rem meant by Knight of the Lines. However, I do believe that a contour knight would have been a much more accurate name here. I see. There are only lines to this thing. No contents. No insides, just the contours of the monster. Interesting. Sanraku-san. I don't feel any other presences here. It must be all alone. Oh, so it was going to be one-on-one battle, huh? What is this? The spirit of chivalry speaking. Or was it perhaps something else entirely? To describe the knight would be just as Red described it earlier. There are only contours, with noting inside of them only the colors of the background that was directly behind it. And because it was a 3D model, being able to only see its contours was giving it a truly bizarre of an appearance. It was kind of reminding me of children's connect the dots pictures, or jungle gyms that were recently less and less seen across the playgrounds. But no, that's not quite it. I am sure that this is not just a powerless skeleton that is going to fall to pieces if you just hit it slightly. And what is it that makes that noise? Is that its weapon? That big sword thing made out of lines and dots it was holding in its hand. A mule. If this thing wants a one-on-one duel, then I see no harms in accepting that. Leave everything to me and just focus on self-defense for now. Roger that. I thought that you would say that, Sanraku-san. Was that a compliment? Should I take pride in the fact that my companion trusts me so much? However, being cheered on from the safety of the corner of the room was not that bad of a thing once in a while. It's a one-on-one duel. No tricks, no dirty tactics. I'm going to beat you fair and square. So come on. The weapons of my choice this time around are not the double swords, but rather the shield and the single-handed sword. Blue Predator. When was the last time that I was using the basic knight equipment like sword and shield? Was it perhaps Shit Chronicles Online? Sometimes before the final boss. Maybe? I do not need any extra assistance here. I'll show you that raw skill makes all the difference here. What is the difference between anti-monster and anti-player? If you were to ask me, I would say that it is the gap of quality. Monsters. In other words, mobs that are supposed to be defeated for the players to grow stronger. And in order for it to stay that way, there has to be a certain quality gap in their stats and performance that must be prevailed no matter what. But the PvP battle is something that is fundamentally different. Even though in-game is it completely safe, the process is basically the same every time. Two players try to kill one another in order to obtain victory by all means necessary. Because the players in games can never die, we can perform the most daredevil actions imaginable and we can challenge the most powerful monsters, demons and even gods without fear or doubt. It may be a little bit of a thought shortcut here, but a gap between two players is just that, a gap. It is not a limitation imposed by the system, but the pauses and all the small actions and peculiarities that make individual and individual. So what am I trying to say here? Basically, the Contour Knight is that latter category, as there is almost no clear gap for me to exploit in its actions. Right in the middle. Whoa. It's tough. The moment I saw the knight's blade starting to move, I activated a skill. Then a sense of inconsistency envelops me for a mere moment, as if the world around me suddenly came to a stop. I don't really want to think just what kind of system governs an effect like that, but for the time being I have gained enough time to just casually move my shield to the side, in order to parry the sword and move it out of my way, so that it would no longer be a threat to me. The only thing that accelerates here are my own thoughts. My physical body moves at the exact speed as the Contour Knight, but it is more than enough for me to parry the sword's thrust using my shield and avoid the damage that this attack would otherwise cause. Exclamation mark. I think that being able to use such skill at will would be really nice. The time goes back to normal from being slowed down, and I managed to dodge the large sword that was coming my way, causing it to completely miss its mark. This skill is so good, it allows you to even the chances and even brings some of the PvP battle tactics into the monster battles. This of course makes the monster battles significantly easier to handle, which can be especially helpful for players who excel at PvP and are not all that great at gimmick enemy battles. Is this really going to work? Attacking the lines that make up the knight's shape are basically useless. The only good thing about this situation is that attacking said lines does not deplete the weapon's durability, so even if I swing with all of my might it does not make any difference. However, some of the hits have proven to be effective. It seems that if you attack the places in between the lines, or the knight's insides, it will be counted as normal damage. They may be contour indeed, but it does not change the fact that there are contents within those contours. It is not flesh and bones and blood, but it is more like an air in the night-shaped, air-filled balloon. It will not explode if you poke it with a blade, but if you pierce it deep enough it is going to be more than enough to get the job done. It is merely a theory, but as long as I continue to deplete the Contour Knight's magic power and health, it should fall down eventually, perhaps allegedly. As long as physical attacks are effective, I don't feel like losing. When it comes to Blue Predator, aside from its normal stats, it possesses an extra effect. Additional extra damage against the monster with the underwater trait. It is a trait that is difficult to satisfy outside of Lulilus, but its basic stats are high enough for the sword to be able to hold on entirely on its own. The blade is not nearly as sharp as the Dullahan blade and lack the raw power that some of my other weapons possess, but since it is made out of beast's claws and fangs, it is perfect for slicing and ripping bodies apart. This seems to be working particularly well against the Contour Knight. This time around let me put some proper armor on and see how it actually goes. Let's do this thing properly. I can clearly feel the power and impact of piercing the knight's abdomen with my sword. A few seconds later, when I pulled out the Blue Predator out of its body, the knight stiffened and froze in a frightened motion, only to fall apart like a house of cards in the very next moment. There are hardly any drop items in this place, and although I cannot be all that certain about since my level is 99 extended, I think that the number of experience points from the monsters here is not all that great either. Plus, the way in which the enemy's AI was acting is annoying as hell. Now I see. I would never like to come here ever again of my own volition unless there would be a quest that specifically points me towards here. Now then, Emule. Let us move forward. Chapter 233 Part 1. Chapter 233, Destination RTA, Aiming for the World's Record. Part 1. Just like in case of a Vorpal bunnies, in this game even though some monsters may share the same name or category, their individual characteristics may be completely different. I parry the huge iron ball with spikes on a chain that comes to crush my head from the side, roll away hiding behind my shield all the time and look up where the blow came from. Amazing. I managed to deflect a blow of this huge iron spike ball and there was not even a single scratch on the shield's surface. I continued to admire the quality of my new items while simultaneously piercing the Contour Knight's throat with my Blue Predator sword. For a second out there I keep on watching the collapsing knight to be absolutely sure that it was dead. Once the knight is no more, I go to join with Emule, who was playing a splendid role of a decoy all this time, grabbing the attention of the other Contour Knight. But this time this one was wielding a spear. Magic. Regrettably, it looks like it will do us no good in here. I have never even heard of monsters that make themselves stronger simply by absorbing magic power into themselves. I am starting to understand why so many people did not wanted to come to this place. It turns out that the Contour Knights could also absorb magic into themselves, rendering magic casting characters completely useless. Perhaps a physical attack but enhanced with magic could be effective here. However, a purely magical attack, like Magic Edge for example, would really be of no use here, maybe even acting as a provisional heal for the monster instead of damage source. And nothing sucks more than healing the enemy when you actually wanted to damage it. Now then, Emule, top or bottom? Which do you think is more suspicious in your eyes? I would say that it's the bottom, and I completely agree with you. In your typical fantasy setting, when exploring a fortress or ruins like that, it would usually be the top of the structure that houses a boss, an objective or a secret of some sort. However, those ruins in particular have two settings instead of one, so it needs to be taken into account. This means that maybe it is necessary for us to view this place not under the assumption that it is a fantasy setting, but rather a sci-fi setting, which would make matters a whole lot different in many ways. And seeing that there were some really gigantic weapons and remains scattered all over the plains and outside of the ruins themselves, it can be assumed that during the era of the gods or even after that, humans were forced to fight some sort of enemy that we could not even comprehend, like that strange omega thing we saw a while ago. If that was really the case, then it would be logical to think that putting important things on top of the structures where they would be easily accessed would not be the wisest of moves out there. Anyways, as I was saying, probably there should be a way down somewhere around here. There are the stairs that lead to the upper levels of the ruins, but there are no stairs that would lead down. Or wait a moment. Could it be? Maybe if we are to go full sci-fi here, there would be no stairs, but rather a teleportation device. Could a possibility like that really exist? If I were someone living in the sci-fi-like setting of the era of the gods, how would I go about doing things? When you start to think about it, people like Gravekeeper Wiseman and Setsunu of the distant past were pretty much like gods in this setting. That being said, they were using both magic and advanced technology, allowing them to do things that we current era humans could only ever dream of. So in my eyes it is entirely plausible to use teleportation or warp system, since it is basically a combination of technology and magic put into practice. I am starting to think that the age of the gods was not only about technology. They smell awfully like magic as well. If that was the case, then it is really simple. If a civilization with a Middle Ages setting like the current one can use teleportation gates to travel vast distances, then there is no reason why the era of the gods civilization would be unable to do so. But even better and on a much grander scale. After all, they were supposed to be way more advanced than the people of the current era. Then I guess that there should be a teleportation device in here somewhere, right? But no. Of course it would not be placed in plain sight. That would be far too easy. There must be some sort of gimmick to it, just like Lulilus. Mew mew mew. No matter how hard I keep on looking, I cannot seem to find the way down, said Emil when he got back. Ever since we managed to defeat the Contour Knights, he has been running around all over the place, on the lookout for a possible way down from here. But just like he said, even though he was looking for a way out, it seems that he was unable to find one. Figured as much. Maybe we should go up one level for now. I would be careful out there if I were you, Sanraku-san. There is like a big hole on the other side of that wall, so you'd better be careful to not fall in there by accident. You've hit the jackpot, Emil. Pfui. So there is a way to go down. I knew it. I knew that there was bound to be one. I see. So it was supposed to be an elevator, huh? It would be hard to understand its concept if you have never seen one, and since it was so well integrated into a wall, and because it was damaged quite badly, you would be unable to operate it normally. And the hole was so small that even Emil would have trouble passing through without having to squeeze his way through. No matter how you think about it, it may not have been built with the intention of people using it. Maybe it's just how things were back then? You know, a standard? What do you mean? Maybe at the very bottom of the castle there was an elevator, a device that was meant for bringing people up and down between each floor. Besides, the lights were functioning normally all over this floor. So if the lights were alright, it would be really weird if the elevator was the only thing that was put out of commission for reasons whatever. Now, the question is, how exactly does it work? Does it only go up from the very bottom, or is there some sort of a gimmick that is required to activate it? Either way, we will discover that with further exploration, or else. Chapter 233 Part 2, Chapter 233, Destination RTA, Aiming for the World's Record, Part 2. Now, did you really think I would have jumped into a seemingly bottomless hole head first like it was nothing? You utter fools. I am way too smart for a rookie mistake like that. Now behold, the superior ability nurtured by years of experience. I take out one of my swords and place it right above the hole in the ground. I then simply let go of it and let it fall down. It was falling down for quite a while, but finally I have heard a pleasant sound of metal hitting the stone floor. It was faint, almost non-existent, but it was surely there. I see, it certainly is deep. If we would try to go down normally, there would be nothing more but a minced meat left out of us. If we were to descend normally, that is. All right, Emil my friend, we are going down. Going down? But how, exactly? We are going to get down directly from here. Sanraku-san, aren't you forgetting about something? This is a hole, not a road. We cannot just go down the hole like that. The way Emil was talking to me was like a parent trying to explain it to a child that it cannot do something that it wanted to do really badly. However, the more he was talking, the wider the smile on my face was becoming. My oh my, Emil my dear friend, Have you already forgotten? I am Sanraku, a man who can run through the sky. So even if the path leads vertically and there is no road for us to follow, that is hardly a problem. But, you see, it should be obvious, right? I know that you are amazing, Sanraku-san. We all know that. But even you cannot possibly hope to dive into a hole like that and expect it to end without any harm on your end, right? You are absolutely right. Normally it would be impossible for me to fit through a shaft this small and so deep. The doors may very well be an indestructible object or anything else like that. If it was your normal doors from a normal town or a village, it would be possible to break them down somehow, but here it would surely not work because this is an advanced dungeon with a motive taken straight out from a sci-fi. Say, Emil my friend, have you already forgotten about a teensy tiny little detail? That your Sanraku can now use magic as well? Question mark. Just what is this guy talking about? No, wait. Could it be? No, it couldn't. No, 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 no. No, that's impossible. Impossible. Emil still sits on top of my head, but I can easily imagine that this is what he must be thinking. Also, his facial expression must be truly priceless right about now. Or not. He was frantically clinging to my neck, while the star mantle started to flutter furiously. Listen now, Emil, and listen well. What is? Is it now? There is no specification that cannot be abused. WAI? Please wait just a pi. I activate the magic stored within the cloak. Now, if summons are capable of ascending waterfalls with ease, then I shall descend with even bigger ease. This magic is, in a sense, the kind of magic that requires a whole lot of micromanagement. It comes from a magic scroll that I bought at Rabbit's shop under Emil's recommendation. After all, this is the magic that saved my life once in the past. The magic that allows to open up a teleportation gate and open the eject point at the specified coordinates within 5-meter radius from the caster's location. The short-range teleportation magic that Emil used once in the past in order to help me take down Mud Digger. Its name is a port. The coordinates of the destination gate strongly depend on the field of vision, but as long as the hole or a gap is big enough for your gaze to pass through it in the other side, you can set it right there. At that time, Emil activated it for me and right now he is holding onto me as if his life depended on it. It idles for a moment, but right after that the coordinates of the player and the NPC overlap, making the process that much shorter. The darkness is indeed deep, and if we don't synchronize that perfectly neither I nor Emil will be able to escape from being turned into a paste. Falling. Hi, everything's fine. Emil, believe in me. Who believes in you? Believe in me. Both Emil and I are being dragged down. With every passing second we gain more and more speed, which would eventually be converted into force of impact upon landing, resulting in our gruesome deaths. Ha 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 ha. Hooray for skills. Activate flip float and regain my posture. It's time to traverse downwards. Yoshitsune's possession. Meliotic foot. Gravity 0. All start by jumping through the air. I slowly descend down the shaft from wall to wall. Climbing correction. Movement correction. Sprinting correction. Gravity correction. If you can run on the ceiling, then running down and up the walls is as easy, if not even easier. Don't underestimate someone who was once flying at high speed through universe filled with asteroid belts and cosmic debris in zero gravity. We're gonna die, we're gonna die, we're gonna die, we're gonna. Why the hell is an universe anyway? With zero gravity in effect, every surface that my foot touches is treated like the ground. So, in other words, what I was trying to do here was to traverse down the shaft by letting ourselves fall bit by bit, while sticking to walls constantly in order to reduce the falling animations. The universe, that is what lies at the end of the sky that reflect the past to us. Shit. The effects of gravity 0 are soon to end. I have done every single thing that I could to make this work, but the bottom was still very far away. At this rate, No wait, that's it. I can do it. Emil, that might tickle you a little bit. The probability of this thing actually ending up in a failure is quite high here, higher than anything else, but I have no other choice but to do it. No, I must do it. No worries. I can do this. I only need to imagine. As long as I have a concrete image in my head, I can do virtually anything. I clench my right fist tightly and slam the amber on my right thumb into my chest, causing the threads of black electricity to emerge and starting to crawl all over my body. Now, I would like you to bear with me for a moment and be patient. It was that kind of behavior that exceeds all recognition. The first time I ever tried it, it did not work. The acceleration was too sudden. But even if I was to take that factor out of the picture, my reaction was too slow. So it would have been a failure either way. That is why I simply need to go even faster. My consciousness accelerates about 100 meters until I reach the bottom of the ruins. 6 seconds left until the gravity manages to finish me off. Black thunder starts to shine in the dark. 5 seconds is more than enough here. In that exact moment, I managed to court my body. Chapter 234 Part 1. Chapter 234, The Story of Unsightly, Biting Dog Part 1. Emule. Oi, Emule, are you alive, buddy? SSSS. Somehow. BBB, but I cannot. SSSS. Stop shaking. No, I'm really sorry for that, you know. But the explanation is at fault here as well, since it was not all that accurate. Debuffs will be given to whoever attacks you. I thought it might be good for you to touch it since you are not attacking. Now come here, open your mouth. I'll give you a potion so that we can clear that abnormal status of yours. There we go. Oh, terribly sorry about that as well. My hand slipped there completely by accident. What would you do if we ended up getting buried deep within the bowels of the earth, huh? No, really, I am sorry for that. I was expecting something like that to happen, but it was even more exciting than I would have thought. Still, I would lie if I told you that at least a part of me was not scared there for a moment. A part of ag, that's it. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Geez. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It hurts when you keep hitting my head like that, so could you please stop it? What matters here is that we are both alive and that we are safe and sound, right? So cut me some slack. No, that is beside the point. That was a total improvisation. There was nothing even remotely close to a plan behind that. I was prepared for another thing like that, but I was not prepared for something like that to happen. Ga. All right, already. Now please stop shaking my head so much. With the limited acceleration we somehow managed to reach to the very bottom of the elevator shaft. However, due to the speed and the force, it was really hard for me to handle the inertia properly. Since I knew that it would be a risky operation, I had a few contingency plans up my sleeve in case of emergency. But while we were going down so fast, I really thought for a moment out there that this is it. I thought that we would be goners for sure. So, how was it, Emule? How did it feel to descend from the top to the very bottom so fast? I don't want to experience something like that ever again. Not in a million years. No matter what riches and what treasures you would offer me for that. Yeah, so I only started to notice. But for a Vorpal bunny you sure cry and scream quite a lot, huh? But oh well. It's not that I was not expecting something like that. Emule, we are finally here. The lowest level. It also seems that this place chose to welcome us rather than get in our way. At least for now. The lights around the floor light up once more. Seriously, how exactly do they even work? But what is important is that the whole place was now illuminated by those lights. What the hell is this? It's a hole. Another hole? No, I don't want to fall anymore. I'm sick and tired of it. Calm down, Emule, calm down. Calm the fuck down. Believe me, I don't want to go through such an experience like that ever again either. But still, this scene, what does it even mean? I have no idea just how exactly below we have fallen, but it should not have been more than 100 meters. I thought that since we were so deep underground, the place that we would end up in would be a command room of sorts. However, upon arriving so deep underground, what we found out was another hole leading further underground. Just what was the technology that allowed for creating something like that so deep? There was digging equipment scattered all over the whole land. No, it was not all. Aside from that, there was a whole bunch of other tools and equipment that the purpose of which was unknown to us. Phew. I feel like we may have skipped some processes alongside the way of getting here. Sanraku-san, take a look at that. Looking in the direction where Emil was pointing while simultaneously hitting my head with his paw, there was an equipment piece of unknown purpose. No, it was giving off a vibe similar to a computer, but surely it could not that. The thing that is stuck to it. Stuck? According to Emil's words, it seems that there would be something stuck into that machinery. Oh, and there really was something stuck in there. For me it looked just as if the two pieces of equipment were connected to one another by original design, but for someone who was unaware of that, it surely must have looked as if the one thing was stuck to the other, and there were three pieces of it. Or rather, they looked like something that could very well be combined with one another. Delta devices. Hooray, we found them. So in the end, the items that we were looking for were hidden in the deepest parts of the ruins. The road here was twisted and really obscure, far from being able to call normal, but for now I would let that slide. It was way better than having to fight your way out here through a sea of overpowered enemies, but let us not get ahead of ourselves. After all, it is really foolish to just charge in blindly and take the items that just so happen to be laying there. First, we need to carefully investigate our surroundings. If we carelessly touch the items, we might activate a trap or begin a surprise boss battle. My poor head. Wait just a moment, Emil. Let's take a look around first, then we will take the items. Okay then, let's see. First, let's take a look at this thing. I carefully lean over the giant hole INTH ground, trying to see if I will be able to see what was at the very bottom of it. At the same time, I was making sure not to fall in by accident. All right, and how about that? Next, I tried kicking in some of the equipment that was laying around, to see if this accomplishes something, but even after waiting for a few seconds, I was unable to hear any sound that would have indicated that the junk reached the very bottom. If you were to fall in there, it would spell your death for sure. For the time being, let's leave the hole alone. Because even if I wanted to, there was no way for me to investigate it, not without the help of a drone or something like that. A drone, huh? Sci-fi stands for science fiction. In some instance it may also stand for science fantasy, but the general premise is always more or less the same. It describes a reality that lies way beyond the current humanity's present. In other words, even if it's an interstellar travels or giant robots fighting one another in the midst of deep space, the common point of origin always lies in the modern technology. Shangri-La frontier relies heavily on exploration, so even without specific skills, is that it? Even if that technology belonged to the alien race, it couldn't have been entirely alien. Take the tactical war beasts for example, Suzaku, Byakko, Genbu, and Siryu. All of them were based on the mythical beasts from the real world. So if we think about it in those categories, in other words, the fundamental values are like our own in real life. So if you look for the power source and power button, they should be around here somewhere. Oh, bingo. Is the power even turned on? Huh? Our holograph. Augmented reality. Unlike VR technology, which uploads the digital information directly into the brain, it is a technology that projects digital images onto the real world via holograms. Nowadays it is used mostly to promote big companies and for live performances of famous artists, but I never would have thought that it would be possible to incorporate a technology like that for the sake of personal entertainment. Now, the real question comes into play, which is better? A real amusement park recreated in VR with every detail, or maybe a cybernetic theme park made possible thanks to the advanced AR technology? But for now I let my thoughts come back to reality from those extra daydreams. It seems that the separate video files could be selected by clicking on them on the holographic screen. Upon doing just that, an unfamiliar startup process started to take place. Oh wow, you can actually move that, Sanraku-san? Okay, Emil. If you don't touch anything, you cannot break anything. But on the contrary, if we don't do something, we cannot make any progress. The touch panel keyboard had a really futuristic look to it, but the layout of the keys is exactly the same like that in the real world. Is that supposed to be the enter key? It should be, considering the keyboard's layout. No, Let's see here. Oh, 2 of the 3 files seem to be corrupted. Or maybe it was just one. From the ends of the earth to another dimension. I have played many sci-fi games before. So let's see. Whatever it is that we can do here. I don't really know how to repair sci-fi equipment, so let's just see the last video that is available. Chapter 234 Part 2. Chapter 234, The Story of Unsightly, Biting Dog Part 2. I did it, baby. I finally managed to reach the root. Oh, wow. That face projected nothing but bad personality. Body that was way too fat and seemed physically weak. That person seemed to scream weak and unlucky if I ever saw a weak and unlucky person. How should I put it? This guy was also giving off that mad scientist kind of vibe. I have no idea what exactly happened in the previous 2 video files, but whatever that mad scientist seemed to have been doing must have resulted in a success. I estimate that around this time the soldiers above are still getting consumed, but, phew, kukakakaku. Oh well, they do deserve some praise in the end. After all, their sacrifice is the cornerstone of my work here. Sanraku-san. I really hate that person for some reason. Now, let's just keep watching and hold our judgment for now. One should not judge a person by their looks and things they say alone, but I guess that in case of that person about 80% of his first impression is already set in stone. Well, the remaining 20% will remain to be seen after he describes what he was doing here. Think about Shit Chronicles Online. It looked good, but everything else about it was crap. So we shall see what this guy has to offer in terms of actions and work. The fuck is inheritance? The fuck about the next generation? I admit that Amatsuki and Setsuna's theories make sense, but only those guys. Only those guys, you hear me? Oh my, what do we have here? Could it be that? No, for now let's just keep watching. What nonsense, they said. Utter foolishness, they said. It's illogical for us to only live in the moment. Alice Frontier, Julius Shangri-La. They are the ones who are foolish and crazy. That's right. That's exactly right. I shall be the savior of mankind. No one else, but me. Wait just a minute. You're drooling, man. It spills everywhere. I cannot smell it and it is not real. But it really bothers me. So stop doing that. Wait. There is a whole bunch of questions that I have from hearing all this up to this part. But, no. It's a recorded video, so I can always re-watch it later. We have come here from the sky. The sky is our domain. There are no gods in the heavens. If so, the gods would be here, down below. Oh, for some reason I really liked that expression just now. He said that there are no gods in the skies because that is where they have come from. He seems to be mad to at least some extent, but was that not an important information? Or maybe that person is important as well? I originally wanted to experiment more with the area to the west, but no matter, as long as the connection is there, it is all good. I am not a pessimist like the rest of them. This, at the root of the disaster, with my own hands. There was a lot of static here. At least I think it was static. The image here got disrupted and vanished for a moment, but the sound feed was good and continuing. That's when you could hear a loud scream coming from somewhere within the holographic image. Then there was a loud sound of something metallic being torn apart. Then there was a loud roar, unlike anything that a human body could produce. Oh, could it be? No. I don't. No, not like this. God damn it. What is it? What's happening in there? What? You ask. I have a rough idea, but you are certainly not going to like it. Now, I wonder what will happen to our salivating doggy here? Did he reach a dead end? Or maybe shit, fuck. You were supposed to be dead, so how come you are so strong? The records are, that's right. The records. Whoever is watching this, listen well, listen closely. Below, it all comes from down below. Looking up towards the sky is a waste of time. The universe is not even that wonderful of a place as everyone seemed to think it is. And my arm. This fucking monster. Don't think you'll be able to drag me in. Shit. It's digging into my arm more and more. I need more time. I don't want to die. Fuck you, ga. Listen well, the things that lurk below. Jizzes. No. It's better to use Behemoth and Leviathan, Alright. Gar, you go. The only thing that echoes in the video for a while is the rattling sound of flesh colliding with metal. There was also an explosion somewhere in the distance, and as that sound echoed as well, the visuals got restored. Small wonder why Mule started to scream like mad. Everyone would want to scream seeing someone else right before them starting to get bitten and eaten by something in the background. It was something with a whole lot of wriggling and swaying tentacles growing out of its body, and it was progressively eating away at the left half of the man's body. The tentacles were moving in a sickening, worm-like motions to boot. You can see it in that man's eyes. It was not something that would bring you pleasure. There were tears in his eyes and his nose was running with snot, the picture of the ultimate pain. But still, the eyes the man I assumed to be a biting dog were not of someone who was dead. There was still fire shining in those eyes. Fire and despair. Since it has come to this, the use of either Julius or Alice may be required. Listen well. What you are trying to do is like trying to mask the smell of manure with a deodorant. It's not the ultimate solution. It's only a temporary one. I put the necessary program into Delta, but you must use it. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Fuck. Useless piece of fucking junk. A fucking tug of war is not enough for you? Not yet. Not yet. God damn it. A thing like that. There's no way that it can be allowed to leave this place. Fuck. Why the fuck is this happening? But still, activation code is Nakamasaki sued. I'm approaching my limit, but I must not let that thing get too close, or else. Hi Mugiwa. After that bite, what followed was the typical ending of your R18 Tentacles games. The poor scientist was simply dragged inside of the huge hole, never to emerge from it again. For a while you could only hear loud slurping noises coming from the hole, but then there was silence. Then the visuals came to a stop as well. The video was over. How should I say it? Overall evaluation here would be nothing short of a great self-destruction, but even so, the scientist in the video made his point on what exactly they managed to accomplish here. Is it not rather dangerous? And is it not that kind of information that you would normally obtain exclusively in the last dungeon? Chapter 235 Part 1, Chapter 235, Revelations at the Bottom of the Earth Part 1. This is bad. No, even worse. This is really bad. It is not even about the content of the video file. No, the content of the video file was obviously quite bad. But why do I only notice that right about now? I turn my head to the side and look a little bit further ahead, towards a certain object that managed to escape my attention earlier when he came down here. The abyss alarm bell. In that video, the bell must have rang and alarmed the scientist that something was coming for him. And that something really did come for the guy, most probably appearing from inside of that hole and dragging the guy inside of it. But not before munching on him and turning him into a bloody pulp. But wait. No, that cannot be. Surely I am not trapped in here, right? I have come here only guided by the quest marker that I have received from Wysash, so since it is all part of a quest there should be a way for me to somehow activate the dormant elevator and reach the surface level of the ruins, right? Wait a second. Could it be that restarting the power and getting the elevator back to being fully operational is also part of the quest? Is it just its later part? I sure hope it is like that. No. I know that you should always keep an open mind about things and expect the unexpected, but no matter how you look at it, this is just a little bit too much. There are times in video games when miraculous things can happen all on their own, and they would not even be classified as bugs. For example, like being able to defeat an opponent whose level is bigger than your own by the whopping number of 100, or being able to wall run for more than 300 meters without the assist of any skills, while the appropriate skills would only allow you to do that for no longer than a few seconds. There are bugs out there, and there are miracles like that out there. But safety through specifications. There should always be a possibility of being safe from all sorts of danger as long as you are within the limits of the established specifications. Well, I mean, what was it again? Say now, Emule, what is your opinion on that guy now that we have the full picture? Was he bad? Or was he good? Please give me your evaluation. Yes, about that. After all, I think that I still do not like that person. That being said, there was something in his last words and actions that made me feel the tiniest embers of Vorpal soul burning inside of him. Really now? Maybe Emil felt that way, but for me there was absolutely nothing in the scientist's actions and words that would exhibit any shred of Vorpal soul. However, it may only be for me, since I have played many shitty games before and I have seen a pattern like that more times than I could possibly count. It was so-called karma and, when usually bad things tend to happen to bad sub-characters. However, it would be really rude and inappropriate of me to be pretentious like that here, so I decided to keep my mouth shut for now. And let's face it, if it was not for this here scientist's efforts, I would never be able to get my hands on those Delta devices. So as reluctant as I am, you need to give people credit where credit is due. For the time being, it seems that this place is way more dangerous than we would have thought originally. We should withdraw from here as soon as possible. There was something unnerving about this place. Or to be more precise, what was unnerving was the presence of this abyss alarm bell on the wall. I recall the description of this particular item from my inventory. An item warning about the enemies what shall appear upon finishing the third part of the world quest and transitioning into fourth part. A transition triggered by the defeat of yet another unique monster. There was really something unnerving about this whole place and situation. Judging from that fact alone, I think that we are not in any immediate danger. At least not for now and the near future. However, it is good to know that something like this exists in such a place. After all, upon defeating another unique monster, something is probably going to emerge from inside of here, and swarm the places in the closer vicinity of this area, which sees a whole lot of traffic from beginners and mid-tier players. Emil, no matter what, I want you to be ready to make a run towards the elevator's shaft at any moment. You understand? Why yes. As you wish, Sanriku-san. Please do not let anything bad happen. Please do not let anything bad happen. Goddammit, Amunama Debatsu. Saying a quick prayer in my mind, I quickly yank out one of the Delta devices from the socket that it was inserted into. At the same time, I also equipped my new shield Dispatel on my left arm and was keeping it at the ready at all times. I was also surveilling our surroundings for even the slightest sign of danger or movement, especially coming from the direction of that huge hole. I let about 10 seconds pass in complete silence. Only when I have confirmed that nothing strange or bad was starting to happen, I allowed myself to relax and stop being on full alert. Then, I carefully recovered the rest of the Delta devices from their respective sockets. Chapter 235 Part 2, Chapter 235, Revelations at the Bottom of the Earth Part 2. If we think about it calmly, that scientist guy was trying to pass the devices to someone else, so it would be quite sick of a joke if taking them out would actually initiate some sort of a self-destruct sequence. Really sick joke indeed. Just to be on the safe side, I approach the hole once more and throw one more piece of junk of unknown purpose into it, to see if that would cause any reaction at all. No reaction even after a long moment of silence? Okay, good. I could stop being on high alert all the time for now. It seems that there is no danger for the moment, so we are in the clear. I have put away the 3 devices into my inventory for the sake of safekeeping. We could start heading back now, but let us stick around just for a little bit longer. I know I might have said it already, but Pensilgton really is one hell of a master tactician. Long story short, some time ago she basically forced me to buy a certain item. The item in question was called Recording Eyeball, and the only explanation that I got for it was that if you bring it with you everywhere, it will generate you all sorts of useful information. No need to thank me. According to the game's lore, the eyeball is the crystallization of the god of fate's tears. Anyways, it is so-called recording item. At the beginning of the game's service it was sold as a consumable item, but apparently the players did not like the idea of such item having limited amounts of uses and it was changed to be an item that could be used as much as you wanted. I used the eyeball to record the last video that the mad scientist have recorded before his gruesome death. That being said, if you were to use that item to record various things, You could make a whole lot of money that way. I can easily imagine other players wanting to pay astronomical amounts of money just so that they could lay their hands on a recording like that. As expected, even when Pensilgton was not around, she would always find a way to mess with the other one way or another. It might be a good idea to record a separate version of the video, but this time without all that gyro stuff, like an all-ages version. Emule, could you please shut up for a moment? Much appreciated. Roger that. There were some Emule noises mixed in with the video's audio, but when I gave it a quick glance it turned out to be of a really solid quality. It was not a documentary movie level quite yet, but we were slowly getting there. But now I am really curious about the other two files, the ones that got corrupted. Was there any way to restore them? Or were they merely a flavor to the third one? If it was the latter, then I guess it's all fine. But if it was the former, then I had a few options on how to approach this problem. Namely, do I repair the corrupted files here on the spot? Or maybe I should bring it somewhere where it would be possible to repair them by a specialist. I think that just now I was about to come up with some ideas, but oh well. If I want to bring those files out of here, I would need some item on which I could store all that data, anyways. So first of all I would need to find an item like that, and then I would need to find a place where they would be able to repair it. I could feel something welling up down my throat. It was not a ball of puke, but it was a sudden idea. All right, time to organize my thoughts. For a moment now, all that I was thinking about was the information stored within this here supercomputer. Its corrupted data, to be more specific. If it is just a flavor option, it's all fine and good, but if it's something that can be recovered, I would need an item that would allow me to store the non-physical data like that. Could it be? Is it possible to find such an item somewhere else? Somewhere else in here, or maybe in some other era of the gods' ruins that were scattered all over the game's world? Then you would either be able to store the data form here and take it out, or you would be able to repair it here, take it out and means to do so, taking the data out and taking it back with you. Carry it. Your revelation. It just now occurred to me, a true revelation, not about anything new, mind you. It was only a revelation about something that I have long forgotten. Wait just a fucking moment. Can I really do it? Is it going to work out? Slots. Where the hell are the slots? Fuck my life. Do you really need to stick every little thing into slots in the far future? Like what the hell? No, Jay, just calm down. Sanriku, calm down and think. Look for the shape this thing could fit into. What's wrong, Sanriku-san? You are making a face unlike anything I have ever seen before. You are goddamn right, it is a face you have never seen before. Oh, fuck me. I have completely forgotten all about it just until now. It must have been because the impact of the inventory and everything else that was happening at the time, not the inventory itself. But because of the impact it made on me, I have almost completely forgotten about that other particular item and just threw it into the depth of my inventory where it was gathering dust until this moment. A translucent cube with a single ray of light tracing alongside its surface. It is just a storage medium, but the information that are stored within it should be. It seemed to contains the knowledge of the skill that allows you to imitate the appearance. A skill that you would not be able to obtain otherwise, no matter how hard you would try. Esoteric writings. When Pensilgton, Katsu and I managed to defeat the unique monster Gravekeeper Wiseman, each one of us happened to receive different items as the battle drop, and it just so happens that I have received this little thing. It was a small cube, and judging by the look of it, it was a storage device for the data of some sort. Tactical war beasts could not do it properly. Their mobile terminals could not handle such vast amounts of data. So how about this thing here? I have no idea what that scientist was trying to do here earlier, but at least I had a clue. He was fiddling with the consoles over here, as if preparing to launch something. Is it not something that allows you to read files and browse the other ones at the same time? But if so, then where is the slot that you could insert something into it? The menus here are really pretty, but navigating this thing is a complete nightmare. Is that it? Or maybe it's this thing here? Or maybe that over there? Surely it's this thing. I was searching around the console completely blind, trying to find the right place. It took me a moment, but finally I placed the cube inside of the recess from which the holographic image was projected earlier. And it turned out that I hit the jackpot with that decision. And as luck would have it, the cube almost immediately started to show its real worth, proving itself to be something more than a simple accessory or a paper button. Ooh, the light, it is overflowing. Chapter 236 Part 1, Chapter 236, Not a Scarecrow, but 1 minute and 1 second to make history. Part 1. 3 trunks and 7 branches. There is such a thing in this world, even though there is no word that could actually describe it properly. However, even though there is no word that can actually describe it, it does not mean that such a thing has no right to exist in the first place. It is something that we all notice but we do not really acknowledge, since deep down inside we all treat it as something completely obvious and natural. The concept of both life and death is nothing but a small pebble in the mainstream called reality, and aging is something that gives both life and death direction. It is something irreversible and unchanging, equaling everyone in its wake. As long as an unspecified number of players keep on playing at the same time, there is no way that time could actually come to a halt for any one of said people. It is something so obvious and so natural, but it is exactly because it is so obvious and so natural that I happen to overlook it. This world is most certainly a work of fiction. The inhabitants of this cybernetic creation are nothing more but clusters of data, not the real people by any means. However, even if they were real, for the 3 trunks and its 7 branches it would not amount to anything at all. They would still not acknowledge their existence and rights as humans. Time would still continue to march forward, always the same and unchanging, without even considering the possibility of going against the mainstream flow. And that is exactly why the 7 strongest species standing at the absolute top of the world, those whose roots reach all the way towards the gods themselves, no matter how those who try to get close to them do, the world still marches on in its usual rhythm. Heavenly Sanctuary, an area similar in looks to a huge plateau in the center of the map, with many high slopes leading towards it, each slope filled to the brim with monsters. The higher you go, the more powerful and ferocious the monsters will become. However, once you reach the top of the slopes, there will be no monsters there waiting for you. Even though this place is so dangerous and not meant for everyone, almost every single player in the game knows about its existence. And it is all because this plateau is the home to a very particular monster. Sequim. If I manage to defeat you, even I am terribly sorry. As you can see, I am not quite ready yet to receive more costumers for the time being. Could it be something that was only natural and was to be expected? Or maybe it was a result of everyone having grown impatient since the reveal that a single person already managed to take down 2 of the 7 unique monsters? With each passing day, more and more players were trying to challenge Sequim in hopes of defeating it, even though their levels and equipment were obviously not quite cut out to the task. Needless to say, this only resulted in Sequim mowing down masses of players with only single blows every single time. None of them was even slightly as entertaining as that certain masked ninja, while looking truly apologetic at the masses of players that were being blown away by his true breath. An attack that was even more devastating than dragon breath. The Golden King Sequim looks into the distance while letting out a long and deep sigh. I see that he is still as honest and sincere of a person. As always, it takes a true bravery to come stand before me with one's weapons laid bare and being prepared to do battle to the death. It is only a common courtesy to answer to such bravery by battling them with all of my might. I guess that you may be right. Say, are there any more creatures like you out there? Let's see. I might be fundamentally different from the rest of my kin, since I am not consumed by rage and hostility at all times. Even though the opponent right now was a fledgling ninja whose level was lower than that of Sequim by more than 100, Sequim still greeted him politely and like a true warrior would do. Weakling or not, a warrior is still a warrior. After all, it was the only thing that Sequim could do in order to combat the loneliness that was eating away at his heart. He was the largest and the strongest creature in this world, with no one else being able to match his might, and to whom even the elements and nature itself was yielding. If there was ever someone who would be a match for him, that would only be someone of the same origin as him. But I must say, it is really surprising, my friend, to see you come here to see me. Well, I guess you are right about that as well. Are you aware of that, by any chance? Soon enough, the time will come. Yes, indeed it will. Yes, the world keeps on moving forward, no matter what. And for some inexplicable reason, 2 of the 7 branches have already been cut. Just who is going to be the 3rd branch to get itself cut? Dragon Disaster. That mycelium is soon going to be after you all. And it's going to be the 2nd time in history that humans clash against it. You don't really have to answer me this, but I would be really happy if you did. Whatever should we do? Kukaku. So you would like to know? The Golden Dragon King laughs. Ever since the day his form as Seguin was born, he was asking himself that question every day, contemplating the reason for his existence. And every single time, the conclusion that he managed to arrive at was always one and the same: to be a trial meant to be overcome by the human race. Without hatred, without respect, without affection. The fundamental of the Dragon King was that of expectation and trust. So if the humans managed to overcome him, even the Dragon Disaster would not pose a threat to them. They would still be able to face it with their heads held high. Be strong, humans. Be strong and overcome me. Chapter 236 Part 2. Chapter 236, Not a Scarecrow, but 1 minute and 1 second to make history. Part 2. My significance is unwavering, and my beliefs have not changed ever since that day. I am a mountain. I am a wall. I am a gate. Humans, if you desire to move on towards the future, your way leads past me, and you have no other choice but to overcome me on your journey. I see, so that's how it is. Then, I am afraid that together with my comrades we shall point our blades towards your throat one of these days. A human who managed to best the Gravekeeper in combat, and who managed to overcome the horrors hidden within the depths of the abyss. To see someone like that join forces with a human to whom I have given my reverse scale. Interesting. Truly, truly interesting. The Dragon King laughs from the bottom of his heart, looking as though he was having so much fun. And his friend, his formerly grey but now white fluffy ears gently sway in the light breeze. Very well, then, if you wish to go beyond me, you will have to trample over me and end my reign, and opposing you is my duty as a Dragon King. Let us teach those Dragon Disaster bastards what a true dragon really is. It was at this exact moment that the 3rd stage of the World Quest officially changed its name. It was no longer the Great War of the Falling Gold. From now on it was going to be the war between the dragons of the present times and their king, who has ruled them for ages now, with humans all over the world getting caught in the crossfire. Dragon Disaster War. School is so dull. No, let's try to be positive here. Maybe that feeling of dullness is what makes me want to go to school in the first place. If I think like that and convince myself that it is true, then maybe it won't be so bad. No, let's stop that. Or otherwise something downright masochistic is going to awaken deep inside of me. Today cicadas are noisy as well. It is not all that surprising to hear them around since it is still September. We should all actually pay tribute to them, since they are animals who keep giving it their absolute all from the moment they are born until the moment they die. Presents. I turn myself around, only to find that no one was there. There is this really nasty feeling inside of me that when I am going to turn back towards where I was going, something bad is going to happen. And sure enough, when I turn around I was greeted with a sudden good morning. In front. How did Sega-san manage to appear from the direction that I was looking towards a mere seconds ago? Could it be this is some sort of a secret event? One that would trigger without actually being shown on the minimap? Gee, good morning, Sega-san. There is a new kind of theory that starts to bloom inside of me, Sega-san fixed encounter theory, but I keep silent about it and just casually return the greeting. It is somewhat strange just how high my encounter rate with Sega-san has been as of late, but considering that we have a common destination that is in the same direction, there is nothing strange about it. So today we walk together to school once more. You see. Hai's Yutom-kun, can I ask you for advice? Advice? Advice from me? But why me of all people? If it is about broken or malfunctioning VR system, I can offer some limited advice, sure. But would it not been better to just go to the professional repair point? Or contact the manufacturer directly? Things like that are better not to be left to complete amateurs. No. If it was something like that, she would not want to talk to me about it. She would go to the manufacturer directly, for sure. It would be about games. Could it be something about Shanfro again? That is right, but that is also not quite right. The way she put it was really weird, but it should generally be something Shanfro related, right? You see, actually I will try to summarize here what Sega-san can find in me. Right about now, Sega-san is imposing a certain quota onto herself when it comes to Shanfro, and for that reason, she is trying to do certain tasks to be as efficient as possible. But truth to be told, doing the same tasks over and over again tend to get repetitive over time. That is why she wanted to ask me how to address that problem, because she heard from my Wamaki-san that I play a lot of different games and that I should be able to know how to combat a problem like that. So she wanted me to tell her just how could she make even such mundane and repetitive tasks more enjoyable for herself. A side note here. All this time I was getting a feeling like she was repeating some lines that she had memorized prior to this event, but it did not matter for me all that much. Daily tasks. Daily tasks, huh. As a matter of fact, when it comes to VR games, it is really tough to manage daily tasks properly, especially since the dawn of full dive system. After all, you need to focus on playing and doing only that, with no option of doing something else in real life at the same time. At least if it was a normal old school game, you could browse the internet or listen to music at the same time, or do basically whatever you would want. But with games such as Shanfro, you cannot really do such a thing anymore. So then it comes to full dive games. There are really two types of patterns that allow you to stay hooked on the game and to maintain your motivation. First, increase the number of things to do. Second, do those things with a larger group of people. In case of the first option, you could impose some self-rules, like time attack, or to think about those mundane tasks as something you need to do as effectively as possible. By doing that, you get highly motivated, and there is always the option of setting your very own new personal records. I know from experience that it can be really motivating. The latter case allows you to reduce the burden that is placed on you thanks to the help you receive from others. It is really effective strategy, but it comes with one tremendous downside. You need to time your schedules to do this, which is not that easy of a thing to do in the first place. That's right. What's this? An email from Pensilgton? Does that mean she is not using SNS? Let's see what we have got here. Subject: Emergency from Pencil Warrior 2, Sanraku, Modrokatsu. Body: I'm sorry, but Kyogoku went and done fucked up. We might be in a teensy-weensy little bit of trouble. I wonder if I can just pretend that I did not see that? Nah, I just can't do that. It seems that this weekend is going to be really hectic and chaotic. Chapter 237 Part 1. Chapter 237, Information Power Attack. Part 1. There is a monster called Ascension Horn in this game. When it comes to its characteristics, it is a combination of a deer and a unicorn. It also possesses two horns growing out of the back of its head and one growing out of its forehead. Using those horns it can deflect any projectile that is being shot its way. If you try to blindly rush at it with all of your might, you will simply end up getting charged at yourself and blown away as a result. What's more, it possesses a really troublesome ability to emit lightning from its horns and use them as a sort of shockwave all around itself. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is that its horns are extremely valuable materials, so it is haunted almost constantly. The reason for that being, the horns of Ascension Horn being part of the strongest HP regenerating potions in the game, and with the opening of the new continent all of the players were stocking up on those in preparation for their own departure in due time. And since so many people wanted to buy those potions, their price was skyrocketing by the day. Of course, so was the price of the horns alone. However, since its encounter rate is not all that high to begin with and the exact spawn conditions are yet to be fully clarified, it managed to earn for itself a title of the monster that, if you are so lucky to encounter it, you should never let it escape. That is the way in which the vast majority of the players perceive that particular monster. Normally a situation like that would never take place in this game. That is because the guild SFZoo would always get as much information about the given monster and make it all public for everyone to know. However, ever since that particular incident with a giant wolf, the guild master of SFZoo would not log into the game, not even once. This situation put a wrench in the well-working cogs of the machinery that was SFZoo. As a result, they did not gather as much information as they used to, stepping from the stage and letting another guild library to gather and organize information on monster and all such things. That was also coming with a major downside. Library was really selective when it comes to its costumers, and the price of their information was not cheap in the slightest. This led to a situation where only a select few players knew what was going on with Ascension Horn and thus managed to monopolize its hunting grounds and its drop items almost completely. And with that would be the 20th one. There is a beast right in front of me with horns on its head, so pale and radiant in contrast to the darkness of the night. It was a monster, but right about now it let a sorrowful death cry as its body collapsed on the ground and exploded into a geyser of red polygons, leaving only its horns behind. Even though the drop items from the monster called Ascension Horn are called exactly in the same way, Ascension Horns, there are two types of those items. The ones growing from the back of its head and the one that grows out of its forehead. In the inventory screen they are both called Holy Horns of the Ascension Horn, with added back and front to them. This distinction is there mainly because the back horns are used in production and refinement of weapons and armor, while the front horn is the highly valuable material used in production of HP potions. Rear horns also sell for a hefty amount of money, but it is something that is not even remotely close to the prices of front horns. Additionally, no matter how cautious you are during the battle as to not damage the horns too much, their drop rate is completely random, so luck plays a huge factor in obtaining these. As for the quota, at the least, the number of front horns should easily oscillate around 400, maybe a little bit more. The player who is holding so much front horns of the Ascension Horn in its inventory. Sega Zero lets out a long sigh as she waits for the enemy to respawn. As for the conditions for the Ascension Horn to appear, it was something that Black Wolves discovered together in a joint effort with another guild. Basically, for the Ascension Horn to appear one needed to wait for anything between 10 to 20 minutes in front of the caves in the area Mythical Forest at night. And when it comes to this Ascension horns farming, it was the activity that the player with really high level would do out of the lack of better things to do. It was also an action that in general was shunned pretty badly by the game's general community. The goal that Sega 100 imposed on Sega Zero. It was something that was obviously impossible to achieve if one were to try and do it all on their own. However, once she would be able to achieve that, she would finally be able to sever her ties to the Black Wolves for good. That is why she was able to put up with this task, even if it meant having to stand still all alone inside of the dark forest without even the slightest BGM playing in the background. She was even able to withstand fighting Ascension Horn all on her own, even though her opponents were all the size of small cars. That is exactly why, form a party and work as a team. She wanted to give this task just a little bit more courage. Section. It was mainly because the humors of Kyoto meant that we were kind of forced to meet at the Snake Apples branch place here in Elevental. Normally we would meet in Fifthsia, but right now that place was, So, what's this all about? Well, apparently the news that I have joined the guild Wolfgang have also reached my comrades over there on the other continent. Well, not that it was not your intention to let that information out into the world to begin with. So imagine this. I was just minding my own business, hunting as usual. Huh? Hunting for what? Well monsters obviously, but then I just so happened to come across some player from the Black Wolves and I might have accidentally parked the poor bastard. Yeah, sure. Accidentally. You sure that was not all part of your plan to begin with? That situation got me really nervous, you know. So then the guy comes back to avenge his death, and what do you know? I managed to accidentally park him again. Then he came back with a bunch of reinforcements and I happened to park them all on accident as well. And as a result I might have acquired a whole lot of their high-tier equipment. Of course, the equipment stealing also happened completely on accident, right? What a horrifyingly bizarre and unnerving story this is. All ethics aside, I would never have thought that Kyogoku would turn out to be such a mad dog when it comes to park. Honestly, and here I thought that Pensilgton was a total nutjob. The world really is full of surprises, is it not? Thinking calmly about it, the more park the player commit, the more severe the punishment becomes, right? So at this rate, you would think that there would be no one insane enough to keep on doing that willingly. Does that mean that Kyogoku is that much of freaking lunatic? So, what about that one person who is yet to arrive here? Said something about powdering his nose and then joining us. Powdering his nose? The hell? But what else can I say? About 40% of this whole mess is actively your fault. Oh, won't you look at that? While we were talking about that, a certain shadow entered the bar. That shadow was Katsu, who was looking extremely tired for some reason. 40%? 40% of what? Snake's Apple is that kind of bar and restaurant that only rouges and bandits would frequent. Usually quite muscular, burly and nasty looking. On the other hand, Katsu's avatar was that kind that looked like a delicate and cute woman. That kind of avatar joined us at the table and sat down, apparently being done with powdering her nose. By the way, I have a small wound on my shin. It was a wound done with a knife, made by one of the NPCs from before. I must say that the AI in this game is really smart, being able to actively harass and attack people who they do not like. But I understand, not everyone has to like half-naked bird people. Pensilgton started to talk to the bartender in a friendly manner. Kyotomat started to look at her own shoes, clearly showing that she did not wanted to be involved in any of this. Thanks guys, the usual pattern is in play, huh? Sylvia is going to make her debut in Shanfro soon. Chapter 237 Part 2, Chapter 237, Information Power Attack, Part 2. Both Pensilgton and I cast a short glance at one another. It was not even a month ago when we were pitted against the best competitive gamer in the United States as a female knight and pumpkin mercenary. An experience so tiresome and so traumatic that we both could easily agree that we did not want to get involved with that woman ever again. Personally, I do not even want to think what would happen if the word got out that both the infamous No Name and No Face could be found here within this game. Fortunately, she is not yet all that accustomed to the JRGs, so for now she is stuck in Secondil. Oh my, could it be this is the reason why you were so busy outside of the game? Katsu-kun, could it be that you and Sylvia are secretly dating? You know what, Pensilgton? Sometimes it is really hard for me to guess if you are joking or being serious. So, who is this blazing red name San over there, and what has she done? To make a long story short, she done fucked up and got into a fight with the guild Black Wolves purely out of spite. Seriously? You must be really courageous, or really stupid. He. You're making me blush. Oh fuck. I completely forgot about the fact that guys from Ashura Kai are mostly a bunch of fucking savages. So this means that in case of Kyogoku, she represents the dark side of this game, a side that not everyone might approve of. Dark side, huh? So is that really the only reason why you bothered to call us all here in Shanfro? Is there nothing more to it than that? No. You see, to say that Kyogoku-chan here done fucked up might be a little bit of an understatement. After all, Black Wolves took that little misunderstanding a little bit too serious and are basically on a warpath with us. Guns blazing and all that. Warpath. Personally, I don't think that a thing like that is enough of a reason to want to wipe someone else out. I was forced to activate my whole information network and ask around quite a few information brokers, but apparently the current goal of the Black Wolves is to get the Wolf Gang to spill the beans about any unique information they may hold. It is also done under the pretext of distributing all of that knowledge to the whole player base. Or at least that is the story they are selling to the other guilds. That being said, looks like the time for pleasantries is over. Huh? Once tryhards, always tryhards, right? That's right. Also, Sega Zero's decision to leave Black Wolves and join Wolfgang was just the worst timing possible, only adding fuel to the fire. All of that is making the Black Wolves all the more hostile towards us. In the meantime, I asked the shop clerk for a bowl of roasted beans. What I received looked like a blended mess of both beans and almonds, and while I was munching away on that I started to think. Well, it was without a doubt that Black Wolves decided to take a rather drastic approach. If it was any other of the top guilds, if both SF Zoo or Library would want to pick a fight with us, that would be a whole different story. But Black Wolves are something we might not be able to handle, at least not without heavy losses. However, the one behind the foundation of the guild Wolfgang is none other than Arthur Pensilgton of the former Ashurakai. That fact alone is more than enough to feel animosity towards Pensilgton new clique, plus its members took part in taking down 2 of the 7 unique monsters. Plus we managed to set flags in Loken's unique Scenario X. But is that all? Is that really the only reasons for one guild to hate the other group so much? Unless, but what about if the vast part of their hatred towards us is because of me? No shit. Look, guys. Sanraku managed to reach the truth completely on his own. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Sanraku, I see that you have finally started to grow as a man. You wanna go? You wanna go? Come on then. Line up. I'll wreck all of you and then even some more. So if you wanna take this one outside we can go, no problem. While I was doing some shadow boxing and others were trying to not fall to my silly provocation, I started to think just what kind of bullshit the future could bring us. At least we can all agree that yielding to the Black Wolves' demands is out of the question. Forget about this whole situation reeking of bad taste and personal grudges, but disclosing all that we know to the general public has no merits for our guild at all. If we disclose all that we know to everyone now, there will be no merits for us at all. We will only be at a loss. Plus, agree to such terms once and they will most certainly try to wring you out of information in the future as well. First thing first, I will be the one who shall take the majority of the backlash here, because I am the one who possesses the most information. That would most certainly spell the disaster for me, since both Rabbits-related quest as well as Kate's Heath Jewelers would also be leaked. Worst case scenario, the allied guilds might keep tabs on me at all times, making me unable to do anything in the game at all. And even worse, Wolfgang might get absorbed into Black Wolves. It's not that I hate the idea of party play, but I hate the idea of being tied down with a quota to meet for the sake of the guild. I am sure that Pensilgton and Katsu both feel the same way, but there is nothing better in times like these to get together and to make one unified statement. That's why the 3 of us gather together now. So, whatever the hell we should do now? I never wanted to take things this far, but I guess if we are going to fight against Black Wolves, I don't want to lose to them. So getting our numbers even would be a good idea. Don't tell me that all that you can think about now is recruiting new people. No, no, no. That would be impossible right about now. What I mean by that is that we should look for allies that would help us even the odds just a little bit. I see, it would certainly be a good thing to be able to secure us some allies just so that we could keep Black Wolves in check for now. Now, getting ourselves some allies might require disclosing some information, but that way we can choose what to disclose carefully rather than be forced to spill it all out unconditionally. And since Wolfgang is still a new guild with only about 5 members in its ranks, getting ourselves all the help we can get would be great. I'm sorry, but you guys just keep on talking in bullet points. But do you think you could be more elaborate? I would like to actually understand what is going on here. Some as fuck got hostile towards the Black Wolves. Not she wants to shift the blame for that onto us. And so we need to secure ourselves an alliance with some other guild if we want to keep the Black Wolves in check. Currently, the guild Wolfgang has 3 main problems we must address. First of all, we must not let the conditions for the alliance with other guild to be simply full disclosure of any information about the unique monsters. Second, we must take into account that right about now because of this whole kittened situation and Sega Zero transfer, Lots of people look down on us and treat us like trash. Third, if we don't do something about Kyotomat being all park trigger happy, we might as well cut our own stomachs open right here right now. If we manage to handle those 3 problems right, we might be able to secure an even footing against black wolves. It might also help us to alleviate some of the bad PR we were getting recently. I guess I do not have a say in this matter, but it is something that just cannot be helped, right? Shouldn't you be saying something like, "I'm really sorry for going all park trigger happy here, going to reflect on my actions from now on, my dear Kyogoku-chan. The PvP that you talk about is not that of action games, but rather of the simulation games." Well, no matter. Our reason for fighting right now is really simple. We want to protect our interest and position, just so that we might continue to play the game and enjoy it. And that is why, now then, for you to actually try to get in touch with me. Do you have some business with me? Or maybe it is something that relates to the whole library? Both Pencilton and I knew that dealing with the wannabe magical girl was going to be a major drag, mainly because she knew what would the purpose of our visit be, since she understands our current situation, as well as that of black wolves. But still, we needed to confront with Professor no matter what, even if our position seemed to be at a loss. Well, I don't really know how I should put this. So I just press a few buttons and play the recording. Hooray! I finally did it. I finally managed to get to the root. We are going to throw you a bone here, but in return we demand your full cooperation. In order to preempt the blow that was coming our way, we decided to counteract with a full information disclosure on our own terms. Chapter 238 Part 1, Chapter 238, Information Cross-Counter Part 1. The request on our end was simple and clear. We just wanted library's help and backup in case there would be an all-out war in between us and Black Wolves. Just that. Nothing more. The place where the meeting was supposed to be held was a conference room on the 2nd floor of a rather prestigious inn. A place that could even serve as a respawn point. This place was proposed by the professor on account of the fact that no one would expect people like us to come to a place like that. A perfect place for a secret meeting. We have come from amongst the stars. The Sea of Stars is our domain. If you are looking for the gods, they are not to be found amongst the stars. The gods are to be found. This is where I decided to pause the video. That was the really effective way of luring people into cooperation with you. You show them a video like that. You cut it in the place where it was supposed to be the most interesting. And you leave the viewer with a sense of cliffhanger. The feeling of that's it, I want more, I want to know what happens next. Is what going to do the trick here. They will want more, and we shall give it to them. On certain conditions, of course. I see. It seems that you guys. No, scratch that. It seems that you possess way more information than we would have initially expected. Ah, I knew it. No matter how you try to hide it or how you try to explain it, this here magical girl wannabe is essentially the same as Pencilton. Maybe not worse, but cutting it really close. It is that kind of tactician that would try to get his opponents to reveal as much information as they know while revealing little more than nothing on his own. A kind of swindler that would cheat its way towards victory after having successfully convinced his opponents to play fair and square. I understand your point and what you want us to do. However, do you realize something here? Do you even realize just how convenient it would be for us to relay all those information to Black Wolves? Besides, you are not the only ones who might have those information. Sooner or later there will be others as well. What then? From this point onwards, it was supposed to be mostly Pencilton and I two-man show. Surely, the library is always on the lookout for new information all on their own, but most of the time they rely on the intel provided by the top-tier players. In other words, the info we possess is too valuable for them to simply let it pass them by. But what the professor wanted to communicate here was that it would work for them better to just receive all of the information after the Black Wolves force us to make them public. That way they would get what they wanted, without having to agree on any conditions that we have presented to them. They are also right in that one regard. Someone will eventually obtain the same information as we have. However, the question remains, How long will it take for someone else to find it out? And can library really allow itself to wait for God knows how long? Before the meeting, Pensilgton said something like that to me. Obtaining the new information is everything those guys care about. So we need to be really skillful when it comes to bargaining. Anyways, once we clearly state our business with them, they will try to turn the situation around on us. When that happens, just leave it to me. It is important to realize the power of the cards you hold in your hands from the first round and just play them right after that. At the current moment, I probably know more about the world quest than any other player on the server, and I am in possession of certain keywords that no one else is aware of. This is our biggest trump card right about now. This is our leverage in negotiations with library. This is why when you throw them a bait, they will eat it whole and lick their lips afterwards. After all, words and information are power. Plan A and Plan B. Mu, Bahamut, Leviathan, Behemoth, Jizz, Delta Device, Catseria, Duel, Gods. It really pains me to disclose those information to other guilds so casually like that, but I guess it is something that is unavoidable at this point. It cannot be helped. Unique Scenario X Epic of the Vorpal Bunnies. I don't want to do anything unreasonable or stupid, but worst case scenario my motivation might drop significantly and I might be forced to put that quest on hold for the time being. Such a threat was always a possibility here. We were choosing our words carefully here, so if this strategy yields us no results, retiring from the game entirely just to keep my secrets hidden might be the only valid strategy. But I could not want to do something as rough and cruel as that. I might start playing the game in secret from everyone else. I have my safe haven that is rabbits, so I might wait out there for a time when the next opportunity to push the unique Scenario X presents itself. But how long would I have to wait for such an opportunity? But honestly speaking, I do not like that idea one bit. It does not sit right with me. But even if I was forced to do something like that, even if it stands in direct opposition of being a part of a guild, when you get down to it, it is not all that different from the way in which elementary school boys keep on waiting in anticipation every week for the next issue of Jump, so that they can get to know next part of their favorite story. It takes patience, but it can be really painful. Chapter 238 Part 2, Chapter 238, Information Cross Counterpart 2. Kukaku. Are those perhaps the words of wisdom conjured by the lovely lady? She sure knows how to give those who like to think quite a deal of trouble. Really now? From the moment we were discussing that matter, my guildmaster was talking about library with the intention of eventually cooperating with you guys. What is important here is just how much information we can disclose to them. After a long and heated debate we have decided in a democratic way that we would sacrifice one of our jokers in order to make sure that our intentions at cooperation would be understood without any incidents. If you are willing to cooperate with us, the Guild Wolfgang is willing to disclose more information that are at our disposal. Consider this a sign of our goodwill towards the library and its people, who, well then, we would like you to give us the World Truth Book that you have obtained after defeating Cutanid of the Abyss, as well as, you can re-challenge Cutanid of the Abyss. In that moment the eyes of the wannabe magical girl, until now calm and emotionless, opened wide in astonishment and surprise. She might want to argue with me that this is just a theory and that I have no proof to back it up, but in that case I already have an answer at the ready. If you don't trust my words, why don't you go there, defeat Cutanid and see it for yourself? But if she chooses to believe in my words, she will obtain a genuine piece of information that will be exclusive to library, outside of the reach of guilds such as SFZ or even Black Wolves. It would be what is professionally called an empty frame. There is no way for me to prove it right off the bat, but consider this, if you choose to believe me, the Guild Wolfgang is going to help the members of library in an effort at rematching Cutanid of the Abyss. What do you say to that? This is not the kind of decision that I can make on my own here. Can I consult the rest of the members before making a decision? Even though she was saying something like that, I could already see it in her eyes. This was too good for them to simply pass it up. They were going to agree to our terms. In the first place, you can't really expect all that much out of the Guild Black Wolves. What could they possibly offer you to help you clear the main story? On the other hand, please look at the track record of Wolfgang with unique monsters. That should be more than enough of an incentive to cooperate with us. We can talk about it and discuss all we want, but it is really a simple choice once it is brought down to the main points. It should also help that the guild Wolfgang offers to help out library if needed. Up until now I was perfectly enacting Pensilgton's plan, and it was proving to work wonders. At this rate, the merits of our cooperation heavily outweigh the demerits. What is it that you are supposed to do at such times? Shake hands? Actually, there are some more things I would like to discuss first. Mew? Now it was my turn to get some job done. I was hoping that the other side would simply accept our proposal and that would be it. But this was a somewhat unexpected turn of events. You do realize that the players are currently traveling towards the new continent, right? As a matter of fact, library also sends its envoys there in order to collect information. And it just so happens that we have recently received a rather interesting report. Now, if you promise to help us with that matter, the library is going to have no real reason to turn down your guild's request. Shit, does that mean that now instead of targeting Wolfgang you are going to target me specifically? We are not interested in the least in the fact who discovers a particular information. And besides, you are talking about a track record but only you know how it is, right? There is no one else that can prove it. It was at this exact moment that the roles of buyer and seller were reversed. No. Wait just a moment. I was acting as if I was a really skilled negotiator, but in reality I don't really think that I'll be able to hold my own ground against this magical girl wannabe. Sure, I can do some tongue shenanigans, but in order to emerge victorious here I fear that my intelligence stat is not nearly high enough. Don't you think that your expectations are a little bit too high here? Oh shit, not good. I could feel goosebumps starting to crawl all over my skin, creating the nastiest feeling imaginable. From your own words, I believe it is safe for us to assume that you have obtained the information on every single one of the unique monsters. Coincidentally, we have those at our disposal as well. And there it is. They are misinterpreting my words, and misinterpreting them in a really spectacular manner. Fuck this. I wanna go home. I want to stop all this thinking processes and just go hunt some monsters already. The information about that epic of the Vorpal bunnies of yours. We do not care in the slightest about the benefits and items that come from joining forces or unique scenarios themselves. Sanraku-san, what we only care about is information. You do understand that, right? I see. It's as if signing a pact with the devil. So you want to trade information regarding the unique monsters. Oh shit, this is really bad. My lips were moving on their own, completely out of reflex. From here on out, I really need to watch out what exactly I am going to say. We are not quite yet in the stage where we can talk about anything certain, however we know this for sure. For your information we can give you the information about a raging snake god. Raging evil god? No, not the evil god. Raging snake god. Snake, The only one coming close to that description that I could think of would be orchestra. But does that mean that library discovered the names of all 7 of the unique monsters? Now then, as you said earlier, it might actually be better to set a trial period. What do you think? Seeing is believing, as they say. However, I would feel really grateful if you would agree to become our eyes. It seems that for those guys, it was never about negotiating with the guild Wolfgang. They wanted to negotiate with me exclusively, without having to go through Pensilgton. No matter how you look at it, that's just crazy. This really puts a pressure on me, but I cannot say that a situation like that would not have its share of merits. For the time being, could you hold on? I shall take all of that to heart and we will think of our answer. We shall await your reply, then. We do hope that it will be a right one. A half-naked bird head and a magical girl wannabe both laugh sincerely, as if trying to reassure one another. Of course, I had to make haste and go back. After all, I am our guild's gunball. Chapter 239 Part 1. Chapter 239, Painful Stagnation Part 1. Fufafu. Well, I can't say I did not expect the sly foxes to try and negotiate with Sanraku-kun alone at some point. but I would never expect them to go out within the open like that. So what are we going to do about that? If you were to ask me for opinion, if it means getting the oh-so-great library on our side, I would say that some expenses are well justified for that end. Even though I did nothing all that remarkable during the negotiations, there was a wide smile on Pensilgton's face that would just not go away for some reason. I mean, if she says it's fine, then that's it. But if you were to ask me, is it not dangerous to just give away precious information just like that? This might come to bite us in the ass later on. But I must say, it was really clever out of her to just leave Katsu and Kyotomat out of it for a moment. I guess that her infamous tactical genius is not just for show. I wanted to stay out of it and just stay put to see how it goes, but I must say that the results turned out even better than I would have anticipated. Nfufafu. I was hoping to rope in the guys from 10p.m Army as well, but I guess this is good in its own right. After all, beggars can't really be choosers. Oi, keep talking like that and I shall go back to solo play without even looking behind. Ara. You can do however you please. So by any means, go right ahead. However, please do not come back after a day or two with tears in your eyes, alright? This whole event was starting to shape up to be like a genuine war in between guilds, so it was not really all that unreasonable to try and rope in others to help us. We need all the help we can get. Maybe it would not be such a bad idea to try and enlist the help of both Rust and Mold, or maybe even Akatsu again. However, on the other hand, I would not want to drag all of my game friends into such a messy interpersonal conflict. I would like to avoid doing just that for the time being. Truth to be told, I already tried to test the waters and see if they would be interested in participating in this, and incidentally all of them said that they would rather not. Not that this surprises me at all. That is why the three of us will be all on our own with this mess. Until the time rolls around, it is probably best to just leave Pensilgton to her own devices. As for me, I am going to just play the game however I want to, without worrying about anything. And even though this is highly unlikely turn of event, if worst comes to worst, I might even quit playing Shanfro for a while. Now, even though I said all that, Big Bro Vash is not here? That's right. Father is currently out, seeing one of his lifelong friends. When I have returned to Rabbit's via disposable magic scroll, I wanted to go straight to Wysash in order to give him the Delta devices. This could have given me a lead to the new unique monster, but apparently my timing was bad and we happened to pass each other by. Ah, I see. Things like that do happen in games from time to time. Still, even though it is not something that can be blamed on anyone in particular, it is really inconvenient. Now I would have to sit around and wait until I would be able to push the quest forward. And since Shanfro is linked to the real-world time so much, it is highly unlikely that Wysash is going to reappear here simply by me exiting and re-entering the palace. In that case, right, I know what to do. Time for me to go to sleep. In that case, please have a good night's sleep. Good night's rest? It's not even dark outside yet. I do not feel like playing Shanfro when I have nothing else to do in there for the time being. So in order to have a change of pace, I decided to give a go to that one game that I have purchased recently. Ryugen Fugaku's collaborative work VR Kendo Classroom course. I must say, those are some strong sounding words for something that is essentially a teaching software. From the look of it, the production of this game was supervised by a strong-looking old man who was also and you might have guessed that already, but the secret boss that Iwamaki-san was talking about was apparently Ryugen Fugaku himself. How cool is that? It seems that the guy has long since passed away now, but apparently during his lifetime he was cooperating with use in order to develop a really elaborate trace AI, one that would be able to preserve his samurai spirit and allow it to be passed on to the next generations in this digital day and age. There is a technology nowadays that is called trace AI. At one point in time, there were scientists and realists who were all crazy about the technology of cloning and the ethics associated with that particular branch of science. Here the many theories are all needlessly complicated, but to summarize them into terms that could be well understood, The Trace AI is the kind of AI that would in theory be able to recreate the mind of a certain person and their thought processes as closely and accurately as possible. The way in which it works is fairly simple. You just wear a specific VR set and carry on with your usual routine in the cyberspace. The AI records and analyzes both your thought patterns and behavior, creating the virtual image of the person wearing the set and making it as close to the original as possible. So it is just asking yourself the question, how would that person behave in a situation this or that, and pushing it to the limit. Of course, there is no way that an AI like that would ever acquire an ego of its own, and since it is nothing more but a program, it has no human rights. And the result of this technology for the advanced AI creation was Fugaku, the secret boss of this game. You get lessons from Fugaku during the course of the game, but in order to unlock his high-end boss version there are some conditions that you must satisfy. If you play the game normally and as it was intended to by the developers, you would fight in one-on-one duel against Fugaku as a final exam of sorts. However, as your rank goes higher and higher, different letters start to appear on the kendo scroll hanging on the dojo's wall. If you collect all the letters and place them in the right order on the game's main menu screen, the secret boss battle shall be unlocked. Chapter 239 Part 2, Chapter 239, Painful Stagnation Part 2. All rank S, but boy am I glad that there is nothing more. I was about halfway through the game, and so far the requirements were not overly strict or anything like that. Even though some of the missions and tasks are pretty hard, as long as you remember the tutorial and its teachings it can all be accomplished sooner rather than later. The path of the sword does not yield even to increasing difficulty levels. I hit the AI teacher dummy with a flying kick to the stomach, and as it wobbles in place I also add a full swing to it. The stage is cleared. Now it's time for evaluation. The strict voice shouts 2 words, rank E. This means my performance was pretty much garbage. Also, not that I am complaining, but the fact that you could switch your kendo uniform here on and off as you desired was kind of evil. I mean, what were the developers thinking when they added a function like that? I knew it. When it comes to martial arts, the highest level of difficulty makes the AI opponents really hard to deal with. I was playing the game normally and at my own pace, but around the 4th dan and higher I started to struggle quite a bit. Soon enough, rather than skill, passing the next stages of battles against AI opponents became more of a trial and error thing. At first it was a piece of cake, but as the ranks started to go up the movements of the training dummies started to get more smooth and refined, and right about now they were able to perform really complex moves and maneuvers as if they were doing only that for God knows how many years without stopping. And since there is a strict ban in this software when it comes to shoulder tackles from American football, pro wrestling moves and everything that resembles street fighting, I was barely even managing to attain the lowest grade possible, which was G. It would be great to have an action game with skills and stats. I would really like to play around with my stats in this particular title. Specifically, I would like to increase the agility of my avatar by 1.5. With something like that, clearing those stages would be a breeze. So does that mean it is time for the normal boss knockout? It was simply overwhelming. So far I managed to win 1 time, 2 times there was a draw, and I have lost about 43 times. The deciding factor seemed to have been a variation of German suplex, but God, I'm so tired. So tired. I'm out of breath. In Shanfro this amount of exercise would not even make me break a sweat, but here, now then. Do I want to return to Shanfro, or do I want to tackle that secret boss? For the time being I return to the title screen and let's see here. Young buds, from west to east, grow and take nutrients from the dead leaves, bloom into large flowers. Was that supposed to be a poem? Or maybe a song? Or maybe, you know what? I'm not going to bother with that. Ancient poetry and writing is something that is way too sophisticated for an average modern high school student such as myself. So what this means? Season changes, dead leaves dance in the air. There is a change in the main menu of the VR Kendo Dojo. The door at the back of the dojo start to open, released by the secret password, And now I can enter the hidden dojo where the secret boss would await me. Dual wield has been added to the mode selection. Online battle mode has been added to mode selection. Hidden difficulty, Brave Fencer has been added to mode selection. See, it's here. It is only a little bit weird that you need to beat the boss to unlock the first two options. Those would usually come as standard in-game options. I choose the new difficulty setting without hesitation, and also choose the dual wield option. While being at it, a pair of bamboo swords appear in front of me, hanging in the air. Dual wield, huh. I was unable to even touch the person that was known as Ryugen Fugaku. I also learned that there is a huge gap in between our abilities to dual wield. Apparently the dual wielding art of the past was something totally out of this world. Okay, for the first time ever in my life, I was also able to find out that you can get a brain concussion within 5 seconds. It was not the unreasonable speed, just like that of the Gravekeeper Wizardman. It was just your normal human speed. And before I could do anything or react in any way, I was already getting pummeled. This battle was sure to be a struggle, a grueling one at that. Awaken. Good morning, Sanraku-san. It's already dark outside. Father should be back now. All right, let's go, Emule. Right now, I was extremely frustrated that I was unable to make any sort of progress when it comes to battle against Ryugen Fugaku, so I decided to log in into Shanfro to see if now I will be able to push the unique scenario X a little bit further. As we walk through the corridors of the bunny court, I try to summarize the information I have so far and organize it all inside of my head. So far, the information gained during the conquering of the previous dungeons did not prove to be of much use. Wizardman's was a simple quest with a boss that simply pulverizes its enemies in a quick and neat fashion. Cutenid's was a mere dungeon conquest with a whole lots of gimmicks to it. This unique scenario X, however, had way too many steps for my taste. It seemed to me that the progress of this quest was tied to doing other unique scenario X's, and I was guessing that beside the one I was doing right now, there would be a whole bunch of other mini-quests that I would be required to accomplish. Will I be required to fight against Vash at the end of the line? Or is there going to be some other victory conditions that I'm unable to see for now? Thinking about it now, is defeating the unique monster the only way of clearing the unique scenario X's? Up until now I was doing just that, defeating them without thinking of a peaceful solution. Well, Wizardman was probably an exception to that rule, but even though you defeat the unique monsters, they are not really disappearing from this world, which is giving you an opportunity for a rematch. Thinking about it carefully, this is all a unique scenario. The purpose of such quests should be tied to clearing the storyline connected to a given monster, so that it would not necessarily entail having to defeat the unique monster in question. Such possibilities are low, but not entirely impossible. What if in reality it was Setsuna of the distant past that was the real unique monster and Wizardman was a mere boss? Would killing Setsuna instead of Wizardman cause the quest to collapse, to end in failure? If we are to assume something like that, then was Cutenid really a shy octopus that was playing around in his backyard, just wanting friends with whom he could play with? In the first place, just what is making the unique monster unique? The story that is tied to it, its connection to the gods, or maybe something else connected to the world of the game itself? Sanraku-san, again off to your own world? Look, we are already here. Gay. Don't pull on my cloak all of a sudden like that. Alright then, how about we report our achievements so far? Well now, I wonder what exactly is going to happen from this point onwards. Also, it seems that Akatsu Akane managed to arrive at Rabbits and was on his way to the Colosseum in order to do the quest invitation from the Bunny Country. After we are done here, let us go there and see how he is doing. Chapter 240 Part 1, Chapter 240, The Price of Strength, but Eyes Filled with Fiery Fury Part 1. No matter how one tends to look at it, both the unique scenario invitation to the Bunny Country and unique scenario X the Epic of the Vorpal Bunnies are very challenging quests that may prove extremely difficult for new players. The content of those quests is all about fighting hordes of monsters whose level is way higher than that of the player character, but fortunately what you lack in pure numbers you can make up for with both skill and agility. Looking at it now, I was even able to fight and defeat the most broken of all enemies, the loser Woods, who was supposed to be invulnerable to physical attacks with physical attacks, just because I was able to grab its staff from its hands. That is all there really is to it. For example, due to a set of miraculous coincidences like continuing to obtain items that give very good effects and modify your stats like crazy, and fighting really strong enemies such as boss monsters and 2 unique monsters, you could obtain the power necessary to get through all of those challenges with ease. If there really was a player like that, you could say that their luck stat would truly be out of this world. What do you think would happen if something like that was to take place? The result would be just like what you can see here. It is not really something that I should boast about here, but as a shitty game hunter I have conquered many brokenly difficult games and defeated many bosses whose difficulty level was high as shit. I don't know why, but apparently broken difficulties and over-the-top battles seem to go hand in hand when it comes to shitty games, and it is a major factor why some of those games keep on losing players that actively play them. Still, even if it is a raid boss placed in a single-player game, or a challenge quest with rules that were clearly not all that well thought out before green-lighting the quest, I have managed to conquer them all, although not without my fair share of both struggles and frustrations. Hell, I even managed to conquer a boss fight that initially took me almost 100 weeks of trying to figure out. 100 weeks. Can you imagine just how broken that fight felt to me at the time? That being said, not that I was doing only that boss fight for 100 weeks straight, but you get the point. It was a truly fierce battle that would nowadays require me to consume a fair share of riot bloods beforehand. However, even someone as experienced in fighting shit bosses and broken difficulty levels as I was forced to watch in awe at what was happening right before my very eyes. What was that thing about now? Was that a bug? In my Shanfro grabbed by the neck and slashed like that. Looks painful. About 10 meters away from us, Akatsuakane was doing whatever he could against his opponent, which was huge black shadow. That shadow could only be described as the Grim Reaper look-alike, and it was literally slaughtering poor Akatsuakane. Just then, a scythe appeared in the hands of the Grim Reaper, one that looked as if it was made out of dried up blood and crystallized darkness and malice. The black shadow made one swift motion with that scythe, a motion that it must have familiarized itself with after making it countless of times in the past. There was a bright flash, and in the next moment Akatsuakane's head fell from his shoulders and hit the ground with a loud thud, slowly rolling away. That was almost like that one-hit kill that Lucan was able to perform. Dear Game Masters, maybe you should not make things look so graphic. This could definitely traumatize some people. Sickle? What the fuck is that? That, lad, is true quiet. The highest of the spirits known in these lands, and something that only Further was able to defeat in combat in the past. True quiet, So that cheat-looking throw technique was not really a cheat, but rather its insta-kill move? Something like that? I wanna redo the invitation to the bunny country. So bad. I want to test my own skills in fight against that thing. No, wait just a moment, calm down, me. I already have super hard secret boss to beat for the current moment. Ryugen Fugoku. For now I have no idea just how am I going to defeat it with the capabilities of my avatar being so severely limited, but I'll think of something sooner or later. Yeah, definitely. But still, it is very interesting indeed. So it won't hurt to ask Sash about the details sometime later. Oh well, if it isn't Sanraku. Good evening, big brother. We have succeeded in finding the requested items. Usually I play very casually and without worrying about anything, but it is also quite nice to roleplay someone else in conversations from time to time. More often than not I have come to realize that this kind of small roleplay was surprisingly successful in many story quests and NPC interactions, but I get a feeling that a slightly rouge approach would be good against Sash, because he is giving off that particular vibe himself. I did not think that you would find those materials so quickly. I was thinking that you would need more time before you would be able to do it. My body is really light, and it only took some flexibility and wall running. Your usual things while exploring around. I could feel that Emil was looking at me with a mortified expression, but it is not that I have told a lie here or anything like that. Sure, it was kinda hard to obtain those materials and one wrong move would spell doom to the both of us. But overall it was not all that bad. I think Fumu, Sanraku, Yuzuki, and the materials from the monsters that you admit that are strong. You will need all of that. Ooh, here it comes. Here it comes. No matter how much I would nag Break about it, she would never want to create a weapon for me in a way that twice Ash did it, saying something that it required outstanding skill and that it would result in breaking the materials if handled poorly. I have no idea what am I going to fight in the end, but perhaps the key to that quest is the weapon strengthened with the materials obtained while doing the other unique scenario X's. Chapter 240 Part 2. Chapter 240, The Price of Strength, but Eyes Filled with Fiery Fury Part 2. However, when I was making Yuzuki I did not really care all that much if it would be necessary for some other quests down the line, but what struck me as odd was the selection of materials that were needed in order to create it. But if the designation was materials from beings that the user thinks that are strong, this means that only the materials from the most powerful of monsters out there would really do the trick. The strong enemy that you have struggled against in solo subjugation. Super strong enemy killed together in a party battle. The former are better when it comes to the strength factor since you were fighting it alone, but the latter tend to give better quality materials due to their increased difficulty. What kind of judgment applies in this case? Honestly, I would rather not invite other people to do Epic of the Vorpal Bunnies together with me, because if that was to happen a whole lot of people would try to selfishly farm for weapons and forget about team effort, and I don't want that. However, the monsters that I have struggled against the most were Loken and Cutinid of the Abyss, and they did not drop any items or materials. So that would leave the other strong monsters in the areas that were associated with unique monsters or of high level requirement. And most of those materials were taken when creating Scorpion Gauntlets, Mirror Shield, and Dispatel. But since the materials from monsters are not all that specific to begin with, it may be possible to create a new weapon or strengthen the already existing ones with what materials I have left. If it is indeed like that, then lucky me. The materials used in creation of the Scorpion Gauntlets and the materials from Atlantis Reaper Orca. Except for Cutinid and Loken, those were the times where I was prepared to die if it meant taking those monsters down. Without the field gimmicks, those were the kind of enemies that I could normally never even hope to defeat on my own. Especially that Reaper Orca. How were you supposed to defeat that thing without reflecting its laser back at it? Or without a weapon of mass destruction, or evaporating the whole sea all at once? For a moment out there, Wysash was looking at the claws of the golden scorpion and the crystallized feather fins of the Atlantic Reaper Orca. Then, after a moment of silence, he grinned widely and took those items from me, alongside Yuzuki as well. This is going to be really interesting here. Break is going to have quite a laugh with that. Yeah, but that's it. Okay, maybe I should wait with giving him the Delta devices after he completes the weapon modifications for me. Yeah, let's do just that. Right, that should be a good moment to ask. Incidentally, Big Bro. Sickle, what was this thing's name again? It's True Quiet. Right, that. You see, I would happen to be interested in fighting that thing. Oh, funny that you say that. Akatsuakane said the exact same thing. Personally, I don't think there is any meaning in defeating this monster if you are not going to do it in a one-on-one battle. But if you really want to help him, I am not going to stop you. No, what I meant was that I wanted to fight it on my own. Oh well, whatever. Anyways, the drop item from this monster should be its scythe, right? And since it's a quest-related monster, defeating it should not make it impossible for others to challenge it. So it's all okay in my book. It's not like I want to help Akatsuakane no matter what. But I do believe that if I go and say that out loud, it might actually affect my likeliness gauge with Sickle, so I don't want to risk getting a bad karma here. Right. Thank you so much. Well, we are not complete strangers, so if I can help you, that is what I am going to do. All right. I am going to win next time for sure. Oh, won't you look at that? He got insta-killed again. Akatsuakane. I think that Akatsuki Kane's strong point is that unrelenting mentality of his. He doesn't give even in a situation like that. I should learn a thing or two from him. I went out for a moment to the waiting room of the Colosseum, and when I went back to the arena, Akatsuki Kane had his head chopped off 10 times already and was currently on his way for scoring the beheading number 11. Witnessing him getting executed time after time like that was starting to get really depressing. Sanraku-san. Hello there. Yeah, hello. And for the time being, stay. Roger. Yeah, just like that. Let's sit down. Yeah, that's right. It was high time for a strategy meeting. For the time being, the only thing you can really do is to die repeatedly in order to get yourself familiar with the boss's attack patterns and learn to respond to them. It was all about muscle memory, really. However, I was more than sure that this monster was just like Utanid of the Abyss. It was all about a gimmick. And unless we unravel the mystery of this gimmick, the death penalty will only keep on piling up. From the perspective of the audience, I can say for sure that this boss has a gimmick to it. If you get caught in its grab animation, it is already over for you. That's right. I tried to move away and jump, but in the end I was still unable to avoid it. Well, the current point of view is not so bad. Actually, that whole gimmick is a whole lot easier to understand once you view it from the third-party perspective. That would be kind of a spoiler if I say anything here. Are you fine with that? Yes, please. Honestly speaking, I was starting to feel like I was getting stuck, so any help you could give me will be well appreciated. NHH, once you get grabbed, it forces the teleport. The trigger here would be Shadow. Yes. The moment the Reaper's hand reaches out towards the player, its shadow lengthened considerably, but it was a pretty fast action, so it might have been difficult to spot. Some sort of verification would be nice here so that we could be sure about that, but I do believe that as long as the shadow of the player touches the shadow of the Reaper, the player will be automatically locked into a grab animation. This is probably not a homing attack, so you might want to try to avoid by doing a back step or jumping sideways when it starts its grab animation. I see. I understand. I am going to give it a go right away. While looking at Akatsuki Kane, who ran off without even stopping or looking behind, I cast a short glance towards both Sickle and Emule. This piece of vital information can be easily obtained if you just sit in the audience seat and keep on watching. Still, if I were unable to grasp that all on my own, would any of the Vorpal bunnies offer to give me this information as hint or clue? Thinking about it calmly, this is just too incomprehensible. Unique monsters serve the purpose of testing the player's skill and innate abilities, and their drop materials can help the players to become stronger. Does that mean that Ysash is not going to be an enemy during this unique scenario X? It looks like Akatsuki Kane has respawned. Before I could notice anything or do anything, I was cut from behind. Have some more confidence in yourself, man. Right. How many times have you fought that monster? That was the first one. I shall lend you a hand here, so let's both give it our best, alright? Does that mean that there are still 9 monsters left out there? Presumably even more powerful than that one just now? Is that really something you would like to put the low-level players through? Chapter 241 Part 1. Chapter 241, Gold Moon, So Blue Yet So Cold Part 1. I was able to come to a certain realization just now. A situation where I am basically unable to fight on my own is extremely frustrating. But it is thanks to that realization that I was able to conclude that the time I have spent so far playing on my own was well worth it, and that it was not at all a wasted effort. At least I don't think it was. I did it. Did you see that, Sanraku-san? Did you see that, Sickle-san? I did it. An instant death grab attack that is forced upon the player and unable to be broken in any way once the player's shadow touches the shadow of the Grim Reaper monster. In essence, this is a type of attack that looks like a teleportation behind one's back, but in reality it is nothing more but a separation of the shadow from the main body, and then the two basically switch places. Once you get caught in that animation, it is all over for you. You are unable to break free. You get debuffed into oblivion and you become so weak that as a result a single strike is more than enough to send you to your grave on the spot. But to be perfectly honest, That was all there was to that monster. Aside from that one special attack, the Reaper did not possess anything that could come even remotely close to being called a real threat to the player. Don't get me wrong. It was still a formidable opponent, stronger than any normal monster I have come across up until now. But the thing is, once you understood how it tends to work and took all the necessary precautions to protect yourself from being locked into that instant death animation, beating the true quiet into a bloody pulp was becoming so painfully easy that you could even call it boring. I don't know about that, but is it not a correct answer to increase a -100 strength into 0 rather than cutting 100 strength to 0? I knew it. The old rule of thumb goes into full effect in this game more than in any other. Instead of looking at a certain enemy through the scope of sheer numerical values alone, it is far better and more effective to just figure out its weakness based on the overall story settings and world views. Doing something like that to a monster is something that you rarely see in any normal games, but on the other hand it is a practice that is surprisingly common when it comes to shitty games. That, plus the monsters like that were also gifted with a certain motive or an element that only becomes clear the moment they die. I think that what constitutes a monster is the element that gave birth to it in the first place. An amalgamation of negativity and things such as death or pain in excessive quantities, or maybe even abstract concepts such as disease or violence in general. But that is just my personal opinion. In that case, let's assume that the game consists of 3 major components: HP 0, damage, and debuff. To make a long story short, once a certain statistic hits 0, instead of disappearing it goes into the negative value. And even after it goes to the negative, if we keep on piling up negative values on top of negative values, the numbers are only going to skyrocket. Of course, only in the negative direction. Then let us take a look at the exact same idea, only this time around it is reversed. After a certain parameter goes into the negative value, you add a positive value in order for it to go back to 0. Then you add negative value once more and then a positive one and so on and so forth. The principle here can be said to be exactly the same as what I was doing during the battle against Cutanid of the Abyss. Sure, it was the inversion system and all that, but the way in which it was sometimes calculating damage and other things like that was exactly the same. If the damage is not doing anything, try healing instead. If you get debuffed, try to buff in order to offset the effect. If you somehow manage to end up dead, just revive and get over it. So what was the strategy to beat the Reaper? It was surprisingly simple. Together with Akatsuki, we have come to a conclusion that the best thing for us to do in order to battle that particular enemy would be to go to the rabbit's items store, buy as much healing items as possible and return to the Colosseum, basically healing the Reaper to its death. It is the same feeling as splashing bottles of holy water over the undead type of enemies, but here I do get a feeling that we waste way more potions than we would on a simple undead. Here it is as simple of a concept. We use healing items, the items of the attribute of light, in order to purge its counterpart, which is the attribute of darkness. Or to be more exact, in case of the true quiet, it feels as though we were returning a debt that managed to amass over the years into a one hell of a hefty sum. And no matter if I was the one who was doing that, or if I was simply watching from the audience's seats, there was just something about throwing away luxurious recovery items that just did not feel right, was feeling like a waste. Yeah, it was probably something like that. I feel like this is giving a whole new meaning to the proverb money is power. I feel like this is kind of right, but I also feel like this is kind of wrong here. Oh well. Won't you look at that? Somehow, a scythe has dropped as a loot from the monster's corpse. Wow. Are we not lucky or what? Great. That's actually great. So great, I tell you. The scythe that belongs to none other than the Grim Reaper itself. Just how cool is that? I want it so bad right now. However, since I am a cool and level-headed member of society, I managed to keep my excitement in check. I may be super happy, but does not mean I need to let that happiness overflow and show. Chapter 241 Part 2. Chapter 241, Gold Moon, So Blue Yet So Cold Part 2. Sanraku-san, even though you are clenching your fists so hard, You look awfully happy for some reason. That reason being, I am still young. So that means that I can enjoy my youth some more. I can indulge myself in youthful fantasies how much I want. When I saw this ghost-type warrior that seemed to be really strong, I felt overjoyed that I would be able to challenge it. It was also thrilling to see that it possessed attacks that would require you to figure out its gimmick, so not only challenge your physical skills, but mental ones as well. It was only slightly disappointing to see that Akatsuakane got to that enemy first, but there is always something you can learn from watching others struggle. Although there is no real sense of pain to it, getting repeatedly stabbed or skewered like that is not all good and fine for one's mental health. It is one of the best things in games, that death does not come with all the pain and dark emotions surrounding it. And while there are people who might enjoy those kind of feelings, they should not impose that onto others, who might feel completely otherwise. Games. Ever since they have first appeared in the world, it can be said that the history of the online battles was that of meeting new people, taunting one another and absorbing animosity from other people. There are even cases of adding fuel to the fire by sending friend requests to the salty players after everything is said and done. Worst case scenario, an all-out flame war might erupt and escalate to an unprecedented scale. However, as the time goes forth, so does the technology and the culture of players playing the games. There are less cases of salty players fighting one another, and games come with at least some levels of precautions against that kind of behavior. Even if you miss a new release, there is nothing bad about it, since there are always more games to come out sooner or later. There are so many games on the market out there that the older games tend to get depopulated quickly in favor of newer releases. There are even the type of gamers nowadays that devote their free time to only one kind of games out there, even though there are so many genres to choose from. But that is also something that is perfectly acceptable. There is also a certain unwritten rule nowadays: don't treat the new users and players in a way that you would not want to be treated. When it comes to people like Pencilton, Katsu and myself, we tend to bash one another on a daily basis, but it is only because we know one another for a while now. We would never do such a thing to a new player. That would be rude and stood in opposition to what games are meant to be. Basically, I do not recommend dying too many times with full dive system, so for now we should focus on acquiring as many information as we can while trying not to die all too often. I get it. I understand. I said that I get it, but I wonder if I really do get it. If it was for me, I sure would have go with something alongside the lines of "for now, let us try something else." Oh well. I guess to each player their own unique play style. Other people may want to give you advice sometime on how you should approach things, but one should never force their own style on others. Although the amount of mental damage I have suffered was truly tremendous, I felt that it was about time for us to be on our way. So I made a quick toilet break and logged back in. And while we were going towards the blacksmith's workshop, we have come across someone we did not expect to see in a place such as this. Good. That way I can expect the finished product to be of a really good quality. While we were on our way towards the workshop where Wysash should have been working, we saw a white bunny that was smoking a pipe outside, apparently waiting for us to show up. Oh, it's Brakony-chan. Hey there, Pops is calling for you guys. Ooh, could it be that the weapons are already finished? Yeah, they are. And they are wonderful. They are so wonderful that I actually cannot find the right words to describe them, as well as the awesomeness of Pop's craft. I'm so jealous. Ah, you are here, huh? Great. I think that the results are really nice. This weapon went a long way to get here to this point. It was once a simple vorpal knife, but then after some refining and strengthening with materials from Emperor Beetle it has become Half Moon Slower Fang and Upper Fang, that combined with a mighty Yuzuki. And right now, this very same Yuzuki gained a new appearance thanks to the materials from the Golden Crystal Scorpion and Atlantic Reaper Orca. I present to you, the Whale Rabbit Moon. This one's name is Kensho, and the name of this one here is Maki. So cool. It was probably because both weapons used similar crystal catalysts for their strengthening but from different monsters. But even though they looked kind of different, they had similar crystal outline to them. Their ornamentation was also really similar and their names sounded cool as hell as well. But the size was also different. While Kensho was looking like a normal sword and was accurately as long, Maki looked more like a dagger rather than anything else. Judging from their names, the golden one uses the materials from the golden crystal scorpion, and the dark blue blade uses the materials extracted from Atlantic Reaper Orca. For the time being, they both get a 100 points when it comes to appearance alone. But how about their skills and abilities? Let's find out. Whale Rabbit Moon Kensho, Anet Blade Sword. The name of this sword comes from the golden glow of the moonlight that was encapsulated in the crystal used to craft this blade. Thanks to the magic of the Vorpal bunnies, it can still emanate the true chill of the moonlight while also exhibiting the chill of the netherworld itself. When fighting an opponent whose level exceeds that of the player character, upon landing a successful critical hit, an additional effect of crystallization will be placed upon the enemy. When consuming the player's HP gauge or receiving the radiance of the moonlight, the weapon can rapidly restore its lost durability. By hitting a certain amount of critical attacks, an additional attack mode will become available based on the accumulated penetration gauge. Requires following attributes to be wielded properly: Strength 100, Dexterity 80, Skill 80, Vorpal Soul 200. Whale Rabbit Moon Maki, an anti-blade sword. The name of this sword is derived from the spiritual power of the soul of the crystal used to craft those twin blades. Thanks to the power of the Vorpal bunnies, it manages to glow with the radiance of the moon while retaining the golden aura as well. When fighting an enemy whose level exceeds that of the player character, upon landing a successful critical blow, it will be possible to gain additional effects. Based on the HP or MP of the player that the weapon consumes, it will be possible to change its shape. By hitting a certain amount of critical attacks, an additional attack mode will become available based on the accumulated penetration gauge. Requires following attributes to be wielded properly: Strength 100, Dexterity 80, Skill 80, Vorpal Soul 200. At long last, you can clearly see Vorpal Soul emanating from this thing. No more hiding and no more suppressing. Just out in the open. Would not think it was an actual stat, though. Chapter 242 Part 1, Chapter 242, If you are a man, you will do everything in your power and die at the end. Part 1. For the time being, I tried to equip my new dual swords to see if I was meeting all the necessary requirements. And since I was able to equip the dual swords and brandish them in my hands without any major issue, this must mean that every single requirement was successfully met. That of course include the level of my Vorpal Soul being at 200 or above. That is fine and all, but it brings me a certain problem. As far as I am concerned, the amount of Vorpal Soul needed for those weapons is quite high, at least when you compare it to the other stats that are required of the player. And unlike HP, MP, or even stamina, Vorpal Soul seems to be a hidden stat, meaning I cannot measure its current level, and I cannot be sure if it won't increase or decrease in certain situations. And if I am unable to confirm its value at any given point in time, there might come a time where I will need it for something, but I will end up unable to use it and will be screwed as a result. Oh well, it is not that I did not have at least a vague idea how to raise that particular stat, so no problems there. To be more specific, I guess that I have managed to satisfy the Vorpal Soul level requirement at the time of climbing through the Crystal Hills. I mean, it was there that I have fought a fight that allowed me to basically achieve the current level cap in one fell swoop. For the time being, the effects of those weapons are as follows. Kensho gives a debuff to the opponents upon landing a successful critical hit, and Maki gives a small buff to itself upon landing a successful critical hit. But a buff to itself? That's a little bit. No, that's not good. No. It is really not good because I like to have control of every tool in my hands. In the first place, as far as the weapon's performance go, I already have one weapon that is excellent both in stats and its performance, namely, the Dullahan blade. So do I really need another weapon that would be similar to it performance-wise? But that being said, Whale Rabbit Moon has that advantage that technically it would be really hard to bring its durability down. But does that apply only to the single weapon, or does it count for the other one as well? It's an important issue for me, since as a dual wielder I am going to use both of them at the same time. No. But wait just a moment. Since it is an anti-blade sword, it should meant that more or less its effects should trigger every time I clash with something that wields weapons of its own. So at the very least this does not make it totally useless. It is not totally useless. It is not totally useless. No. No, no. Those swords are so cool, that is why they are not totally useless. While I was doing my very best to convince myself of that fact, Wysash threw something my way while giving me a bitter look. It was as if he was able what was exactly happening deep inside of my heart. As for the item itself, it was small and it looked just about small enough to fit in the palm of my hand. And this is supposed to be. It was an object whose shape was reminiscent of a gun, but instead of regular bullet shooting gun, this thing looked more like a flare gun you would see in movies and other games. In other words, even though it looked kind of cool, I could feel little to no killing potential from this thing. Right. This little fella here is, I just call it Busy Beacon, BC for short. It may not be of any use for you right away, but from what I understand it will be of great help. After all, it is a kind of a whistle that will let you summon Bahamut. What? Wait, what was that just now? The sheer destructive power of those words was just too great. I feel I could make the magical girl wanna be drop dead on the spot if she heard that. Anyways, that one word, that one information seemed to work as the last missing piece of the puzzle, and having obtained that, I was able to slowly connect the dots of other information I managed to obtain thus far. And with each new dot connected to the rest, they were starting to form a clear picture. A picture that was the answer that I was looking for all this time. We have the footage found in the ruins of the old castle's basement. We have the words of the Setsunu of the distant past herself. And right now we have Wysash's words and the whistle he has given me. I think that all of the above are more than enough of a proof that Bahamut is more like a machine or something born out of science rather than a mere monster. Now, how does that connect to both Leviathan and Behemoth? Could it be that it is irrelevant? I was not quite aware of the fact since those are the names of monsters and creatures that appear rather frequently in fantasy settings, but could it be that those names are the names of the gods here in Shangri-La Frontiers setting? No. But then, I would very much like to throw myself into the storm of considering various options here, but for the time being the information regarding this busy beacon gun are way too important for me to pass them up. Chapter 242 Part 2. Chapter 242, If you are a man, you will do everything in your power and die at the end. Part 2. Truth to be told, it does not really matter if you decide to use it now or not. These days its scream can no longer be heard, but the coordinates should still be there. Coordinates. That's right. I am not going to tell you where to look, and no one else here knows, so don't even try. However, the beacon will let you know once you start to get close to its location. But a small advice: watch your feet. Oh, why yeah, right. Oh, and before I forget, one more thing, please give me a break. Any more information and my head is literally going to explode. Those markings that the dog left on you, there is a way, albeit only temporal, to invalidate their effects. That is what Makey is actually for. That was it. This was just too much. I felt as though I just got knocked out by that heavyweight piece of info. The heaviest piece of info that I have heard on that day. Sanraku-san. About what Daddy said. Honestly speaking, I would want to go to sleep and forget everything that happened today. After all, both curse marks and scratches are what is basically permanent debuffs. That is why when Wysash told me the details of the method to get rid of it, I had to sit down in disbelief. And the only thing that Emil did was ask, can it really be done? Is there no other way? It would be truly difficult of a task. I guess that the only way to get rid of a dark color is to overwrite it with an even darker color. The place where Emil and I were heading towards right now was the top of the bunny court. If Wysash is the symbol of the bunny country as a whole, then the top of the court is where we can find the other important NPC who keeps everything in order around here. And even though I have heard his name many times before thanks to Emil, I have never seen the man in question myself, but it is the first time that I have actually went to see him there. So, This is the office, huh? Yes, that's right. This is the place where you can usually meet Edward Unai-chan. Judging from his name, out of all Wysash's children he must be pretty important. While trying to process every bit of information I have received from Wysash and break, I open the door to the office and walk inside. NHH, oh my. Oh, all the people to come here. If it isn't a mule. Hello there. And nice to meet you, too, Sanraku Dono. Yes. It's nice to meet you, too. Your Excellency, if the eldest daughter was a black bunny, and the second son was the white bunny, then this here bunny was like the mixture of the two. Meaning, the color of his fur was gray, one of his ears were leaning downwards, and he was only slightly smaller than Wysash was. Once we entered, he lifted his face from a pile of papers and smiled at us, greeting us with a polite tone. Ah, so now we have the intelligent type, huh? Now then, what kind of business would you have with me to go out of your way and visit me here? Big bro. No, the title is reserved for Wysash specifically. Anyways, we wanted to get some advice from you. Turns out that the permanent debuffs that the unique monster can bestow upon the players have ranks to them as well. For example, Lucan's curse marks are bestowed only upon those who the wolf considers to be a worthy prey, and the debuff serves as a test of sorts, to see if one will be able to traverse all the hardships and emerge out of them even stronger than ever before. And as a result of me being able to push its fangs and claws away, in order to respect my strength, Lucan changed the curse marks to claw wounds, strengthening the curse's effects. Those claw wounds are both a test and invitation. A challenge for the player to become even stronger. From the gameplay perspective it is making things much worse for me, but from the perspective of the world building, it makes a surprisingly huge amount of sense. And if so, everything that exists in this world has a polar opposite, just like Utanid was the embodiment of that concept. If the curse marks are the results of the claw wounds, then there surely is a way to alleviate the wounds or to make them even worse than they were before. And just today alone I have witnessed just how powerful the setting of this game is and what you need to do in order to embrace it fully. Those were the information that library would kill to get a hold of, or to sell all their members and equipment, and even drive themselves into debt. I am not a Vorpal bunny, I am just an early bird. Still, I must say that being an honorary citizen of Rabbits is the title I shall wear with pride and joy. Thank you for saying that. We also appreciate all that you do for us. And that is exactly why I feel like I should fulfill my duty towards this country, to thank it for all the kindness it has shown me. Wysash said that what you need to counteract a curse is simply an even stronger curse. A stronger curse that finds its roots not in curiosity like the one Lucan put on me. It is not something quite like Utanid's evaluation. And it is certainly something completely different from Sequim's expectations. No, this curse is all about a more fundamental hate, the true hate. Hate towards everything, age, sex, weakness, strength, hostility, pacifism. The true curse. The true curse that only one of the 7 can exhibit. Chancellor, add me to the bunny defense lines. Otherwise this conflict with Goldunine will know no end. When Wysash says that, it is someone who hates people, it is someone who detests bunnies, and it is someone who absolutely loathes the world, the mother of all snakes, the nemesis of all Vorpal bunnies, someone who constantly tries to invade Rabbits and raze it to the ground. It was one of the 7 unique monsters, the existence of which is known only to some of the members of the guild library. Chapter 243 Part 1, Chapter 243, Replayability. That is as interesting as it is maddening. Part 1. Here in Rabbits there is a certain unique scenario that the players can undertake. The name of this unique scenario is touring around the bunny's country, and the aim of that questline is apparently to stop the bunny-eating snakes that try to invade Rabbits on the regular basis. But in the first place, why would a monster that is bunny-eating in its name would even appear in a place like this, and even be a part of the quest line? After all, the only ones who can enter Rabbits through normal means are the presumably high-level players that manage to display their Vorpal souls through combat with strong monsters. As it turns out, the answer to that question lies with one of the 7 unique monsters. By the way, How should I properly address you? Do you want me to use honorifics or maybe some specific title? When it comes to me, I do not really care about the way in which others address me. If you so desire, you can address me in the same way that you address Break or other bunnies. Ah, no, that's a little. Oh well, it doesn't really matter. I brush that matter aside for a moment, focusing more on my conversation with Edward, the de facto ruler of this whole country. As matters would have it, we were still in his office at the top of the bunny court, sitting in the luxurious guest chairs inside of his office. The situation looks as follows. Currently, Gold-9's forces are digging tunnels under the ground in hope of bypassing Rabbit's defense lines that way. It is also through those tunnels that they send their scouting parties and raiding forces. I can imagine that. I also heard that this whole Gold-9 can spawn her soldiers from her own body. That was she has virtually an endless supply of soldiers. A number that lets her be a constant threat, but a number that is not nearly enough to make one final, decisive push. Yes, unfortunately that is correct. There was once a time in the past that a large-scale battle happened inside of the tunnel's depths. It was long and it was brutal, and our forces barely managed to push the invading snakes back behind the tunnel's halfway point, and that is as far as we were able to push them back. Trying to achieve anything more would have been a pure suicide. Gold-9 the Inexhaustible, one of the 7 unique monsters of the Shangri-La frontier, taking on the form of a snake, and just that name alone is more than enough to feel like suddenly there was an aura of ominous premonition hanging in the air. At least that is the feeling I get. But there is something more. Rumors and leaks regarding the actual threats that the defenders of the tunnels have to clash against on a daily basis. The leading units, Vorpal bunnies, whisper about snakes that are larger and more dangerous than regular snakes, and those greater snakes seem to be the ones leading the rest into battle, and they are the deadliest of threats that await you underground. Just to make sure, have you not heard anything about it from Father? The warriors that are assigned to the tunnel defense are considered to be as good as dead. That's how low their chances of actually surviving the defense are. So, Gold-9's pieces are being scattered all over the tunnels and are basically like poison. Great. At least I know what it is that we have to do. That's a start. According to Wysash's words, even though the man himself have never actually clashed in combat with Gold-9's main body, it seems that the affinity of that monster is that of poison. So that would explain the spread of her forces. Also, it seems that she can bestow upon the player a negative status, a curse of poison. It is that exact thing, this curse of poison, that makes the Vorpal bunny warriors marked as dead upon going down to the tunnels. Even if they do manage to survive the actual battles, what kills them off are the poisonous fumes that permeate the area. And since the only way to lift the curse placed upon you by the unique monster is to actually defeat the unique monster in question, the Vorpal bunnies have no hope of surviving. So, unless we take care of the divider monsters that lead all the rest and serve as the poison pods, the poison fumes will keep on circulating inside of the tunnels, and eventually all of the Vorpal bunny defenders will end up dead, either as a result of direct combat with the snake army, or eroded by the poison way behind their defense lines. Anyways, it seems that the situation in the tunnels is going to be our main concern here. Also, the main concern here would be the poison. The divider monsters generate it, and it can contaminate any biological organism that it comes into contact with. I do believe there is no need for me to say this, but if any of the contaminated defenders happen to go back to rabbits, the only thing that would result in would be an unprecedented disaster. Chapter 243 Part 2. Chapter 243, Replayability. That is as interesting as it is maddening. Part 2. I see, I understand. And since I have received Knight Prololocan's wounds, and the curse that comes along with them, this means that of all the people here I can counter the poison curse's effects. Call it lucky. Or rather, you could even think of me as a poison sponge, if it is really going to work that way. Yeah, that sounds about right. But this also means that we can actively go on the offense, bring the fight to them and eliminate all of the dividers. Now, I have no idea if the AI of this game tailored that quest to my specifications, or maybe if it was its original design in the first place. However, I cannot stop thinking that it was not a coincidence that my new whale rabbit moon had the skills and abilities that it had. To be more specific, I was talking about Kinshou's crystallization ability. For the time being I am afraid that Meki would continue to be more or less useless. Kinshou will be the key to getting this quest done. Fumu. Personally, I cannot stress it enough just how important the defense of the tunnels is for the safety of rabbits and all her people. Now, just where have I put that map? Is it this? Yes, I think it is. Edward pulls a tube-shaped parchment from under a mountain load of papers and rolled it open on top of his desk. Together with Emil we watched as the parchment's contents slowly revealed themselves before our eyes. I was expecting the map to portray but a single straight line, just because we were talking about a tunnel here. However, it seems that the tunnel in question was going to be more complex than I would have anticipated. Sure, there was a one big and long straight line that seemed to have go all across Sand Rabbit's surface, but that was not all. There was a bunch of branches here and there, and those branches had branches to them as well, creating a net of something that looked pretty similar to the tree's roots. And even though there was no distinction where the snakes and bunnies were being stationed as of now, I was somehow able to imagine that and get a picture of the battlefront situation, one that in which snakes and bunnies were constantly trying to push in onto the other side of the tunnel and push their opponent out. The main vein of the tunnel is where the main body of Golgi 9 once tried to dig its way through. When it comes to that main vein, until now we managed to somehow secure about 30% of its length. There is also a possibility that somewhere from this point forward there may be an undiscovered horizontal shaft, and from that point onwards there is the current front line where all of the fights and skirmishes take place. Is there a possibility that there are more undiscovered or unmapped tunnels out there? Any potential places from which our forces would be ambushed? There is always a possibility like that, but right about now it is highly unlikely to happen. If the snakes wanted to dig new tunnels, they would have to use the already existing ones as their starting point. If that were to happen, our scouts would notice the sounds of digging and alarm the rest of the soldiers. However, human ears may be able to pick up the sounds that bunny ears are not able to perceive. But surely, there may be some differences between the things humans and bunnies are able to hear, but my money is on the fact bunnies have way better sense of hearing. So I guess that if we are going to take part in this quest, we need to be wary of surprise attacks at all times. Parts of Golgi 9's body. Her shells. I guess before we can go and challenge her directly, we need take care of that thing first. Because the map of the main tunnel seemed to be simple, it would be nothing out of the ordinary to assume that our task here is simple as well. But even so, Edward started to point at various points around the map, one unreasonable request coming out of his mouth after another. If you are looking for places to start, I would highly recommend to start here, here, here and here. It's surely going to be a tiring and dangerous run, but it would surely guarantee the fastest and the most efficient way of getting to Golgi 9. Do you think that you will be able to do something like that? That is exactly why I needed to carefully think about how exactly I was going to answer here. I will do it even if I am not able to do it. Then I will do it until I will be ready to do it. Then someday I will be able to do it for sure. After all, that is what we pioneers do best. Breaking through a dungeon full of high-level monster while aiming towards avoiding all possible encounters? It is something that lazy players who skip the leveling process do best. Also, it is a nice challenge from time to time, especially if you add the element of ATA to it. The designated route seems to be the shortest and the fastest one. Even if it might cause some losses on our end, but we cannot let something like that cloud our judgment. In the first place, avoiding small fries on my way to the bigger target is something I am well acquainted with over the years of experience as a gamer. So this time around it should be more or less the same, albeit with really peculiar enemies. I see. So does it also fall into the line of my father's expectations? If so, this is going to cost a hefty amount of money. Could it be a speculation? This is just a theory on my end. I think that in about 1 week's time there is going to be large-scale defensive operation here in Rabbits. The timing also seems a little bit too perfectly matched. The purpose of such operation would be to push the front line as much as possible, while also trying to seal off the side tunnels 3 and 4 here. That would give us the advantage that we need against Gold-9 and would be of great relief to the defenders. I can't make any promises, but at the very least let us try to aim for a tactical victory. Also, let's make your hard work an example for all the others. As expected, it is highly unreasonable to think that a mere single player will be able to make all the difference. But wait, what? Example? Thinking about it now, Akatsu Akane should be able to do all the necessary requirements and take part in the defense operation about a week from now on. Just that one fact was making it so that my Shanfro schedule was starting to look way more intense. Fortunately enough, I have no plans for the next weekend. This means that I can just buy a bunch of energy drinks and go to town. But for now, the more pressing concern for me is tomorrow. The day when the talks between Wolfgang and Black Wolves were supposed to take place. To make a long story short, the answer that Pensilgton sent in response to the Black Wolves' threats were more or less like that. We do not negotiate with terrorists. So that was that. There was no way for us to tell them anything and yield to their demands. Moreover, I happened to receive a message from Pensilgton saying that she was preparing for a magnificent fireworks show for tomorrow and that I should be looking forward to it. Why is it that I always end up getting dragged into all kind of stupid shit thanks to other players? I just want to play in peace. That being said, if there is going to be a fireworks show, then I really do want to see it. Nothing beats a good show like that. I wonder if it is okay to record all this. Now then, just what is going to happen right now? Oh well, it can all wait for the time being. Right about now, all I want to do is to take a nice and long nap. Chapter 244 Part 1, Chapter 244. The Wolf Battle Begins. Glass is the first to get broken. Part 1. There is an old saying that goes more or less like this: slow and steady wins the race. It is a saying that teaches you not to rush things and just go slowly, because sometimes a more cautious approach is the one that shall bring the best results possible. It is also formulated in such a way that even a complete dummy or a numbskull would be able to grasp its meaning with ease. Sometimes I get a feeling that a true sage came up with sayings like that one. But wait just a moment. If you are a wise man, then you know that rushing things is bad and that taking it slow is a desirable approach. So does that mean the one who came up with this saying was not a wise man, but a total numbskull? I am by no means a numbskull. Sure, I might act a little bit reckless or crazy from time to time, but at least I am not stupid enough to pick a fight with the member of the opposing guild just because I feel like it. Not that would not consider such behavior really cool. Also, if I can help it, I would rather stay away from anything that even remotely resembles Park. Doesn't that make me a really smart of a person? Anyways, I know for sure that I am not stupid. Therefore, I am too smart to rush things, and I understand the virtue of taking it slow and steady. In my mind and in my eyes, that is the perfect example of a logical behavior. And just like that, need to dash full throttle, no stopping. I was running late. As luck would have it, I would never actually hope to be there on time if I took the streets, so I was running alongside the rooftops, where there would be no traffic to get in my way. Also, since getting through the door would be too much of a hassle right now, I decided to run straight towards the window and I jumped forward, breaking the glass and landing straight on the upper floor of the place where the meeting was supposed to be held. And the actual meeting place? It was the place designated by the Black Wolves. One of their bases in 5th Tier. Call it an irony, but right about now it was nothing short of a wolf's den for me. Safe? Question mark. Hi there, Pensilgton. What are you making that weird face for? Sanraku, are you perhaps a pervert? Or let me correct myself, a slut, perhaps? Oh, you mean my current appearance? No, you see, there's a reason for that. It just so happens that my female version gets a slightly better agility stat, so in order to get here in time I use the Holy Grail's power to aid me. And about my current appearance, I was experimenting with a few things while I was staying in Rabbits, and because of that I felt like it would be necessary for me to take all of my armor and clothes off, which left me only in my underwear. but I would never expect that I would have to run over here in my female form. Now my chest hurts like shit from all that swaying. Let's go back in time for just a little bit. Shall we? You know what? At the times like these I am really envious of you. I mean, you always make such a face as though you were privileged of trying out new types of sweets before anyone else gets the chance to do so. Oh well, I mean, I do not think that we are going to start throwing punches left and right off the bat. At least I hope so. Do you really think it is okay to take me along? I mean, I am red name and all that other crap. We have much to discuss during this meeting, and I am afraid that you are an important part of every single one of them. So yes, you are going with us. The base of the Guild Black Wolves located at Fifthsia. Supposedly, it was built by the members of Black Wolves after one of their large-scale hunting raids for the ease of accessing the more bountiful harvest and hunting grounds around these parts of the map. For us, the members of the Guild Wolf Gang, coming here was like jumping headfirst into the stomach of a ravenous beast. Of course, since Kyotomet got into this mess in the first place, it was a given that she had to come along. Nothing other than that was out of the question. Pensilgton was licking her lips while her eyes were full of anticipation, and Katsu was checking his equipment over and over again. Really now, do you honestly think that some sort of a fight is going to occur because of Kyotomet? But still, even I found myself to be gently stroking the handle of my own sword. However, this time around the delegation that would go to meet the Guild Black Wolves consisted of 4 people. 3 of the 4 were the US, the original trio that gave birth to Wolfgang, and the 4th was Kyogoku, the one who was the cause of this whole meeting in the first place. But they surely are taking their sweet time. Chapter 244 Part 2. Chapter 244. The Wolf Battle Begins. Glass is the first to get broken. Part 2. I do not think that they would try to pull some weird trick on us this late in the game. Maybe it is about some real-life circumstances. If it was something regarding the real life, don't you think they would have sent us the message that the meeting would be postponed? Maybe they have all slept in. It is always a possibility. Or at the very least you can't clearly deny it. I think we seriously need to do something about that wild imagination of yours. And we need to do something the hard way. Hey, don't gang up on me all of a sudden like that. How come you can do it so naturally? Kyogoku starts to smile bitterly while the duo of Katsu and Pensilgton naturally starts to plan a whole lot of sanction for that one particular person who was yet to show up here at the scene. The moment we have entered the Black Wolves Hall, some rather poorly equipped people started to glare at Kyogoku as if they wanted to kill her with their stares alone. However, Kyogoku herself did not care about any of that at all. She just smirked at those guys and kept on walking as if she owned the place. Just look at that, Pensilgton. Boy am I glad to have part those suckers first moment I had the chance. It is a good thing that you do not try to deny that fact, but you do realize that there is both time and place for everything, right? While scolding Kyogoku for her brazen remarks, Pensilgton was nervously looking sideways to see how the other players were reacting to that. Needless to say, they were not pleased one bit. Oh well, even if there are some people here who have a personal grudge against some other player, if the guild policy prevents them from acting on their own, they should behave just like they are told to. It is really a kind of brainwashing, if you think about it. A huge amount of players look at Kyogoku in a way that suggests they have a grudge against her, but there was also a considerable amount of players who looked at Pensilgton with fear and respect. It seems that Black Wolves have some players who know their way around online etiquette. I guess it is a good thing, even if it is for the entirely wrong reasons. If only that Momo-chan could learn to act that way, that would be so cute. In the first place, if the opinion on a certain subject within the guild is not united, nothing good can ever come out of it. And on that note, it can be said that the Guild Black Wolves was already divided into 3 distinct factions. Initially those groups were the casuals and hardcores, but recently the hardcores further divided into those who wanted to crush us the Wolfgang and those who would be more than satisfied with just the information alone. That was the current status quo, and it just so happened that Kyogoku's sudden park trigger happiness presented yet another irregularity to that group. That being said, Not all irregularities are necessarily bad. Now then, where should I start poking those guys? I knew it. Having so much ammunition on my hand is just the best. You look like you are having a lot of fun, Arthur Pensilgton. Nfufu, does it really look like that to you, my dear Sega 100-chan? When it comes to that, I have to thank you for it. Sega 100 put her elbows onto the table and looks at everyone present. The expression on her face was really hard and nasty. No matter what topic was brought here until now, her expression remained unchanged. Even when the topic of collapse of the Ashura Kai was brought up, Katsu gently turned his head away. Kyogoku's eyes shone brightly, and Pensilgton let out a sigh inside of her heart while keeping a smile on her face. Good grief. It is only because of playing your cards right in the open from the get-go that things tends to get messed up like this. No consideration for the future. Pensilgton is not the only one in here who can take a hold of the reins. There are different people with different speculation here who can do just that. And naturally, in order to be able to come here, Sega 100, the head of the Black Wolves, had to put the worries and various emotions of her own people in check. Otherwise the talks would be unable to be carried out. Is it not that enough already? Took the words right out of my mouth. But for the time being, my dear Gumball is Fufu, maybe I just managed to find something new and unique all over again. And that's a big hit. However, there was no way for everyone present in here to know that it was the half-naked woman here, the one standing in the dead center of the current problems, was the one who managed to reach the most uniqueness. So that means the words of the Black Wolves were nothing more but a provocation. That fact alone made me want to prick their sides even more than before. I see. And I think that it is safe to assume that you have absolutely no way of holding the reins of that particular player. That's a gunball for you all. I mean, what good would it do if we tried to put a piece of rope on a flying bullet? There it is. A question like that was bound to appear at some point, one way or another. And Pensilgton managed to pass that ball over to the Black Wolves in a brilliant way. The atmosphere was so tense that it seemed as if the air would explode in here at any moment now. And to that situation, the three members of the Guild Wolfgang had but one solution. We were sitting at the table, and then we looked one another in the eyes and time to get the fuck out of here. We did exactly what was suggested. A half-naked busty woman in her underwear, jumped through the small window that was overlooking the ground floor of the building and fell down there from the upper floor, narrowly managing to stick the landing. Say, Pensilgton, aren't you laughing a little bit too much in here? Nah. You know, Nfufu, I did not think that someone could have knockers so bouncy. And to see it jiggle so much in just one day. Nfufu, I really didn't think. Pufafu. Now, no, please refrain from using words such knockers when around other people. Besides, this is no laughing matter, it's the gift bestowed upon me by the octopus. That being said, their size is a little bit too big and this is truly a matter of concern here. Wait, you can change your gender in this game? Unfortunately, it is impossible for you. You are not unique and spontaneous enough. Right, you want to see how unique and spontaneous I can get? How about decking you in the face right now? Would that suffice? Kawa, so scary. You know, seeing others jealous like that really is the best. It's your own damn fault that you are not unique and spontaneous enough. You know, the fact that even your voice right now sounds like that of a female, it makes it all the more infuriating. Ah, I knew it. Messing with people who can't be unique and spontaneous is so much fun. And since even my voice in this form is that of a female, that makes my taunts all the more effective and irritating. Is it not right, my dear Katsu-kun? Yeah, we are all not unique and we are not spontaneous enough. We get that already. Sanraku-chan? No, I mean, it does not really matter. But maybe we should watch out for the stray bullets that start to fly our way. I look in the direction at which Kyotomat was pointing. And oh my, what's this? It seems that all the members of Black Wolves were trembling in some strange way. Thinking about that for a moment, I come to realize that all the pricks and thorns I was directing at Katsu could also be applied to the members of the Black Wolves as well. After all, None of those guys was able to beat a unique monster, not even mentioning generating the unique scenario X in the first place. I'm so sorry, guys. I was later lectured by Pensilgton about how and when to say things, and I was also told that adding cute gestures and stars at the end of my sentences would rather serve as adding fuel to the fire than ending the conflict. But my character was so good and sympathetic. Anyways, it was much more likable than that facade Pensilgton wears on the everyday basis. Chapter 245 Part 1 Shangri-La Frontier 245, Wolf War Outpost, Inevitable Truth Punch Part 1. Is this what they called sleeping on the bed of needles? The only thing I did there was breaking a window, but for some reason everyone was glaring at me like I did something truly bad right now. There was also no need for me to do that, but I still decided to sway my chest in a might manner, ascertaining my dominance with pride. That was more than enough to get those awkward glares off my back for now. Foo-fa-foo, justice prevails once more. Instead of swaying and shaking those boobs of yours all over the place, how about getting dressed properly, huh? Sanraku-chan, you just love to focus all of the attention on yourself, don't you? Gloom. With that remark coming from Katsu, the attention of everyone present in here could finally be brought back to the topic at hand. With that, the discussion between two wolf packs could finally begin. Now then, I do not think that any introductions are necessary here. Originally that would be the moment when we would clearly state the purpose of this meeting. But before that, I do believe that there is a more pressing matter that we need to attend to. Isn't that right? In that exact moment, the Most eyes turned towards Kyotomet. All those glares were rather terrifying in and out of itself, but the most scary were the ones of the people who, even though were the members of the Black Wolves, were wearing a rather cheap and weak equipment. All of a sudden, the atmosphere in the room was so tense that you could easily cut it with a knife. So we are starting with that, huh? Oh well, doesn't really matter to me all that much. Well then, to just get the matter over with, why don't you all right, I'm joking. Why don't we settle at about 50% and call it day? Please consider the fact that a large group of Black Wolves' elites are involved in this. Make it 20% and you have yourself a deal. No. You see, it is precisely because of the nature of the situation we are dealing here with that I cannot possibly go below 40%. Just from listening to that short exchange, one thing became clear to us all. Right about now all the people present were divided into two groups. One group understood what was going on. Other, not so much. The former group, the one who understands what is currently going on, is aware of just how fiercely Sega 100 was fighting here, trying to get as much of a discount as humanly possible. Her argument, if Pensilgton does not go down with the price, our guild might face a full-blown retaliation from the side of Black Wolves. Fortunately for us, and unfortunately for Black Wolves, the vast majority of the players who were concerned with that issue were falling into that second category. What the hell are those two even talking about? You don't know? Our leaders are currently negotiating at what level of interest the members who got PKD will be able to buy their equipment back. So, in other words, the currently going conversation can be probably summarized to something alongside the lines of, if you want us to return your items to you, you will have to pay us the market price plus 40% interest. That's funny. Continue to be cheeky little bastard like that and my whole guild will rip you a new one. Probably something like that, maybe, more or less. And it seems that after a moment of being frozen stiff, the biggest victim here finally was able to understand the gravity of the situation we were all currently in. And that judging by the nasty smile on Pensilgton's lips the perpetrators here were having the upper hand for the current moment. This guys must not have much experience in park in the first place. Otherwise he would have known why the situation was turning out the way it was for now. But apparently he did not understand why would he need to pay for the equipment that belonged to him in the first place. It must have been because of that he yelled out loud, Why the hell would I need to pay you anything for getting my equipment back? That's messed up. Just give it back right this instant. Why? You ask. Well, you see, it's really simple of a matter. Let's see here. Your. Oh, yes, Ascension Blade, was it? It is mine right now, so please tell me, why would I ever want to give away my prized possession? And for free? But it was mine in the first place. He really does not get it. To that display, Seika 100 just held her head in her hands while the smile on Pensilgton's lips has grown even nastier than before. And it seems that Kyotomat, who was apparently well versed in the ways of this game, took it upon herself to teach the small child about the ways in which this world tended to work. In other words, what is the reason that the victim had to pay money to the criminal so that they could get their stuff back? The explanation is really simple here. Now listen well, boy. Park is not an activity that is considered to be illegal in this game. It essentially is one of the playstyles that the game allows you to pick and follow. So I just did what the game allowed me to do, and your equipment is the reward that was bestowed upon me for being good at what I do. So it was not a bad thing, see? Do you get it now? Yes, that's right. That is a common misconception even among the veteran players. Player killing is not something that is not allowed. It is just one of the many ways in which this game was supposed to be played. For example, let's say that Pensilgton skillfully deceives someone into willingly giving her their equipment. In that case, everything was done willingly, so there is no use for crying and despairing that you were deceived or swindled, but there is always the thought that it was wrong, and without that willingness it would be a crime. After all, a fraud is a fraud. No matter if the object of the fraud was a cluster of data or real money. However, Park and everything that results from it is not a crime. It is simply another way for people to have fun within the game. If Park is a success, the PK will get their hands on all of your equipment. However, if the Park goes south and PK is defeated, same fate awaits them, and they are aware of the risks at all times. In my case the situation is tad a little bit different. I have my inventory, so my most prized possessions could always be safe there if an emergency comes. So right now the whole thing is about settling this Park incident in a way that would leave both sides more or less satisfied. But even so, dragging your whole guilds into a Park incident is a little bit much, no matter how you try to look at it. Chapter 245 Part 2 Shangri-La Frontier 245, Wolf War Outpost, Inevitable Truth Punch Part 2. No matter to who the equipment belonged before the Park took place, after the fact the owner of every single piece was none other than Kyogoku. And truth to be told, there was no rule that stated that she has to agree to give the equipment back to its original owners. So technically, it was an act of mercy that Kyogoku was willing to make towards the Black Wolves, like a generous god. At least, that's how it should normally be. However, if people were willing to give up the things they have stolen and give them back to their respective owners just because they demanded it, the world would be a much better place than it is now. You are amazing. Somehow, every single word that was said makes me feel like I want to punch someone straight to the face. Kyotomat. She looks like a really talented person, but she is without a doubt the weakest amongst the 4 heavenly kings. Hey, if you don't mind, I prefer to be called the Demon King, not Heavenly King. Then I guess since I am one of the Heavenly Kings myself, that would make me the one of the formation that got converted into the light side. You can often see a character archetype like that nowadays, but I do not think that double-crossing is a good way of handling such characters. No, imposters, on the other hand. Totally different story. They are still the enemy, but it makes you feel a little bit more sympathetic towards them. I get it, but that sounds really awkward, not to mention that it is all over the goddamn place. Did you know? There are games in the stories of which we have one of the weakest character turn on the party and become super badass and dope, even killing her former comrades. Then even their voice and abilities change all of a sudden. Is it not totally annoying? No matter how you try to put it, that sounds just like a shitty game, and a shitty game of the worst kind. At that, no, that kind of character really is like taken straight out of a shitty game, but I cannot get myself rid of the feeling that it would be someone that you would wish that they would try their best just a little bit harder. At least if it was a character that you would travel alongside of for a considerable amount of time. It's a trope as old as time in video games. When it comes to the story, one would always wonder if it is okay for the traitor to be happy and would it be okay to root for them. But then they come and do something utterly stupid and despicable, something that makes you want to forget about all that and just bash their face in. Sega-san, why do we even have to do what these assholes tell us? Oh, what's this now? Crying to your mama Sega 100? If you are turning towards that kind of option, this means that you have come to terms that Kyotomat is right and that you cannot argue with her. But have you already forgotten about something? Sega 100 was intending to buy those items back from the very beginning. Therefore, if she was ready to pay the price, then no matter how much you try to cry about it, there is no way that you are getting them back for free. The least you could do here was to buy those items back without any complaints. You should really be grateful that we did not want to sell those items to other guilds right away. But that actually got me a little bit curious, so I might as well ask Kyotomat about it. Incidentally, how much equipment do you manage to snatch during that park action of yours? I'm not sure about the actual amount, but when I took them all to the NPC appraiser, they told me they would net me around 14 million money total. So, if you were to add the 20% to that as interest, that would give us about 17 million money. Oh, and sorry in advance for that. But I should probably mention that we want to get the whole sum in one payment, no installments or anything like that. What are you, a demon? The only way of getting a nice sum of money in this game is either to defeat tremendously strong monsters on your own, or to collect them bit by bit. Well, there is also an exception to this rule, a secret method of amassing a literal mountain load of money that amounts to 20 million money, but there is no way that someone for now would be able to get it all at once. Oh well, since none of those items look to be unique weapon at first glance, tell you what, why don't we give them back to you for free, so that we might start from scratch? With that being said, it was more or less like tossing the gauntlet to your opponent. Normally, when humans are getting abused they react with anger, but there is one more way to get them more riled up and more fuming than anything else. That is to take pity on them. It hurts one's pride more than anything else. Even if one might deny that and think it is not like that in the least. Exclamation mark. Ah. Of course if it is revenge that you want we are fine with it. But maybe we could discuss that after this thing here is done, okay? I could not complain if someone suddenly decided to issue a challenge like that towards me. But judging from the look on Pensilgton's face, she must have already anticipated such turn of events. Just how much ahead were her plans going? I wonder. Anyways, I am sure that she must have gotten the testimony from someone of the Black Wolves about Kyogoku's actions beforehand. The question was now, what was she intending to do about it? Mark Kyogoku as guilty, or maybe try to turn the situation around? Now, Kyogoku-chan. The facts speak for themselves that you are clearly in the wrong here. So how about giving away what you have stolen, Fufafu? If the guild master says so, I am not going to complain. After all, I am not a devil or a demon. I can back off just a little bit. Should we really give the items away for free, and pretend to be the good guys who wanted to make up for our mistakes? Or should we still claim that there is some legitimacy to our claim of those items? No, it is best not to think about it at all. My humanity is going to get contaminated that way. You can pay us in installments, I guess. So that what it's going to be about? I almost happened to scream that out loud, but is that really how you want to make up? Not reducing the price, but rather allowing them to pay it fully in installments? But I could not bring that up here, and the reason for that was because it was Kyotomat's fault to being with, so she needed to handle it. Basically, Black Wolves have two choices in front of them, to accept the crappy price we put on their items and pay it fully, or to back away and receive nothing. And it could be felt that Black Wolves were really uncomfortable with the fact that a small guild like ours managed to push them into a corner like that. However, right about now the wind was blowing in our direction, so we had to utilize that opportunity fully. If you want to be a good model, or professional gamer, you need to have your skin really thick, otherwise there will be no way for you to survive in a brutal and vast world like ours. So it could be said that out of the 3 main points of this meeting that Pensilgton predicted, one was a sure win for us, but one false move here would spell a disaster for us, because with enough information given to them, Black Wolves would have devoured Kyotomet and leave nothing left. That is the reason why they were so frustrated right now, because the roles of the victim and the criminal right now were reversed in our favor, and there was nothing they could possibly do about it. Now, here is where the real battle starts. With that business being taken care of, let us move towards the next point of this meeting. To that, Pensilgton laughs quietly knowing that it was her win, and Sega 100 squints her eyes in apparent frustration, realizing that there was nothing she could have done to turn this matter around. Now, on to the next point in the agenda, but before that. Hello there. Sorry for being late. Upon entering the room in a really awkward fashion, I said my greetings to the newly arrived Chapter 246 Part 1, Chapter 246, Wolf Conflict, Skillful Initiative Part 1. An alliance was formed between the members of the 4 guilds, Wolfgang, Black Wolves, SF Zoo, and Library. Instead of having the other 3 guilds extract the information from us by force, we would vow to pass any information that we know about the unique monsters willingly to others, as well as the promise that no side would take action to push the quest of Niprololocan or any other unique monster without the approval of others. So my action of pushing Locan's quest further as well as defeating Cutanid of the Abyss stood in direct violation of the rules of the contract. Good grief, just whose fault do you think it is? Well, yours, obviously. Don't you suddenly hit on my chest like that. Goodness gracious. Oh well, as long as the matters will keep on circulating about Locan and Cutanid, my testimony here will be that of the greatest importance, and also that of Ray. By an extension, since she was there with me on both occasions. At the very least, we the Black Wolves have been respecting the rules that were put in the contract. That is why we have nothing but one question to the other party. Why did you proceed forward without permission or informing anyone about it? No matter what your size or gender is, there is always a certain amount of power that emanates from the person who was elected to be the guild master by all of the other members. And it was not about the skills of the player itself, or the strength of its avatar. It was all about the charisma and leadership abilities. And in this game, in Shangri-La Frontier, Sega 100 was the leader of the most powerful guild in the entire game. So it was not an exaggeration to say that if she would look at you in a nasty way, it could possibly mean your doom. All right, glare at me as much as you want, challenge accepted. For the time being, let us take this here headpiece off. There we go. Oh well, before we get to explaining stuff, let me do something real quick. Just so we can avoid the wait a minute. Sanraku-kun, what the hell do you think you're doing? Questions later. Look, I do realize that the thing have been running rather smoothly here, so do you mind explaining why did you have to put that strange fish thing on your head? Why, you ask? Before the important match, you always pump yourself up by tying a headband on your head, right? Yeah, so that's why. This is exactly that kind of action. Yeah. Look, sorry about that, but I have no idea what you getting at. It is said that the ancient tribes would make masks for themselves and would wear different ones for different occasions, like a mask especially for battle and a mask especially for the time of festivities. Alongside that, you could say that the intentions, or rather the personality of the ones wearing the masks, would change according to the symbols and expressions that the masks were depicting. At least that is the narrative that I have created to back up my current actions, and I intend to stick with it. If you can have Benito, who said that salmon was completely out of the question. Here, with that my face is all set. If that's what you say, Sanraku, Fufu. If I had to put a score at that snicker I did right now, I would give it a solid 9 out of 10 points. Right, so getting back to the topic at hand. While it is true that I have managed to push the unique scenario for both Locan and Cutanid of the Abyss, it was nothing more but a pure accident. And we talk here about that kind of accident and low probability like finding a buried treasure right under your basement or meteorite falling down on top of your head while on your way to school. If that sort of excuses would make sense, the world would be a much better place than it is now, don't you think? Besides, I thought that between allies things like reporting, counseling and contact are a mandatory thing. Am I wrong in thinking that? But if the communication is not swift and without issues, the organization as a whole cannot function properly, right? Or rather, doesn't that mean that the organization was bad in the first place? Ah, no good, no good. That way the conversation will go in the direction that's rather dangerous for me. All right, time for plan B. Let's explain all the facts for the time being. If you would like to ask someone here to confirm my testimony, Sega Zero-san can do that, but truth to be told, it all happened as an accident while I was on my way to meet with some friends I have made in another game. I asked Sega Zero-san for help in getting there, since it was a dangerous area and I had to get at the designated place overnight. Could you stop giving me looks as though I am some sort of parasite? The least I can do for now is to hide the fact that I had some clues regarding Loken at that point in time. On my way to the meeting, I happened across the members of SF Zoo, who unilaterally slandered me with accusation that I have cracked the code regarding the Loken's appearance, and they absolutely refused to listen to any form of reason. Yes, I know that I'm trying to shift the blame here on someone else. However, judging by Pensilgton's reaction, that thing the SF Zoo did was something that was typical of them, so there was probably nothing wrong with me using them here. Well, I guess that you can all imagine what was the result of their leash-putting attempt, seeing how their big shot is not here for the current moment. Sorry, I digress. Anyways, after it dealt with SF Zoo, Loken targeted Sega Zero-san and myself. What followed was a huge mass of random things happening. The sudden help from Akatsu Akane, two bunnies doing their very best, War Machine Suzaku acting like a giant flame fan. But to make a long story short, it took us the whole night, but we eventually managed to take it down. That's it. Oh, like hell it is. The one to raise his voice so suddenly like that was one of the Black Wolves players, the one who up until now was silently listening to my story. He looked to be a rather skilled swordsman, and apparently he was far from believing in the story I was telling everyone in here. There is just no way that Knight Prowler Loken could be defeated so easily, and not with mere party consisting of 2 people. You cheated. You must have cheated. Now, spit it out. What kind of cheat did you use? Chapter 246 Part 2. Chapter 246, Wolf Conflict, Skillful Initiative Part 2. Who? Cheating? I am honestly quite speechless right about now. Cheating? That guy just now accused me of cheating. Am I right? Foo. No, I am not angry. Rather, I am amused, as strange as that may sound. Cheating, you said. Now that's a pure comedy gold. Black Wolves. I didn't know that you have some professional comedians on board. What did you just say? Now, let's just calm down, everybody, alright? Well, it's not that I cannot understand where you're coming from. So, what the fuck was that all about? Say that you are playing an FPS game, and your opponent manages to kill you over and over again. You call him, her a cheater in your frustration. But is it not just jealousy? Just ask yourself that. You know it to be true. Wow, you look like a sword fighter who can also cast magic. From the size and shape of your armor I can also tell that you must be tough. You might think that you have it all. You might even be good at PvP, but as soon as your opponent has more dexterity than you, that's the end for you. I will not stop talking. I will not let him talk back. He called me a cheater because of his own incompetence and lack of abilities, which is the worst thing a gamer can do to their fellow gamer. It is something not even noobs would do, if they are in their right mind. Look at me. Even the lightest of scratches from Loken spells certain death for me. Before I was even able to reach level 50 I was cursed in 2 places, so I cannot equip anything on those body parts and my defense sucks ass. Do you have any idea how much time and resources I had to sacrifice in order to make my avoidance high enough so that it would let me survive? Do you have any idea? There is no way I could have beaten Loken. Fucking retard. There is no time limit for that battle, so as long as you hit it long and hard enough until it dies, You can win. Even a total noob who just happened to start the game would be able to understand such a simple concept. So what? Giving it your all and going past your own limits in order to defeat a strong opponent is now considered cheating. So why would the game system allow something like this to happen in the first place? For someone who could not even find Lucan nor put a single scratch on him, you talk an awful amount of shit, Mr. Small Fry. I am just going with the flow here. I am talking out of my heart. And if it looks like I'm trampling all over some idiot while looking down on him with my salmon head, so be it. Like I care. Right about I am not angry. What fills me inside is pure and unadulterated disgust. If you want to talk shit about me, by all means, go right ahead. But before you do that, please show us how beautifully you can dance in an avoidance battle against Lucan to the death, all the while being solo. Then we can talk. Having said all that, let out a deep sigh and sit down, regaining my composure. Now then, after that little skit, can we go forward to the actual explaining? Or is there someone else in here who has some wise words of wisdom to say to me? I see. And no, I am most terribly sorry. One of our members was extremely rude just now. I am used to retards throwing stupid shit at me and taunting me, and I don't give a single fuck. But don't you ever dare to call me a cheater again. You are making a retard out of yourself, and you are dissing the game itself while being at it. Now then. When I turn to the side I can see that Pensilgton's mouth was let wide agape, as if she was shocked and surprised after witnessing that little outburst of mine just now. Originally, Black Wolves were a mixture of two types of players, hardcore gamers in general and hardcore Shanfro gamers. Pensilgton predicted that amongst such a crowd there would be at least one person who would be offended by my achievements and would play the cheater card sooner rather than later. When that happened, I was supposed to overwhelm such bastard mentally by snapping at him as hard as I could. Normally, it would be really hard for me to intimidate someone successfully like that. However, that particular guy really ticked me off, and I spoke honestly and from the bottom of my heart. And looking at Pensilgton, it gave rather successful results. Now, every single one of us have a secret or two that we would like to keep for ourselves, but it is the role of the Alliance to work with one another despite having those secrets. But I am going to tell you this much. I possess the firepower that can easily match Sega Zero's Armageddon. While I said that I pointed towards Rez's sword, so that everyone would know what I was talking about here. And even though it might have been a slight exaggeration, everyone present were looking at me with surprise in their eyes. I also do believe that there might be a slight misunderstanding here. Sega Zero and I were not the only ones who managed to defeat Lucan. There was five people in total that managed to bring that beast down. So, does that mean that 3 more people managed to generate the unique scenario X tied to Lucan? No, 2 of those 3 were NPCs. So that makes 1. And it just so happens that this person is one of the newest recruits to our guild Wolfgang. Thinking about it right now, Akatsu Akane really was a factor that turned the tide of the battle in our favor that time. The fact that he always does what he is told and rarely objects to anything makes him something of an enigma, but I think that is one of his strong points, amongst few other things. I have no idea what you must have went through, but one thing I know for sure, if you'd try to go against Lucan with brute force alone, you would be blown away like a bunch of bowling pins. Or maybe that is exactly what happened to you? I could see that the eyebrows of Sega 100 twitched a little bit in surprise, but that was the only reaction she showed at that time. She is a guild master of one of the strongest guilds in the game, so she could not openly show shock or surprise in any other way. As for Cutanid of the Abyss, well, that one was also an accident. It really was nothing but an accident. I mean, how could I have possibly known that once you start the unique scenario X related to Cutanid, you would be unable to leave the map associated with it until you either finish the quest or run out of time? And let us not forget the fact that technically I am still a beginner player, who has only been playing this game a little bit longer than a month. I was actually in the middle of doing a completely unrelated quest, when all of a sudden I was dragged into the unique scenario X that pits you against Cutanid. So in other words, It is also a coincidence that Sega Zero was there with you when you have defeated Cutanid of the Abyss. Such a thing is way more likely to have happened than a meteorite falling on top of your head. Wouldn't you agree? I could hear the hushed whispers of some people around the room, like, "Man, that Sanrika has some balls." Or if I would say something like that, I would have been done for instantly. It may seem rude of me, but it is my kind of opportunity, an opportunity for retaliation. Well then, I think that you get the idea now, my dear Momo-chan. Our little gunball here is pretty much impossible to control in any way. Aren't you satisfied with that? All right, if want it that way, so be it. After a moment of brief silence, Sega 100 opens her mouth, as if she has reached some sort of conclusion. As per the Alliance's agreement, we the Guild Black Wolves demand that the Guild Wolfgang reveal all of the information about the unique monsters that they possess. No way, fool. And that was when Arthur Pensilgton came right back into the flow of the conversation. Chapter 247 Part 1, Chapter 247, Who is the hunter here and who is the hunted? Part 1, Never a dull moment with this girl, huh? What a fool she is. This is what I have thought at that moment. Well, when I actually saw her do that, my initial thoughts were more like, oh, yeah, I guess there are people like that out there. But as long as you run a large guild, you would never actually stoop solo. Or should I say that there are a whole lot of players who just grow accustomed to their leaders acting like lunatics in certain situations? In other words, what that stupid Pensilgton did was to talk back and defend someone who commands a force much larger than our own and who would easily obliterate us if she only wanted to do so. The only saving grace here is the fact that apparently Pensilgton knew what she was doing. This time around, not only Sega 100's eyebrows twitched noticeably, but you could see a surprised expression clearly on her face. She kept silent for a moment and then slowly opened up her mouth to ask, "Huh, yeah, all right. I feel like it is no use asking, but why? It's simple, really. We are not the Black Wolves' slaves or lackeys, and forgive me if I'm wrong, but there is no point in the contract that dictates that the information must be shared for free. Right? You surely are twisting this whole thing to be really convenient for you." Foo-fa-foo. You utter fool. Did you not learn on the example of that last guy? Everything that you are saying here only works against you. You really should have let your leader handle this whole mess and remain silent yourselves. Every time someone speaks something rashly, it is similar to walk a road where there could be landmines buried at every single step of the road. And this minefield in particular has been set by a crazy lunatic who enjoys to play with other people and torment them as much as humanly possible. Convenience, you say? To such an extent. Very good joke, very good indeed. If you have an information advantage like the SF Zoo or library does, there are other clans that have the money, and are willing to pay for acquiring those information. Do you understand what I'm getting at? You were dealing behind our back? Could you tone it down a little bit? This is getting really annoying. You have no one else but yourself to blame for getting into a situation like that. The moment Pensilgton took the baton of conversation from me, she was entirely in control. There was nothing that could have opposed her. The library surely has a bunch of curious information that they like to keep for themselves rather than sharing with others. And in order to get along with them really well, I'd say it is well worth it to give up a unique info or two. SF Zoo was keeping a low profile for a while now, but we all know that all that they care about is animals of various kinds, and that is kind of a league of its own. So imagine my surprise when I heard that they have managed to identify the way to make Nitprololucan spawn. It was certainly a big surprise for me. Actually, that might have come with problems all of its own. But usually SFs are not bad people. They are only rather peculiar, but you know what they say, there are all kinds of people to make the world. And their animal knowledge is second to none. I even heard that if you would come to the SF Zoo and would describe to illness or sickness that your pet might have, they would offer you almost professional-like advice, completely free of charge. Is it not avoiding giving us information regarding the unique monsters? In fact, the library should have disclosed all of the information about the unique monster Gravekeeper Wisman we have given to them. So how about the appearance pattern of the Nitprololucan? What about it? Right now there is a needle of legitimacy in our hands, and we must poke the black wolves with it as much as we possibly can. There are some nice remarks that I would like to say to them on my own, but I could see it on Pensilgton's face. It was best to leave it to her. There are two kinds of people in this world: those who know how to shut up when ordered to, and those who will learn to do so. Leader, could you possibly leave it to me? It's here. It's here. It goes without saying that in this exact moment all of the members of Wolfgang shared the same emotion, although we did not let that show on our faces in the slightest. Let me introduce myself. My name is Riberios, and I am the vice captain of the Black Wolves. Oh, nice to meet you, I replied in a polite way while doing my best to hold back laughter. Also, what was with Pensilgton's expression? It was stone cold. Was she even human? In a similar fashion, Kyotomet was not showing any emotions on her face at all. No, wait. Her ears were quivering like crazy. Katsu was having way harder time to keep his poker face on, and as a result his face looked like a Hagao from certain 18-plus books. Or like he just swallowed a pickled plum. To a sudden suggestion of this Riberios fellow, Seika 100 let out a deep and long sigh. But surprisingly she just nodded her head once and let the man take her place at the table. The man himself seemed rather content with that turn of events. I presume that Seika 100 thought he would be able to see this thing through to the end in Black Wolf's favor. I could see that Riberios also seemed to be rather confident in himself, so it was all the more reason for me to mutter a few words filled with sympathy under that salmon mask of mine. You poor fool. You have no idea what's coming for you. You are the one. You are going to be our scapegoat in this little comedy we play here. Chapter 247 Part 2. Chapter 247, Who is the hunter here and who is the hunted? Part 2. Let us go back in time one more time, sometimes before the meeting with Black Wolves. So what you're saying is, both Momo-chan and we are sure to have made some back-alley deals behind each other's backs. Have you heard the news yet, Kyotomet? Tomorrow's meeting is going to be 90% farce for sure. I feel like asking for a detailed explanation would be a nice thing to do right about now. Somehow, upon hearing those words I felt as if I just got spoiled about a video game that I was waiting for so long. However, I should wait with making judgment after I hear a full explanation, which would often change the big picture almost completely. You know what? Never mind. Let's just hear it. Momo-chan's charm lies in the fact that she can fly off the handle in an instant, and that she can be calmed down almost instantly as well. And basically she belongs to neither of the factions within her guild, which makes her stand somewhere in between them. If that's the case, then what's the point in back-alley dealings to undermine the talks? There are people out there who can make her snap back to her senses, but that's beside the point for now. We have some other goal here. We must make all of the members of Black Wolves understand where they are standing. Apparently that was not all, for Pensilgton continued to speak after sticking out her tongue and making a rather silly face. You remember how I mentioned that Black Wolves are split into two factions, the general gamers and Shanfro-only gamers? Yeah, and? That is the correct answer, but not entirely. If you start digging deeper into their internal affair, you will find out that the group is actually split on a more basic level. We have Seika 100 faction and Riberios faction. If you think about what majority of the people wants, it is really simple: power and money. The fact that they are way higher in social ladder than anyone else. Well, there are also other reasons, but those are the most common ones. The longing for being better than the rest. However, a certain question arises here: which faction holds more influence within Black Wolves? It is even wrong to designate them as moderate and hardcore factions. To be precise, there is a group that wants to defeat Lucan no matter what, and a group that wishes for nothing else but to remain as the strongest guild out there. Yes, it is even in their name, Black Wolves. The reason why their name is that and not something else is simply because it was supposed to be a kind of a pun regarding their original goal, the defeat of Knight Prololican. Obtaining power and standing at the top of the guild ladder was only a mean to achieving their end goal, not the end goal itself. So looking at them from that perspective, the original Black Wolves must have been a specialized guild, Much like SF Zoo and Library are right now, not the all-rounded guild. Ah, wait a moment, I think I'm starting to see the bigger picture here. Strange. Whenever you say things like that, Sanraku, I don't know if I should be amazed or actually afraid. Nfufafu. That's right. This time around it is not about Black Wolves versus Wolfgang, but something much simpler. It was a clash of interests between the moderates of Black Wolves plus Wolfgang versus the hardcore faction of Black Wolves. It is not a dispute between two different guilds, even though it might look like that at first glance, but it is rather that one guild pries its nose into the matters of another guild. And because Momo-chan and I are best buddies, I used get the fresh intel on what was happening there from the earliest stages. Black Wolves. Strictly speaking, there is a faction there that only belongs to that guild because of their desire to see Knight Prololocan defeated. Indeed, for them the information about Wiseman and Cutanid must have been really interesting, but it was nothing more than that. It was only something that would allow them to get a little bit closer towards their end goal. The only thing that Momo-chan cares about is the information how to get to Knight Prololocan and how to defeat the beast, and she thinks that Sanraku-kun has exactly those information. Honestly, she would get more info out of SF Zoo than from us, but that does not matter to us right now. Now that I think about it, it was a good thing that SF Zoo got slaughtered before we got to fight Locan for real. That way even if they start talking, it will be of no harm to us in any way. Now, the real problem are going to be the players from Riberio's faction, the ones who only care about being the strongest. After all, human desires are seemingly bottomless, and if you want to be a number one, it's only a given that you want to be the only number one. And for those guys, the fact that there is a weaker guild that manages to take down unique monsters one by one seemingly with little to no effort is like a slap to the face. It's like seeing the same name at the top of the scoreboard at the arcade. No matter how big of high scores you are managing to amass, the fact that you cannot overtake someone like that must be simply infuriating. It is annoying, it is disturbing, but it also pushes you to try even harder to earn even bigger of a high score. Most likely, the purpose of the Riberio's faction is to exploit Wolfgang as much as possible. Or to absorb us. It is something that the strong often impose on a weak. You can dress it in whatever reasons you want, and for the weaker one that show promise, the perspective of being able to join the ranks of the strong will always be viewed as a good thing. But we are not playing this game to be able to mingle with the strong. In the first place, Wolfgang is a casual guild, meant for us to have fun. Sure, the fact that Pensilgton still has the affinity towards being the Demon Lord is slightly disturbing, but you can be sure that she did not want it for us to get absorbed by the larger guild. She would not like that at all. This whole meeting is also more or less organized by Momo-chan and I alone. A blatant board meeting. An unfortunate guild master, Nfufafafafu. The way in which Pensilgton declared that and the smile on her lips was a dead indicator that right about now she was having the most fun with this game than she ever had in the past. Oh, this is so much fun. Interfering in the inner affairs of Black Wolves. Ah, I can already hear the cracks and tears as they begin to form, destroying them from the inside. Say, Katsu, don't you think that the Demon Lord has been resurrected here already? Maybe we should do something about it before she starts acting up like that in real life as well? And do you really think a genuine Demon Lord would simply allow us to do that? That she did not have some means of retaliation at the ready? Ha ha ha, alright. Now that is an argument I can put behind me. Alright. This is only but a prelude to what is to come. And as a unique and spontaneous player, I cannot fall short here and show everyone a disgraceful performance. Chapter 248 Part 1. Chapter 248, Wolf Conflict Reinforcement, Obedience or Expulsion Part 1. This is the recording of a certain phone call on a certain day. Hello there, my dear Momo-chan. I am so terribly sorry for not picking up earlier. The shooting session took way longer than I expected. What's up? Would you like to go out somewhere? Just listen to you. You have not changed a bit since the good old high school days. No, it is about Shangri-La Frontier. Who? So, what could it possibly be all about? What would the leader of the strongest guild in the game want from the leader of a small guild such as myself? It's about that thing that we were discussing earlier. I have finally made up my mind. Really now? I was really curious whether or not you were going to accept it or not. I was originally going to decline. Yeah, sorry, could you give me just a moment? Oh well, not that I am going to pry too deeply into your matters, but just so you know, you do realize that once you decide to go with it, you will need to stick with it through till the end. I do realize that the Black Wolves can't stay on the top forever, and that our decline is inevitable at some point, but, because you guys have already proven that it is entirely possible to defeat the unique monsters with small group of people, that there is no need to have a whole guild for that, and you managed to do that not once, but twice. Well, you see, whatever you say, the current Black Wolves certainly are strong, but it is not something that I would like to openly admit to. Well, I guess it was only a matter of time before he would become more and more greedy for power and influence. Riberius-kun, that is, I will admit that, he certainly has the charisma to bring young people together under his banner, but who else but you should know that this kind of ambitions is nothing more but a cancer on the management side of things. You can say that again, but then again, Momo-chan, have I picked a wrong time to call? I could not help but to notice that you are a little bit out of it. Not. It's nothing. A matter that is totally unrelated. A little sisterly quarrel, is all. Could this be? Don't tell me, your little sister is giving you a hard time? It's only natural, I guess. But since we are quarreling so much right now, I am kind of worried what might happen during the next few years when I am going to be away from home. Tell me about it. By the way, is that really alright? I don't want you to prioritize me over your relatives just because I want to hang out. Oh yeah, about that matter. You can treat it as a consultation between Black Wolves and Wolfgang. Let me put it that way. As to be straightforward with you, I think that unique monsters are too strong of an opponents to be fought and beaten by a weak guild with less than 10 members to them. I have quite a dilemma right now. How exactly should I describe the current situation that is unfolding? For example, if the herd of 10 sheep is attacked by a lonely wolf, it is likely that one of the sheep is going to get caught and devoured by the wolf. This is what we call a scapegoat. However, as long as there is a secret agreement between Wolfgang and Sega 100, a true Black Wolves as some would like to call it, I feel that the term scapegoat does not really belong in here. It sounds way too artificial in this exact situation. But we are not like that. We are not weak. We have lots of powerful equipment on our hands, tons of items laying in our storages, not to mention influence and connections with important NPCs, so are weaklings like you. Oh, please excuse me, that was a little bit rude of me. Should I say, a guild that lacks in every single way? In this current setting, about 90% of this whole meeting is a farce, a play that we have put up for everyone in Black Wolves to see. The remaining 10% is this guy and his lackeys, who think that they can grow even more powerful at the expense of others. He continues on to deliver lines that would normally be way too embarrassing to utter them out loud. He does so with the absolute confidence and believing his words to be true. But for us who already know how this is all going to end up, this is, how should I put it without sounding too offensive, a cringe. Yeah. All this time Sega 100 stays silent, only pretending to be listening to what Riberius had to say. In reality, she was looking at us this whole time, watching and waiting. So if you provide us Black Wolves with satisfying enough information, we may all gracefully allow you guys to join our own ranks. Riberius, was it? My name is Riberius. What about it? In this farce of a meeting that is happening right now, 4 different people were assigned 4 different roles beforehand. Pensilgton is the puppet master here. As always, Kyotomat is the one who made this whole deal possible. The one who initiated the park incident on the members of Black Wolves. Katsu would have a more general role of provoking them and deciding how much about the unique monsters we could say. As for me, my role during this stage play is, I understand, I totally get it. You guys, the Black Wolves are truly huge of a guild and your ambitions are even grander than your own size. So tell me, what are you up to? These Days, Chapter 248 Part 2, Chapter 248, Wolf Conflict Reinforcement, Obedience or Expulsion Part 2. What are we up to? Excuse me? Because I was present during those two fights against the unique monsters. My role during this meeting is really specific as well. I am the one who is supposed to agitate the Black Wolves as much as possible. For someone with such great equipment, so many items and legions of skilled players, is it not weird that you are yet to take down a single unique monster? Huh? Crack. And the air in the meeting room freezes on the spot. During meetings like this, it is imperative to maintain a smile on your lips and positive image at all times. And even though Riberios was doing just that, the words that were leaving his mouth were the total opposite. I heard that you guys challenged Lucan 3 times, right? And what was the result? You were wiped out 3 times, annihilated, completely decimated. If so, then who does that make me? Yours was nothing but a fluke. There is no way that the game would allow such feature to someone who clearly lacks in both abilities and resources. And again with the jokes. They are really interesting, but I have enough of jokes for now. You say that the fact that I have managed to defeat Lucan, Gravekeeper Wisman and Cutanid of the Abyss was nothing but a fluke. I beg to disagree. In my eyes, my current track record makes me way stronger than you could ever be. While sawing my salmon head to the sides in an over-exaggerated manner, I keep on talking with a voice that would normally make me want to bash my own head against a wall. I then ask Riberios and all who follow him one single question. This may sound like me trying to make a big deal out of it, but incidentally, how many unique monsters have the Guild Black Wolves managed to defeat so far? You are gross. Sanrakukan, please hold your horses a little bit. I know that you are doing this for a joke, but if you keep on staring at us with those dead fish eyes of yours, everyone present is going to be creeped out. Are you sure? Or maybe it is because it is so annoying that you would like to hit me straight to the face. Which is it? I then stand up and approach Riberios. His polite smile mask was now completely gone, and in its place there was only a stone-cold poker face. I then gently patted him on the shoulder, elevating my performance on a completely new heights. Hey, could you enlighten me about something, please? I would really like to know what the presumably strongest guild out there was doing all this time, since not until recently you had no idea that unique scenarios X even exist. Exclamation mark. By all means, do enlighten me. Powerful equipment, so much items that your storages are overflowing, influence and connections to important NPCs. You claim that you are so strong. Oh, please do excuse me, my bad. You claim that your guild is so strong, but to me it seems that you lack in every department possible. I bring my face closer to Riberios. Right about now my dead fish eyes are staring right into his eyes. Such invasion of personal space was truly daring on my part, but I dare to say that the result was more than worth it. Oh yeah, I know. Since our Wolfgang is so much better than your Black Wolves, how about we graciously let you merge with us? Wouldn't that be generous to a bunch of weaklings such as yourself? Snap. Could it be because of the fact that we are inside of a game? I could have sworn that I heard the sound of something snapping right about now. Was that my imagination? Or maybe it was intentional action, programmed to respond when someone's emotions went past a certain limit. But that sound certainly did happen. You are just a small fry. How dare you spout such cheeky nonsense right into my face? Phew, haha. Too little too late, fuckboy. I managed to avoid the hand that was trying to grab me with ease, and stepped away. Fan the flames further. Why you little shit? Keep talking shit like that and we can cut you down on the spot as many times as we like. Oh, here it is. You sir, just stepped on a landmine. I see. So if you put things that way, maybe we should just break the alliance. My role was to fuel Riberios's anger until he spoke those specific words. After that, it was Pensilgton who would speak up. As for me, my role here was pretty much done. Everything was ready for the fireworks show that the Demon Lord prepared. The bunny and the demon worked together to deprive Riberios of calm judgment, making this show possible in the first place. Ha, ha ha, are you really sure you want to do that? Destroying the alliance means that you lose the potential allies of SF Zoo and Library. So this means you'd be throwing away all of the benefits that you were getting up until now. Can't you see that? Dear Iberios, huh? This is kind of a mouthful, so maybe I'll give him a nickname. Oh well, what the hell. From now on you'll be known as Raibkun. Did you or your leader did not really consider that those kind of threats simply would not work here? You really did not consider this as odd that neither Library nor SF Zoo was called to this meeting, even though it was supposed to be the Alliance's meeting in the first place? Yes, about that. Wolfgang would like to make an announcement to Black Wolves about both SF Zoo and Library. It would be nice if there was a click sound now, something that would urge the Black Wolves to make a choice on the spot. There was no such thing, however, but those words were a signal for some other players to enter the room at that exact moment. One of them was a magical girl wannabe, wearing a cute frilly dress. One of them was a knight in golden set of armor, for some reason looking sad, as though he was a grunt sent on the front lines to die. One of them was a rather awkward-looking witch doctor, who came here in place of the woman who was originally invited to come. And one of them was a paladin with a characteristic shield placed on her back. Different types of people prefer different playstyles, but there is one thing all those types have in common: the goal of having fun within this game as a community. We, the Wolfgang, shall contact you Black Wolves again some other time. We also think of leaving the old 4 Guilds Alliance and establishing new 6 Guild Alliance. The additional 2 guilds would be Sacred Shield Territory and 10 PM Army. Hear from you soon, Riberios-kun. The spider's web has already been stretched. I wonder if Riberios managed to realize that this new alliance that was forged today was on a completely different level from that of the 4 strongest guilds from back then. If you want us to allow you to merge with us, there is still a way for you to do that. Get down on your knees and grovel like a loser you are. Is this woman a demon, by any chance? I dunno, man. She seems more like a demon lord to me. Is that the kind of a demon you would call Rakshasa, perhaps? Oh, what's this? Why do I hear my precious allies bad-mouthing me like that? So cruel, dude. It's a daily occurrence for us. Chapter 249 Part 1, Chapter 249, Wolf Dispute Agreement. Everything roughly as planned. Part 1. The cornerstone of the previous 4 Guilds Alliance was that one guild would provide all the information about the unique monsters that they have known, and the other 3 guilds would have various benefits and conveniences because of it. But this newly proposed 6 Guilds Alliance was going to be fundamentally different from the one that was formed the last time round. After all, the cornerstone of this new alliance would the fact that one guild has the upper hand when compared to all others, and all others accept that fact, albeit with some conditions of their own that would make their position less disadvantageous. 6 Guilds Alliance, you say? It seems that Riberios and his followers were taken completely by surprise by that sudden announcement of ours. It's perfectly understandable, though. Not only a new alliance would be formed, but the 2 new additions were nothing short of the guilds with top players that were currently in the game. Ha ha ha, nice to meet you all. My name is Kuroshi Syuk, and I am the current leader of the 10P.M army. I am Kyo, as some of you may already know. I am the current leader of the guild library. As some of you may have realized, our leader is a little bit out of it for the current moment. My name is Vet, and I am the vice leader of the guild SF Zoo, although for the current moment you might say that I am temporarily its leader as well. Oh well, I guess I will do without much role-playing here in the current circumstances. My name is Josette, and I am the current leader of the guild Holy Shield Territory. I was invited here today on behalf of a former park player that I have crossed paths with in the past. Since I am pretty much a new player to this game and I have little to no information about other top dogs in this game, I have no way of knowing just how strong they actually are, but the fact still remains that they are top dogs nonetheless. The 10P.M army mainly consist of the working members of society, so the main time of their activities comes at around 10 p.m. and later. And even though most of its members look tired or dead on the inside, being the cogs in the wheels of society comes with the added benefit of possessing supreme organizational power. prioritizing lore over actual gameplay and boss conquests. The library's main focus lies in collecting various kinds of information from various players all over the server, as well as the in-game information brokers. I personally think that there are not that many strong or impressive players in the SF Zoo, but not everyone needs to play this game in order to become strong in the first place. Some people are just satisfied by playing with animals, and it is that kind of fanaticism and passion that allowed them to tie Lucan down, even if it was only for a moment. Guild Sacred Shield territory. From what I could gather about them, they are all rather average as far as strong players go, and they all focus on the role-playing elements to an absurd degree. They also wear the same type of equipment, and apparently they are the self-proclaimed guardians of the saint, which is rather unusual even as far as games are concerned. Nfufafufafu. The members of the Wolfgang Guild came to us with the proposition of forming a new kind of alliance, and after various talks, conditions and negotiations, this is what resulted out of it. If we wanted to gain the upper hand over Black Wolves, we needed other guilds' power, as there was no way we would be able to pull a win off here on our own. So in exchange for their help, we agreed on a set of conditions, and they all look more or less like this. All of the information possessed by the Guild Wolfgang shall be distributed first to other guilds of the Alliance, and then to the general public. The one to handle that task shall be the library. Since this is the Alliance built on genuine trust, the members of Wolfgang are to aid their allies as much as possible and vice versa. All the information on unique monsters obtained by the Guild Wolfgang's Gunball will be available for purchase before the actual distribution to others in the general public takes place. The process of purchasing the information will be in an auction format, where all interested parties can take part. The members of the Guild Wolfgang are not required to reveal any information gathered on the subject of unique monsters right away. They will be given a certain leeway for that. For all of the above, the members of the Guild Wolfgang gain the right to try and beat newly found unique monsters first, and with only the members of their own guild. When you look at it all in a text format, it becomes apparent that for anyone who is not the part of the Alliance, this is nothing but bad news. What is this? Even? Oh, and by the way, those conditions were drafted by everyone interested, so of course everyone already agreed to them without much of a problem. Say what? The surprise and shock both visible on Riberius's face were perfectly understandable. After all, those conditions may have looked bad, but in reality they were all acting in favor of the Guild Wolfgang. That was possible only thanks to the fact that other guilds had little to no desire for power and influence, and they were more than satisfied with aiding the guild that has a track record of actually finding and slaying unique monsters. However, it was all thanks to the work that Pencilton put here. Without it, we would have been nothing but toasted. Chapter 249 Part 2. Chapter 249, Wolf Dispute Agreement. Everything roughly as planned. Part 2. The thing is, if you read them carefully, the rules that hold this whole alliance together technically have no meaning at all. First of all, the distribution of information that falls onto the library's shoulders. But think about it carefully. If the Wolfgang is going to relay the information onto other members of the alliance, they would get the information either way. So this condition is practically void. It only leaves library at a disadvantage, preventing them from keeping any information obtained from us to themselves. Next is the support to the other members of the alliance. It is something that is left to free will. There is literally no obligation for us to do it. The words "as much as possible" imply that, and the condition says basically nothing about the penalties that would befall us if we were to fail to oblige this term. This means more or less that if we choose not to support someone, nothing really is going to happen to us. Now the Gunball condition. Although I was really reluctant to accept it at first, the idea of buying the information I have gathered off my hands for appropriate amount of money, and this condition basically negates the first condition, sounding alongside the lines of, if you have enough money on your hands, you can buy top secret information no problem. And as for the fourth and the fifth condition, no, here is where a little backstory is needed for you to understand. Those conditions are, rather, all of the above conditions are nothing but bluffs. Smoke and mirrors created for us to deceive the Black Wolves. We only wanted to hurt Tiberios and his followers, while not getting in the way of the other guilds. Because this whole alliance was formed for a reason that is far away from anything connected to unique monsters to begin with. I am a generous soul, you know. I am not going to persecute someone just because they refuse the offer I present to them. So why don't you stop pushing yourselves and just agree to join our glorious alliance? To Pensilgton's words, Riberios responded with a maniacal laughter. I know that he thinks that he is the one calling the shots in here, but he should really look up to the ones that are higher in the guild's ladder a little bit more. There is something here that is called the overall good of the guild, you know? Personally, I think that it is in our best interest to join this newly founded alliance. Huh? What are you talking about, leader? At this rate, under those conditions there is literally no merit for us if we decide to join them. Well, it is only a given, looking at the passage, that all of the unique monster efforts should be left to our guild and without anyone else interfering. But you cannot say that we are the ones here who are shaping out to be uncooperative. It is only when you read all the conditions carefully as singles and then as a whole that you start to see how truly malicious Pensilgton is in reality. There was no compassion here, no backing down, just pure efficiency without looking sideways or back at anyone else. Or, to put it in simpler terms, those conditions were simply inhuman. For a moment out there, Sega 100 was watching Riberios in complete silence. However, after apparently coming to a conclusion that she would not get the answer she wanted to hear from him, she just let out a deep sigh filled with resignation. No, could it be that she was hesitant because of the representatives of the other guilds? Or maybe the third condition? Can you give us some time to think before we respond to your alliance? That's fine with me. Then last but not least, about my foolish little sister, Sega Zero wanting to transfer from Black Wolves to Wolfgang. At that moment everyone got silent, paying close attention to Ray. As a matter of fact, I would welcome Ren to our guild with open arms, but I have no idea just how Pensilgton would react to that. Before all this we were discussing many things related to Black Wolves, but during those talks was mentioned not even once. Thinking about it now, they might have discussed this matter behind the scenes as well, but it would be first time for me to actually hear the result of those talks. That's right, for me she is a total stranger. Or maybe it's more accurate to say, a friend of my friend, and I won't lie that having her on board would be a tremendous advantage for our guild. Yes, I suppose so. Well then, this is the official stand of the Black Wolves on the matter at hand. Sega Zero will be allowed to transfer to Guild Wolfgang, on conditions that she will have to pay the Black Wolves all the money we have spent on raising her, plus she will have to cover the expenses of all the magic scrolls she used up recently. The conditions presented here certainly were not the easiest to satisfy, but I was actually kind of surprised that Pensilgton agreed to take Ren so easily, and that Sega 100 decided to let her go so easily. Although I suppose that she would be opposed to the idea of someone so strong leaving the guild. Part of the role as the guild master is to not shackle your players and limit their freedom. I wonder, should this conference be recorded and placed in the encyclopedias as the crown example of what the Great Swindle looks like? Rather, should it not be called a textbook example of a farce? While Kyotomat muttered those words in a hushed voice, I averted my gaze, with my mind being filled with emotions I was having a rather difficult time to describe. After all this time the Black Wolves has been dancing on the top of Pensilgton's hand so smoothly and without even realizing that fact that it was making me feel genuinely sorry for them. Would it not be better for their mental health to just surrender themselves to their fate instead of trying to pass as hard and mighty all the time? I have heard in advance that the vice leader of Black Wolves has like no resistance to being baited into a temper tantrum. But I think that this here leader has way too much resistance to it. Or maybe it is all but a front and she was deceived by our farce as well. But if not, then her mental fortitude must be like that of a sawdust, in that sense that it is going to burn extremely well and with nice visuals to boot. Now then, I cast a quick glance towards Katsu. It was time for this man to speak up, even though he's been silent all this time. I know that he wanted to speak up, since normally he could never keep his mouth shut for long. It was time for him to place the final spark on this mountain of fireworks and gasoline. All that remains is to detonate our little firework factory and watch the might blast that is going to result from it. End of part 4.1.